medalists and emerging talents, many of whom are competing on an international stage and representing their country for the first time. We had a blistering hot day yesterday for day one, both on and off the water, and today is set to be even hotter. Temperatures will be down a little bit, but the racing is going to be brilliant. My name is Niamh Hayes. I am going to be one of your commentators today, and I am delighted to be joined here in the commentary box by Paul Castle. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning to you, Niamh. Yes, wonderful. Flat, calm water still, but yes, warm already, definitely. And the crews know that, though, from yesterday. And I don't think we had any real issues with heat amongst the athletes. They all looked after themselves carefully. I'm glad to say the Red Cross is here, but we didn't need them. They're like the rescue people out on the water. Great they're here, as long as we never need them. Ja, guten Morgen auch vom BC hier, wenn Sie daheim jetzt zugeschaltet sind. Wenn Sie gestern schon dabei waren, werden Sie mitgekriegt haben, tolle Rennen hier unter ganz fantastischen Bedingungen auch, flaches Wasser den ganzen Tag. Und auch wenn das Licht manchmal für die vielen Fotografen etwas schwierig war, Sonne, 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 das war das Motto. Gestern hat mich ein Mitglied des deutschen Teams in der Schlange für das Mittagessen gefragt, ja, macht ihr auch Livestream für mehr als nur A-Finale? Und die Antwort ist ja, klar, machen wir. Und zwar ab dem ersten C-Finale. Und das geht um 9 Uhr los, also demnächst.
Between yesterday and today, we are seeing over 400 athletes from 32 nations competing across 14 boat classes, all looking to be crowned European rowing under 19 champions. Now, today is all about the finals. We went through all the heats, all the semi-finals yesterday, and we had some amazing racing from these young athletes. But today it is all about the finals. So we'll be kicking off in a few minutes here. We'll be starting at 9 a.m. Central Time with finals C. So these are the competitors who are going to be racing for places 13 to 18 in their respective boat class. We'll then be moving on to the B finals. That will be for places 7 through 12. And then coming back at 11 a.m. we will be kicking off with our medal finals, those finals A, running right up until about 3 p.m. Central Time. So you can see already on the water the first lot of rowers are getting set for the first race of the day, and that will be the under 19 men's single sculls final C.
Yes, an early start for these athletes requires a lot of discipline. We noticed in our hotel last night it went quiet very early, despite having quite a few athletes in the hotel. There's no monkeying around. They know they've got to be on the start at 9, which means, of course, alert and ready for your warm-up a long way before that. Even without the need for weigh-ins here, you're still up very early. And there they are on the start, that tense moment just before the starter sets the acoustic and light signals so that everyone knows where to go. These are special moments down at the start. There in the green shirts, the aerial shot from our drone photography. Thank you to our colleagues running that, showing some of the many, many volunteers who have made this event possible, and as well, of course, as significant public funding and sponsors, all vitally important for this kind of event.
Now you can see from the shots that the water there's a little bit of movement compared to yesterday, but it's still very flat as we look out here from our commentary finish tower. It is quite warm. It's kind of early 20 degrees at the moment, but it's not set to get as hot. It got up to about 29, 30 degrees yesterday. It's not meant to get as hot today. A little bit more cloud cover, so I'm sure the rowers will be thankful for that. But we are seeing beautiful shots here from BC Regatta Course. We're about 70 kilometres west of Berlin here. It's a natural lake and one of the most modern rowing venues in Germany, with a long-standing history, I believe, Paul, with water sports.
Oh, indeed, and multiple water sports. And I'm delighted to say that this is one of these venues where canoeing cooperates very closely with rowing. So we've benefited this weekend, for example, of being able to use a lot of expensive kit like catering tents and so on that were just left standing by the canoeists who were here last weekend for a World Cup. And that's the kind of cooperation that I must say I greatly appreciate. Meanwhile, I also greatly appreciate the fact that 5 young men have just started. One of them very young, out on the right-hand side of your aerial shot, ladies and gentlemen. That's Arek Terbazekyan, turned 14 this January. Now, I'm not sure... Well, I know I wasn't ready at 14 for this kind of stuff. We hope to see a lot of him in the future as well. Finland in the lane next to him. Azerbaijan in the centre lane. Moldova and Cyprus. Places 13 onwards up for grabs here in this, the first C final of the day.
Yes, the rower is off to a nice start here as they head down towards that 500 metre mark. Amazing to see a 14-year-old out here on the water. We do have a 13-year-old Cox that we're going to see later today as well, but 14 is our youngest competitor. So that is Armenia on the right-hand side of your screen. But looking like here, Moldova's Vladimir Dervenko is now leading it out. 6'4". He is a tall athlete to be under 19, and he is now leading out this C final. Again, as Paul said, places 13 through 17. So all these rowers, they went through the heats yesterday, and rather than being knocked out, they get to row again today, which is important at this stage because a lot of them wouldn't have a huge amount of international rowing experience or regatta experience.
No, very important that people get a chance to row all the way right through to a final. And one may say, in inverted commas, it's only a C final. But this is important international experience and important international rankings. And it's interesting when we tracks how juniors move on. You see C finalists from the previous year suddenly in the A final the following year and so on. So it's definitely part of a really important progression.
Absolutely. Now, we saw a couple of these rowers last year at the under-19 categories. William Ohman of Finland in lane 2. We saw him at the World Rowing Under-19 Championships in the men's single scull, finishing 22nd overall. And then Azerbaijan, who was the fastest out of these rowers through the heats yesterday. That is Azar Ilyasov. He raced at these championships of the European Under-19 Championships last year in the quad. And we are seeing that across the board, that there's a lot of kind of transitions from bigger boats into smaller boats, or indeed the other way around as well. But having gone through that 500 metre mark now, it is Moldova there leading it out about a second ahead of Azerbaijan, Finland in that third position, followed by Cyprus and Armenia.
Also, wie Sie mitgekriegt haben, meine Damen und Herren, wir sind gut unterwegs mit Armenien, Finnland, Aserbaidschan, Moldova im Moment in Führung, sowie Zypern im C-Finale. Es geht um die Plätze 13, in diesem Fall bis 17 in diesem großen Feld. Ich werde in diesem Rennen nicht allzu viel auf Deutsch sagen. Die deutschsprachigen Länder, die kommen noch. Und da werde ich dann etwas mehr beisteuern. Also Moldova führt im Moment das Feld im ersten Rennen des Tages an.
Now, this is the second year that we're seeing this new progression system that has come into place. So we started with 17 entries in the men's single sculls. Yesterday morning, we had 3 heats. The fastest 2, or the top 2 from each of those 3 heats, went straight into the semi-finals, as well as the 6 fastest times. And so then we are left with, we'll say, the slower rowers here. But looking at their times yesterday, there's 3 rowers here who already met each other in heat 1 of the men's single sculls yesterday. So Azerbaijan, Moldova and Cyprus have already raced against each other, and it was Azerbaijan who was about 2 seconds faster than Moldova yesterday, followed in by Cyprus. But things changing here now today in this more the final race environment, so there's a bit more pressure here. And it is Dervenko of Moldova now still leading it out. I think the 6'4" height certainly is helping him.
Yes, I don't know, is it that you and I get shorter every year, or is it that younger people, and there are no Dutch here, so it's not down to them, that they're getting taller and taller every year and feel dwarfed by 17-year-olds? Life is unfair.
It certainly is unfair, Paul, when you're sitting at about 5'3", which I am. But yes, lovely lead here now by Moldova going through that halfway. So that island that you're seeing in the middle of the lake, that marks about that halfway mark down the course. And there was still Dervenko of Moldova leading it out, opening up about 2.5 seconds now of a lead over Ilyasov of Azerbaijan. Cyprus then still in that third position, followed by Homan of Finland, and Armenia then in that 5th position.
Yes, I mean, the Moldova sculler has certainly thrown down a challenge from the start, more or less, the rest of it. Risky, I mean, we've seen crews over the year front-loading their races and then sort of blowing up along the way, and you suddenly notice they've hit the wall or hit a buoy on the course, as the Moldovan sculler has. As tiredness sets in, the concentration starts to sag. It's a risky decision. He'll have taken it with his coach, but nonetheless, the Azerbaijan sculler may have been taken a little bit by surprise by that early Moldovan charge. Will it pay off? Well, we'll know that over the remaining 500 metres.
It certainly will pay off, hopefully, for him. That's certainly what he's going to be thinking out there anyway. And he goes through that 1500 metre mark, still holding on to a lovely lead here and seems to be increasing it as he's gone down the course here now. So Moldova going through in that first position with less than 500 to go here now. Azerbaijan, about 5.5 seconds between them now. So again, he's opening up that little bit of a gap. Can Ilyasov of Azerbaijan challenge him here now within the last 400 metres? Cyprus then still holding that third position, followed by Finland and Armenia. So with about 5.5 seconds of a lead within 500 metres, have you seen that gap close in the past?
Well, that's a tall order, and I think the Moldovan sculler looks still very strong and smooth. Azerbaijan, I sense there's a little tiredness setting in, slightly scrappier at the finish than the Moldovan, who's very clean approach to this race. The dark horse for me, and that's not only in a photographic sense, is the Cypriot, who's closest to the grandstand side. I was expecting a little bit more from him early on, but as they come now into the final zone of red boys, the last 250 metres still looks as if 13th overall in the European junior rankings will go to Moldova.
Looking very strong here now as he comes towards the finish. Here's the challenge from Azerbaijan here now, starting to close that gap slightly. There's about 20 strokes in it, not too far to go to that finish line. Moldova here still leading it out from the very start. From the very few strokes, he took the lead and held off the challenge. Azerbaijan definitely after closing the gap that little bit. So well done there to Dervenko of Moldova, taking the win in final C of the men's single sculls, followed in by Ilyasov of Azerbaijan.
And I'm delighted to say that even at this early hour, with no German contestant on this course at the moment for that race, there's already good new noise coming from the grandstand, and the fans were great yesterday. I'm looking forward to a lot of applause today.
It is certainly really important to see such support here. I think there's always huge support at these under-19 regattas for these young athletes. A lot of their family members come over to support. And as you said, it is still a final, no matter whether it's A, B or C. And so important to get behind these athletes who, a lot of them are racing on an international stage for the very first time, representing their country for the very first time. Others are returning from last year's season. And here we have the official results. Moldova taking the win in final C of the men's single sculls, followed by Azerbaijan, Cyprus, Finland and Armenia.
And that brings us to our next C final. We'll switch now from men to women. Lithuania over on the far side, i.e. the right-hand side of the drone shots. Moldova in the lane next to her. Then Bulgaria and Croatia, the two centre lanes. Both raced in this same C final a year ago. Bulgaria had the upper hand that day. Let's see what happens today. Belgium and Poland complete the sextet. They're the two closest to the grandstand and thus to us in the finishing tower when they get here. Final C of the women's single sculls.
Great start here. We're already between the 500 and halfway mark, and going through 500 was Poland taking the lead in this one, followed by Lithuania and Croatia. Belgium sitting in fourth, followed by Bulgaria and Moldova, and now they are starting to move through that halfway mark, and things slightly changing. This time it is Mardic of Croatia after taking over first position from Polisic of Poland, then Lithuania in third, followed by Belgium, Bulgaria and Moldova.
Yeah, Poland have come here with a big squad. Of course, it's not far to Brandenburg, fairly easy for them to get here. A lot of athletes from Bydgoszcz, from Poznan in particular, and Susanna Polishik on lane 6, closest to our side of the course, has come the classic Polish development route through the Coupe de la Jeunesse, which is an international competition for a number of countries, an important stepping stone then here at the Junior Championships, and who knows, we may be seeing her next year at under 23 level. Looking ahead to next year, we have next year's host nation on the course at the moment. Petra Madecic of Croatia. Well, she'll be too old to be a junior next year, but I'm sure she'll be involved in some capacity next year when this event moves to Zagreb, the Croatian capital. Look forward to that. The C final, positions 13 through 18. On paper, I think the Croatian sculler must have excellent chances of taking this one home. But let's see how that goes. Led at the 500 meter mark, did Petra, but still being pushed hard by those on bow and stroke side.
Yeah, big lead here by Madecic of Croatia. She actually finished 14th overall last year in this boat class at the European under-19s. So if she wins this, she'll do one better. So she'll move up a place, which is important, I think, to see that progression. She also raced at the World under-19s, as did actually 5 of these scullers raced at the World under-19s, either in the single scull or the double scull. The Moldovan, then Diana Plotin, this is her 4th season racing under 19. We also saw her at the European under 23s last year, where she finished 6th in final A in the women's single sculls. So she has a huge amount of experience at international regattas. To be her fourth season competing is just amazing. But this is an incredible lead here by Croatia, about just under 7 seconds of a lead ahead of Belgium now in the second position. So big push there by Belgium. That is Martina Broska, who has moved up the course, followed by Lithuania in that third position. Bulgaria holding on to 4th. Poland now down to 5th, followed by Moldova.
Yes, I'm a bit surprised by the Polish performance this morning, but all credit goes to Petra Madecic of Croatia, led from an early stage and hasn't let go. Quite the reverse. She's continued to build on that, and she's now in her last couple of 100 meters to the line, still squeezing away from the rest of the field. And beautiful water on which to do this. If you're watching online, you get the best impression of the conditions from these aerial shots like the one you're seeing now at the moment. Absolutely wonderful. Here she is, just a few strokes from the line.
Here we go, final C of the women's single sculls. Great race there by Madecic of Croatia. She is keeping it long and strong here. She takes the win of final C. Next up in that second position, the lane next to her, it is Broska of Belgium taking that second position, and then it is a final push there over on the far side. Look like Lithuania taking that third position, followed by Bulgaria. We have Moldova and Poland, which, as you said, Paul, that was a bit of a surprise, having won through the 500 and 1000 meter mark, but we just don't know, what recovery she had in the last kind of 24 hours.
So we move on now to the C final of the men's double sculls, and that pits Cyprus over on the far side, right-hand side of your picture, against Lithuania. Poland has the centre lane, coming through as the fastest of the qualifiers for this C final. Ukraine and Latvia complete the 5-boat field, places 13 through 17, therefore up for grabs in the men's double sculls.
And we move up the course to join them. They have gone through that halfway mark. At 500, it was Ukraine leading this out, followed by Poland, Lithuania, Latvia and Cyprus. And things staying exactly the same at halfway. Ukraine with just a very slight lead over Poland. This is a great race between the two of these crews. Lithuania still in that third, followed by Latvia and Cyprus. A couple of these having experience last year, again at the World and European under-19 championships, particularly the Ukraine crew, who had a good time yesterday, but obviously have gone off hard here now. So let's see if they can hold off the challenge from the new Polish crew.
Well, Mykola Tomchai, the bowman in that Ukrainian crew, he only turned 16 here on Friday. So I suspect that if today turns out not to be quite his day, we'll be seeing more of him in future. That Polish combo, though, from Warsaw and Stettin, doing very well at the moment at 500. It was really neck and neck, bow ball to bow ball with Ukraine. And I think what we've seen so far in the C-finals is that quite a lot can change over the second half of the course. Who's got the most left in that tank in what are already at this early hour pretty warm conditions?
As they go through 1,500 metres, Ukraine starting to pull away. They have over 2.5 seconds of a gap now over that Polish crew, followed in by Lithuania, Latvia and Cyprus. That Ukraine crew, we saw both of them actually at the beach sprints last year in Turkey. They also raced in the quad at the World Under-19s, as well as at these championships last year, finishing 8th in the quad. So some bit of racing experience from this crew. Can they hold off any challenge here from Poland? They're certainly doing a very good job here with just under 250 metres to go. That new Polish crew then, you know, battling hard next to them to try and close that gap again, but Ukraine just looking very strong at this point.
And they certainly are, and I am full of wonder for coaches and athletes who run this kind of top sporting program under the conditions that they sometimes have to face to do this. Take my hat off. I'm sitting in the shade, so I'm allowed to do that. Take my hat off to these Ukrainian athletes. They've continued to build. I think they caught the Poles completely by surprise with their surge at about 1750 and have continued to squeeze, keep up the rating and the work all the way to a well-deserved 13th place overall.
And they are looking very happy outside our windows here. It is Ukraine taking the lead there, followed in by Poland. Then over the far side, it is Lithuania, followed by Latvia, and then Cyprus over on the right-hand side in lane 1, coming in to take 5th position in final C, or 17th overall in the under-19 men's double sculls. So that rounds out our men's double sculls. Just one more final C to go as we await the official results there. Here we have them, Ukraine taking that first position in final C, followed by Poland, Lithuania, Latvia and Cyprus. But we move up the course again shortly now for the final C of the day. It is the men's quadruple sculls. 3 boats competing. We have Ukraine in lane 1, Norway lane 2 and Bulgaria in lane 3.
But a C final in quads, isn't that a wonderful message about the depth of young rowing talent that's being brought through by clubs? I mean, just to have enough quads internationally competing to have a race for places 13, 14, 15 is great news. And I mean, if one looks at the Norwegian crew, for example, they come from 4 clubs that are not exactly next door to each other in a long, long country like Norway. The Norske Studenters Club, Christiana, Bærum and Drammen, brought together here to form a quad. Against Ukraine and Bulgaria, I think the Norwegians are going to have their work cut out, slightly faster on paper, but first to show at the 500 metre mark are their neighbours on their bow side, Bulgaria.
The men's quadruple sculls, yeah, there was 15 entries yesterday starting out. So we had 3 heats, the fastest 12 made it into yesterday's semi-finals. And here we have 3 crews here in final C looking for places 13, 14 and 15. A little bit of international experience here on the water, but lots of new rowers as well in that Bulgarian crew that are leading out there on the left-hand side of your screen there in lane 3. Daniel Marinov in the 2 seat. We saw him last year at these championships in the quad, where they finished 13th overall, but he's joined by 3 new competitors. That Norway crew then, totally new, we haven't seen them before, and then the Ukraine crew, Sivotovar Boryan in the bow seat. We saw him also at the beach sprints. So we're actually seeing a lot of these under-19 athletes who have come through the beach sprints last year as well. But we saw him at the World Under-19s as well as Oski Natikachenko in the double last year. So yeah, a bit of experience. There's a mix in this race of experience and new emerging talent.
Und wenn Sie sich fragen, ja, warum hockt der Castle da und sagt nichts auf Deutsch zum Doppelvierer? Das ist doch deutsche Paradedisziplin. Die kommen noch, meine Damen und Herren, keine Sorge. Wir sehen Doppelvierer weiblich und männlich noch später im Programm. Im Moment sind wir noch beim C-Finale. Das ist unser letztes C-Finale. Im Moment Ukraine, Norwegen und Bulgarien kämpfen jetzt um die Plätze 13 bis 15 im europäischen Ranking. Und es bleibt ganz eng. Leichte Oberhand für Bulgarien. Now moving towards the closing stages of this race, still white-coloured boys, but soon to change to that orangey red that marks the last 250. Upper hand, but a slender one to Bulgaria.
Certainly, there's been a great race happening between Ukraine and Norway. They keep going back and forth. It was Ukraine who went through the halfway ahead of Norway, and then Norway caught them at the 500 metre to go mark and put themselves into second position. So a really nice race here going on between these three crews for places 13, 14 and 15. But Bulgaria have been looking incredibly strong here now, all the way down the course, leading from the start. It looks like Norway are trying to come back at them, trying to challenge them here. But Bulgaria just looking really solid here, Paul.
Yeah, well, Daniel Marinov, the two-man, knows what it feels like to win a sea final. Did that in this boat category last year in the quad, and here he is returning. They've even got enough left to take the rating up over the last 10 strokes. Wonderful. Great performance by Bulgaria. That's going to give them about a length advantage at the line.
That is Bulgaria looking pretty happy with their win, followed in by Norway, followed in by Ukraine. So that is final C of the men's quadruple sculls. 13th place overall to Bulgaria, 14th to Norway and 15th to Ukraine. So well done there. That rounds out our first finals of the day, the final C, and now we will be moving straight into, there's no break, no rest, into finals B. So these are going to be for places 7 through 12. So I'm sure we're going to see the standard just come up and up now as we move into these B finals.
Yeah, well, as you say, no rest at all, not least, of course, for the jury. And compliments to the umpires who did a great job yesterday getting the whole programme off on time. There are junior regattas where that doesn't quite work out. But credit, of course, to the discipline of the athletes as well as their coaches and everything. But the umpires, yes. There are a lot of sports where being a referee or an umpire or an official of some sort is probably not the best way to make friends, but compliments to the rowing ones are much more fun, I think, that job than being a football referee, for example. But here we go. What's happening on the water? B final. Who's going to throw down the first challenge? It's the individual neutral athlete, AIN, the abbreviation, Vladislav Makarov, who led at 500.
Yes, 6 competitors. We started with 17 entries yesterday, 3 heats. The top 12 went into the semi-finals, and so here we have final B for places 7 through 12. Lane 1 is Croatia on the right-hand side of your screen. 2 is Italy, lane 3 Lithuania, 4 is individual neutral athletes, lane 5 Estonia, lane 6 Slovenia. And on paper, going by yesterday's times, particularly in the semi-finals, Lithuania was about 2.5 seconds ahead of individual neutral athletes, Makarov there, and then there was a bit of a gap back to kind of third position, which is Karl Varik of Estonia, another 6'4", another tall athlete who will be towering over yourself and myself, Paul. But some returning rowers again that we're seeing from last year's international circuit. But here we go past that island, past that halfway mark, and still lane 3 there, Ivar Lipas of Lithuania, who is leading this one out.
Ja, wenn Sie weiterhin kein Deutsch hören, meine Damen und Herren, ist es eine gute Nachricht, weil wir sind jetzt beim B-Finale und Deutsch hören Sie erst recht dann im A-Finale. Da haben wir sogar nicht nur ein deutschsprachiges Land, sondern 2 mit der Schweiz dann. Das kommt noch später im Programm, keine Sorge. Wir sind im Moment mit Kroatien, Italien, Litauen, einem individuellen, neutralen Athleten, ganz langer Name, Estland und Slowenien unterwegs. Bislang sieht es ganz gut aus an der Spitze des Feldes für den Mann mit der Abkürzung AIN, Vladislav Makarov, aber Litauen ebenfalls ganz stark dabei und wir sind noch ungefähr an der Streckenhälfte.
Now, this is Lipas of Lithuania's third season at the junior level at under 19. Last year we saw him in the double at the Europeans, and then he went into the quad at the World under 19s, and now he's in that single scull. The year before he raced at the Europeans as well in the double. But we also have seen him on the under 23 circuit back in 2024, where he raced a quad, finishing in 8th position. So he's in a solid position now after overtaking Makarov of individual neutral athletes, a new athlete that we haven't seen before. Estonia then in that third position. Still plenty of space here for things to change as they start to come up towards that 1500 metre mark.
Some countries have really boring names for their rowing clubs. I mean, London Rowing Club, how unoriginal is that? We found a rowing club, we put it in London, what do we call it? London Rowing Club. There are countries that are much more imaginative. The Dutch love classical names. The Croatians have some great names. Trznjev Jeker from Zagreb on the water at the moment. But I like the Italian ones as well. Later on we'll be watching the Yellow Flames, the Fiamme Gialle. At the moment we've got the Ginnastica Triestina. You can just hear them bouncing around in the gym in Trieste with Lorenzo Jagdodnic. Quite a lot of creative German club names as well, very fancy some of them. Maybe mentioning a few of those in the course of today. Lane 3 is the one to be watching though at the moment, Ivar Lipis. As my colleague just said, an experienced sculler indeed, and experienced at junior international level. Last year as a junior, wants to make his mark and definitely looks on course at the moment for European ranking place 7.
Your pronunciation of those clubs is amazing, Paul. Well done. So coming in to 250 metres to go or less at this stage, Lipas of Lithuania still holding onto the lead. And then there's a great race happening between individual neutral athletes on his left-hand side. Estonia outside that again on the left-hand side. We have Slovenia in lane 6. Italy putting on a push as well, as is Croatia. We have about 100 metres to go here now or less, but really good here from Lipas. Again, still enough in the tank here to take up the rate and just stay ahead of his competitors. It is Estonia in lane 5 now, who has put on a big push, got himself ahead of Makarov of individual neutral athletes. So what a great finish there. But that win in final B of the men's single sculls, Lipas of Lithuania, followed in by Varek of Estonia. That was a great finish from him. Makarov of individual neutral athletes. Then it would look like to be Pira of Slovenia taking over from Italy and Croatia. So well done there. So rankings 7 through 12 in the men's single sculls.
And whilst on the subject of fancy rowing club names, I do want to get round to Galley Flash at some stage, which I believe is your club. So much nicer. I mean, my one... Okay, so we're the Germany's southernmost club on the Rhine in a village called Grenzach. So guess what the rowing club's called? Grenzach. Galley Flash, I love. We'll come back when we get round to Skibbereen and go, I want to know more. How did that name arise? There must be a history there. If it's one you can quote in public, I'd love to hear. If not, I'll ask you in the lunch break.
I'm certainly open to telling you the story behind Galley Flash Rowing Club, absolutely no problem. So well done there to everyone in the under-19 men's single sculls final B. As we move on to the women's single sculls, here's our start list. Lane 1 Norway, lane 2 Hungary, lane 3 Denmark, lane 4 Slovenia, lane 5 Romania, lane 6 Slovakia.
B-Finale weiterhin wenig auf Deutsch, meine Damen und Herren. Dann auch hier heißt es im Einer für Deutschland A-Finale. Und ich tippe auf gute Medaillenchancen. Kommen wir aber nochmal dazu. Zuerst mal Norwegen, Ungarn, Dänemark, Slowenien, Rumänien und die Slowakei. Die kämpfen um die Plätze 6 bis 12 im Frauen-Einer.
At the 500 metre mark, it was Sedagosek of Slovenia leading this one out about a second ahead of Nielsen of Denmark. Then we have Denko of Hungary in third position, followed by Grosova of Slovakia, Ursu of Romania and Rees of Norway. But they are passing that island, so we'll start to get some times at the halfway mark, see if things have changed around. A lot of international experience from these rowers, and yes, things have certainly changed. So Nielsen of Denmark now has taken Slovenia for that first position, and Slovakia moving up through the ranks as well into third position, followed by Hungary Hungary, Romania and Norway.
Well, there's a lot of people in Denmark called Nielsen. It's a bit like Smith or Müller around here. Carsten Nielsen, the coach of Meisje Østergaard Nielsen, does great work with juniors and has done for many, many years in the Billund area, so famous for Legoland, but also a great rowing centre away from Copenhagen, where of course a lot of rowing is done as well in Denmark, and runs each year a really fun event, which is the Nordic Online Indoor Championships. And you get people calling in from the Faroe Islands, and wonderful. So all credit to Carsten Nielsen and his sculler here from Denmark, who was looking good at 500. Let's see what happens as this race unfolds.
We saw her last year. She actually finished 4th in the women's single sculls, so won't get as quite as high a ranking this year, but I'm sure she'll still be happy to be here and competing, and I'm sure she had to go through a hard season and trialling process to get back into this women's single boat. We also saw her at the World Under-19s as well, where she finished 8th overall in the women's single sculls. They are coming up to 1500 here now. She is still holding the lead, but looks like a bit of a challenge here from Sedosek of Slovenia, who we saw racing in the double last year as well as the single the year before. So this is her 3rd season as well, which is pretty incredible at that junior level, that we're seeing people come back for 2nd, 3rd and 4th years in a row.
Yes, I'm always in two minds about that one. I mean, how early do you start? Because you can put people off, because, at 14 they're not going to win, right? But it seems to work in many cases. Great, I'm envious indeed. But how did we manage in the past without drone photography? I mean, that has really transformed the view of rowing. This kind of shot, wonderful. You get a feel for the rhythm, you get a feel for the setting, you get a feel for the distances between the crews and how those shift. Great picture. Well, what's the best news, of course, is over on the side closest to us now, and they are now almost at us, coming into the first of the red boys. Slovakia has had a great road. Teresa Grosova, fine performance by her, and still Denmark's Nielsen looking very good, several lanes to her right-hand side. That's going to be the 1 and 2 in the run-in.
That was an incredible last 500 there from Grosova of Slovakia, who raced at the World Under-19s last year. She just went for it out of nowhere, caught everyone off guard, I think, and she's now in the running to take Nielsen for that first position here in Final B. So great race happening between the two of these scullers. Can Nielsen come back? Does she have enough left in her reserves for that sprint finish? She's certainly going for it here. Rate is up. She's starting to move here. So Nielsen of Denmark holding off the challenge from Grosova of Slovakia here to take the win and get her ranking 7th in the women's single sculls. But great finish there by Grosova of Slovakia. As another great race happening here between Slovenia and Hungary, we have Romania then and Norway coming up to that finish line.
Und jetzt, meine Damen und Herren, kommen wir auch online zum ersten Rennen mit deutscher Beteiligung in diesem nächsten Rennen. B-Finale Männer Zweier, Ukraine, Kroatien, Deutschland auf der Mittelbahn. Warum Mittelbahn? Weil schnellste Zeit auf dem Weg hier ins B-Finale. Italien neben ihnen und Litauen.
There we have it, official results of Final B of the women's single sculls. Denmark taking the win there, followed by Slovakia, Slovenia, Hungary, Romania and Norway. Well done there to all scullers. And we move on to our next Final B of the morning. This time it is the men's pair. We have in lane 1 Ukraine, lane 2 Croatia, lane 3 Germany, lane 4 Italy, lane 5 Lithuania. Going by times yesterday through the heats, it is Germany are the ones to watch at the 500 metre mark, though it was Italy taking the lead ahead of Germany, followed by Croatia, Lithuania and Ukraine. And as they pass through that halfway mark, nothing has changed. It is still Italy leading this one out.
Der Name Hanse, sehr beliebt bei deutschen Rudervereinen, auch in Hamburg natürlich. Hanse Dortmund, Lars Berkemeyer, der Bugmann in diesem Zweier. Aber was viele nicht wissen, jetzt kommt ein bisschen so ein triviales Zeugs im Rudern. Der Saturnia Club in Italien auf der Bahn neben ihnen hieß
vor 100 Jahren und mehr. Ebenfalls Hanse heißt mittlerweile Saturnia. So, da haben wir jetzt ein bisschen eine gute Geschichte. Berkemeyer und Rübenstrunk. Rübenstrunk ebenfalls aus Dortmund, aber vom Germania Club an diesem Ort. Sah ganz gut aus bei 500 Metern. Italien, aber die Nase vorn.
Italy there with a lovely lead. We saw them last year at the World Under-19s in this boat class, finishing 5th overall, so they were in a final A last year. We also saw them at the European Under-19s where they won a gold medal for themselves in the men's 8. We also have a returning crew from Ukraine from the World Under-19s last year. They finished 16th overall in the men's pair, so returning members, but then we have lots of new rowers from Croatia, from Lithuania and from Germany. But lovely lead here as they go through the 1500 metre mark. They have about 5 seconds of a lead, so it is still Italy from Germany, Croatia then in that third position.
And that suggests that we can expect some fireworks from the Italian 8 afterwards, because if they can afford to push out 2 gold medalists from the previous year and put them in the pair, that bodes well for the Italian 8. Let's see whether that turns out that way. But anyway, they've got a point to make, I think, these 2 young men, Mitrovic and Blasik of Italy. Both come from the same club in Trieste, the Saturnia Club, and they've managed to keep the Germans at bay so far. Wie sieht's im deutschen Boot aus? Ganz gut sieht's aus, aber verglichen mit dem sehr pfiffigen italienischen Combo nicht ganz so aggressiv, nicht ganz so flüssig und die Schlagzahl ein Tick tiefer auch, reicht aber im Moment für den 2. Platz. Das wäre insgesamt europäischer Platz Nummer 7.
Great to see out our window here, lots of flags being flown here on the grass area in front of the grandstand, lots of German flags, Irish flags, there's a lot of them here, but it is all about Italy here in final B of the men's pair, doing really well, and we're going to see these rowers in the mixed 8 a little later on, another exciting race that we have towards the end of the day. But for looking for place number 7th overall in the men's pair, it is going the way of Italy. Nice finish there from Germany as well, taking 2nd position here in final B. That will be an 8th ranking overall for them, followed in by Croatia. They're over the far side in lane 2, and then we have a little gap back. It is Lithuania here in lane 5, coming in to take that 4th position here, followed in by Ukraine. So well done there to all rowers in the men's pair. We'll be moving up shortly to the women's pair now as we go through the schedule very fast. So as you can tell, it's every 5 minutes is how the schedule works within these finals. So that's why we're going up the course and catching them at nearly halfway. But once we get to the medal finals a little later on, we'll be showing each race from start to finish, as well as the victory ceremonies as well. But here are the results of the men's pair. Italy taking the win, followed by Germany, Croatia, Lithuania, Ukraine in final B.
Ja, in München bei der internationalen Regatta vor ein paar Wochen standen sie ebenfalls im B-Finale. Die Deutschen sind hier am Start aus Stuttgart und Heidelberg. Kaitlin Morton und Carla Zayons starten auf der Mittelbahn in diesem B-Finale. Frauen Zweier. Ein bisschen enttäuscht, ich glaube, das darf man ruhig sagen, waren sie selber. Aber wir haben jetzt etwas natürlich zu beweisen, auch in diesem B-Finale. B-Finale in München haben sie klar gewonnen, um Längen. Und das wollen sie hier nochmal wiederholen. Wie sah es nach 500 Metern aus? Das sah es ganz gut aus für Deutschland. Die Türkei hatte aber den schnellsten Start.
So here we are in the women's pair. Lane 1 we have Poland, lane 2 Spain, lane 3 Germany, lane 4 Turkey, and lane 5 Croatia. At 500 metres it was Turkey leading this one out, a second and a half ahead of Germany. Then Spain in 3rd position, followed by Croatia and Poland. They're just passing that island and that halfway mark now, so we'll update you on results once they come through to us. Just one of these crews having experience racing together from last year, so that is the Croatian crew. They raced in the women's 4, finishing 7th at the World Under-19s. We also saw strokes woman Dunga Viskmeg at the European Under-19s, finishing 4th in this category or this boat class. But at halfway, things slightly changing. Turkey still leading it out, followed by Croatia and Germany. On paper, Paul, I suppose it was the Germans who were the fastest through the heats yesterday. We had 2 heats in this boat class, but that doesn't always translate into the finals.
Yeah, it depends what kind of night have they had. What did they do after the race yesterday to digest it psychologically? What did their program look like during the warm-up, and so on and so forth? And we're talking about seconds left or right here. So, but they're big, tall athletes, the 2 Germans, and I think will want to make their mark on this race. Germany, not a leading rugby nation, I think it's fair to say, particularly compared with Ireland, but quite often rowing clubs are also rugby clubs, and that's the case of the Heidelberg club. Both Heidelberg clubs are very strong at the top of the German rugby league over many years. Carla Zayons is in the rowing side, but I'm sure she might be a potential rugby player as well. Both long levers, both these athletes. Let's see what they make of those.
That's a new one to me now, rugby and rowing, putting them together. In Ireland, we have rowing and swimming clubs. A few of those.
Sounds a little pessimistic, doesn't it, that combination? But okay,
well, look, if you're a good swimmer,
sure.
it's going to translate into if you fall out of the boat. But that's not going to happen here today. But there has been a change here, as you can see from our drone shot, lane 5. It is Croatia having gone through that 1,500 metre mark after overtaking Turkey, who had led it out from the start. Then Spain also making a change. They've moved up in front of Germany to take that 3rd position, followed in by Poland. So lots of changes, which we haven't really been seeing all morning. Everyone has kind of changed position.
Ja, wie meine Kollegin sagt, man schaut kurz weg und plötzlich führt ein anderes Boot. Es ist verwirrend hier aus dem Zielturm. Nicht ganz so gut die Nachrichten allerdings für die deutschen Fans. Kaitlin Morton, Stuttgarter RG, und Carla Zayons am Schlag von der RG Heidelberg. Das Rennen ist noch nicht so richtig ihr Ding gewesen bislang. Und es führen andere im Moment gerade, Kroatien.
What a beautiful shot here of our leaders, Croatia, in lane 5 as they come into the final 250 or less of their race. They're holding off the challenge from the rest of the crews. What a great time. They timed that perfectly to wait until that kind of just about the 500 metres or a little bit more with it to overtake the Turkish crew that were leading it out. But there's also a challenge happening here on the other side of Turkey from Germany. They're trying to push here, but Turkey are really starting to up it here now. Do they have something left here? Can they catch Croatia at this stage?
Well, this is a real cracker. We're a B final of the women's pairs, and 4 boats more or less align as they come to the last 2 boys. They're just meters from the line, and it's anyone's race still up for grabs. Oh, it's going to be desperately close. I think I know who got there first, but we'll wait and let the jury tell us what the 1, 2, 3 and 4 was relatively clear, but the 1 and 2 we'll have to wait for official confirmation. And that was a bow ball and a half, I think, maximum at the line.
What a great finish here, and we're still not even in the medal finals yet. This was a final B for places 7 through 11, but great comeback there from Turkey, whether they got it or not. It was a brilliant finish, and here we have official results. Yes, Turkey's burst at the end. They got it back, took the lead back from Croatia, who had taken it with the last 500 metres to go. Germany then holding off the challenge from Spain, who were coming fast and furious as well at them, and then Poland finishing in that 5th position, or ranking 11th overall in the women's pair. Great race there for us, and just a taste of what's to come for the rest of the day. But we move back up the course for our next final B, and this time it is the turn of the men's double sculls, who always, when we go up the course, they're nearly down to us already. They're so quick. But here we have lane 1 Norway, lane 2 Hungary, lane 3 Bulgaria, lane 4 Ireland, lane 5 Georgia, lane 6 Greece at the 500 metre mark. It was looking like Ireland leading this one out ahead of Bulgaria and Hungary, and at the halfway, still the same top 3. Ireland, that is Sam Wheeler O'Brien from Skibbereen Rowing Club and Harry McCartney of Methodist College Belfast, leading this one out ahead of Bulgaria and Hungary.
Yeah, Ireland really hammering away at this race, my word. But it's not hammering in any ugly sense. It looks good, it looks smooth, it looks connected, it's working for them. And you can see from these aerial shots how well they're moving away from those puddles that they're pushing back towards their stern. And if you compare how that's happening in the Irish boat bottom left of your screen with, say, the two boats over on the far side, on the right-hand side of your picture, there's different movement in the boat. It's smooth. There they are, nice side-on shot of the Irish, working that through wisely with hats in this hot sun.
Backward hats as well, it's important to note that as well. Yeah, you can just see by their style there, they're very aggressive through the water. They were the fastest through out of these crews through the semi-finals yesterday, and they have a point to prove, just missing out on a final A position. We saw Harry McCartney last year at the World Under-19s in a quad, and he raced as well in a quad at the Europeans. Sam Wheeler-O'Brien we've seen compete at Coupe de la Jeunesse, but first time here at a European Championships. But there is a little bit of a challenge coming now from their right hand side. Bulgaria now starting to put on that little bit of a push. Can Ireland hold them off? Hungary still holding on to that third position, followed by Greece, Norway and Georgia.
Yeah, a good side-on view of the Greeks just now. Now again that aerial shot, and you get a feel for the distance that the Irish have built up over most of the rest of the field. They've only got one serious opponent, a sense, and that's on their right-hand side. So they've got to keep a good eye on what the Bulgarians are doing. They'll have to keep an eye on Georgia potentially as well. Greece, I think, have got a bit more left. They've got hit a slightly soggy patch, but Ireland in the centre of your picture, wonderful. Moving away now towards 6th overall in Europe.
Yes, indeed. Ireland holding off that challenge here from Bulgaria on their right-hand side, looking for places 7 through 12 here from Final B. And this is a brilliant finish. They're still looking so calm, even as they up the rate here now. So Sam Wheeler-O'Brien there and Harry McCartney representing Ireland, coming in to take the win in Final B, getting a ranking of 7th overall in the men's double sculls. Bulgaria then next to them weren't able to challenge Ireland to the end, but what a great finish there for 3rd and 4th position. It looked like lane 1 Norway had a massive final 500 metres to take Hungary there. We'll wait for official results. And then we had Georgia and Greece as well. That was a great finish to Final B of the men's double sculls.
Was indeed. Well done, the Irish. Placed 7th, of course. Maths is not my thing. But anyway, yes, if you win the B final, you're 7th. Brilliant. Well done to the Irish. We come on to the next B final. Norway, Ireland again in this one. Can they repeat that kind of performance? Italy, Lithuania, Slovenia and Hungary. This is the lineup in the women's double sculls B final.
We move up the course. They're already gone through that 500 metre mark. Lithuania in lane 4, leading this one out, followed by Slovenia in 2nd, Hungary in 3rd, followed by Ireland, Norway and Italy. There, the island is starting to come into their view now very, very soon. So we'll get an update of times as they move through 1,000 metres. On paper from yesterday, the Lithuanian crew for sure were the fastest through the semi-finals. Followed closely by Slovenia and Ireland. There wasn't much separating those 3 crews, so plenty of space and water here for things to change, but at the moment Lithuania winning this one out.
Lithuania have done so well in international rowing since becoming independent, particularly, has to be said, on the women's side of the programme. And here they're bringing through another set of young athletes. And when I say young, I mean young. Turned 16 in July, the twin sisters Goda and Emma Glusakaite in the B final. I suspect that's the kind of crew we'll see in the A final next year. They're looking very good.
They certainly are. They raced together last year at the World Under-19s in the quad, so they've been put together now as this double scull. I always wonder if rowing with your sibling, particularly your twin, is helpful or not. That's the question we'll have to ask them sometime, but they're just passing that island there now and still looking strong in that first position. Over on their left-hand side of our screen, we have Slovenia as well, looking strong, as are Ireland. And yes, things have changed. Ireland have moved moved up into that third position. That is Holly O'Flynn from Skibbereen Rowing Club again, and then Gabby Nagel from Fermoy Rowing Club. So Lithuania still leading this one out, followed by Slovenia. We have Ireland in third, followed by Hungary, Norway and Italy.
Yeah, siblings, an interesting one. I know my sister wouldn't want to row with me, but if I ever did a doctoral thesis, I think it would be on twins in international sport, notably in rowing, of course, and other siblings and non-siblings, because there's masses of data available over years at top international level. And the number of twins in international competition is statistically so unlikely that there must be something there worth studying, at least as twins. Other sibling combinations, well, that's a different question.
I can't wait to see your PhD research, Paul, on that. But certainly, yes, the twins often do well, no matter what boat class they are in, no matter what championships we see them in. But yes, still leading it out now as they head towards that 1,500 metre mark. Let's give a shout out to the bow woman from the Italian crew, turning 16 today. That is Detamano. She is teamed up with Sasu. They're currently in that 6th position, challenging Norway for that 5th position as well. We also have some returning rowers from last year's season in the boat from Hungary. Kata Skozgi, she's also rowing the mixed double later on in another category that we have, an exciting category to come. And the strokes woman Stratmaye we saw in the double last year at the Europeans and Worlds, and she actually won a silver medal in this boat class last year at the Europeans. Not in a medal final this year, but she has a new rower with her, so I'm sure that's a team that will be building and building.
What a way to spend one's 16th birthday, yeah, on the Beatsee in Brandenburg. I hope the DJ has got Tanti Aguri AT in his Spotify collection when they come in. A nice little round of happy birthday there to Maria Lucrezia Di Tamo. Hot birthday for her, and hot pace being set on the course. Again, it looks as it's going to be a fairly close run into the line.
Absolutely, there with less than 500 to go. There it was Ireland overtook Slovenia to take 2nd position now, so they're starting to challenge the twins from Lithuania, who've been leading this out from the start. There on your screen, Lithuania are the first boat on the left hand side. Ireland are in lane 2. They're over on the right hand side, so great challenge here by Holly O'Flynn and Gabby Nagel there from Ireland. Also a nice challenge from Slovenia in lane 5, as well as Italy. There's a nice race happening there for these positions as well. Again, this is a final B, so places 7 through 12. The crowds are starting to cheer. There's a lot of flags, particularly I'm seeing the Irish flags. I might be biased, but that's what I'm seeing on the grass here in front of the grandstand, cheering Holly and Gabby on here. But the twins from Lithuania still have enough in the tank here and holding off the challenge from Ireland. But look at this from Italy and now as well, having moved up the ranks now to get themselves alongside Slovenia and just getting ahead of them by the looks of it.
Yeah, 2 small countries in population terms leading the field, though, in fine form. Lithuania and Ireland get the 1 and 2. That's position 7 and 8 overall in Europe to conclude the B final of the women's double sculls.
Great racing there. There are winners here, ranking 7th overall. The twins from Lithuania taking the win here in final B. Well done there. Ireland coming in that 2nd position, followed by with Slovenia, Italy in 3rd, Slovenia in 4th, followed by Hungary and Norway. And let's move back up the water, back up the course to our next final B. This time it is the men's 4. We have 4 boats competing here in this. So places 7 through 10. In lane 1 we have Spain, lane 2 Poland, lane 3 Serbia and lane 4 Ireland. And at that 500 metre mark, Poland leading this one out, followed by Ireland, Serbia and Spain.
Wir sind jetzt im B-Finale Männer Vierer. Auch hier, gute Nachricht für die deutschen Fans, gibt es wenig auf Deutsch zu hören. Ich bleibe vorwiegend beim Englischen im Moment, weil die Deutschen eben nicht im B-Finale sind, sondern nachher im A-Finale zu sehen. Ein Genuss, hoffe ich, für alle. Jetzt haben wir Spanien, Polen, Serbien und Irland. Die kämpfen um die europäischen Plätze 7 bis 10.
We're already gone through halfway now and things have stayed the same. It is still the crew from Poland who are leading this one out. Through the heats yesterday, they were about 3 seconds faster than the other crew. The next fastest crew was Serbia. We do have some returning members from the men's 4 last year in this Polish boat, both from the World and European under-19s. They finished 6th at the Europeans, 9th at the Worlds. So lots of experience there in the 3 and the stroke seat of the Polish boat. Serbia then also some experience there from the quad actually last year at the World under-19. So having gone from sculling to sweeping. Ireland then in that second position. Emmett Villing there in the bow seat. Henrik Cassianionis in the 2 seat. Conal Gillard in 3 and Dara Collins stroking this one. And Spain then again a returning member from the quad in fact last year, Neil Martin Bernados in the 3 seat. So a little bit of experience but lots of new rowers as well and emerging talents here on the water.
Yeah, where do all these Irish athletes come from? I mean, you know, it's not an endless pool of population like the big countries, and how do you keep them away from silly sports like hurling and so on and get them to do something sensible like rowing or swimming?
It had, I think, a huge amount to do with the O'Donovan brothers back in 2016 and then winning an Olympic medal, and just schools rowing took off, it blew up. And it has stayed that way. You know, other sports you see teenagers falling off where it just keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger within school programs. And like a lot of these rowers are in their final couple of years in school. A lot of them are facing into leaving cert, is what we call it in Ireland, in the next week. But they're here and they're competing. And, you know, it's actually getting stronger and stronger in the youth rowing or junior rowing in Ireland.
Wonderful. Well, send them to Oxford. Oxford desperately needs some good freshman intake, I think. Strong performance, though, by Poland in particular. They've chosen the last 250 metres for yet another push, and they're enjoying the luxury of the view back to the 3 remaining crews behind them.
They certainly are. Yes, incredible race here from Poland, leading from the very start, looking super strong. Ireland holding off the challenge from Serbia on their right-hand side, who are still in that 3rd position. Spain really trying to up it here now. Their rate has gone up, but they don't seem to be closing the gap too much. But well done there to Poland, taking the win in final B of the men's 4. Ireland coming into that 2nd position, followed by, we have Serbia and Spain. So that is places 7 through 10 here in the men's 4. That Polish crew looking very happy with the win here.
Well, perhaps we'll have a happy Polish crew in this next race as well. They won this event in Munich. They're now in the B final. We've come to the women's 4s. Individual neutral athletes. There are 4 of them over in lane 1, which is on the right-hand side of your video picture if you're just joining us now at this stage in the competition. Poland has the centre lane and Croatia completes the trio. Places 7 through 9 at European level up for grabs here in the women's 4.
So 3 boats competing, as Paul mentioned, and at 500 it is that Polish crew who were fastest, 2nd fastest through the heats out of these crews yesterday. They are currently leading this one out with about 1.5 seconds ahead of individual neutral athletes. Croatia then in that 3rd position. Only one rower who raced last year on the international scene, that is Paula Rutkowska in the 3 seat for the Polish boat. In this boat class last year, she finished 6th at the World under-19s. Everyone else is looking like a new rower, emerging talent here in the women's 4. We started with 9 entries yesterday. We had 2 heats, and so these the fastest 6 went into final A, which we will see later on today. And so here we have 3 crews, and again, nice lead here by the Polish crew in the middle lane, looking very steady here as they head towards that halfway mark.
Well, in my fancy club name collection, I have to look to Croatia. Selection could be by alliteration, who knows? They've got 2 ladies from the Ictus club, 1 from Istra, and they've teamed up with 1 from Zagreb, as I say, next year's hosts of this event, the Under-19 European Rowing
Look forward to that in Croatia. Istra and Ictus, great names for clubs, and see how they do along the course. This women's four, just a 3-boat field, but 3-boat fields can be very exciting as well, all the way to the line. Early challenge came from Poland, who I think were seriously annoyed not to have made it to the A final. Very disappointed faces yesterday, but wanting to make their mark at least in the B final.
And they certainly are doing that as they go through that halfway mark with 3.5 seconds of a lead. 4.5 seconds, in fact, ahead of individual neutral athletes. Croatia still in that third position. So they're just opening up a gap now ahead of individual neutral athletes at this point in the race. Do you think, Paul, is it harder when there's only 3 boats compared to 6? Mentally, is that harder or is it easier?
Well, ask a canoeist who has 10. Keeping an eye on others can be tricky when you're several lanes apart. So one advantage, at least, of a 3-boat race is you're always in something like a chevron. Or you may be 3 abreast, but it's a little bit easier to keep track of what's going on around you. Apart from that, I mean, you should be doing your own race plan. Keeping an eye on the others is important, but it looks at the moment as if that's not the major problem for this Polish crew. I mean, they've now got a good view back to the others. They can see anything coming. Would it be different if there were 3 more boats on the course? Probably not. They are making a very good show indeed of this, the Poles there in the middle of your picture.
Thank you for that explanation, Paul. So we're into the final, almost 500 metres of the women's 4. This is the third last final B of the morning. We have 2 more to come after this before we take a little break, and then we'll be moving on to the medal finals for the few hours of the afternoon. At 500 metres to go now, the Polish crew here still holding off. They have now 6 seconds of a lead, so just opening up a bigger gap with every stroke that they pull. So 6 seconds over individual neutral athletes, and then Croatia still in that third position. About 1.5 seconds between individual neutral athletes and Croatia. So Croatia potentially here could come and give that little bit of a push here now. There is still enough space, about 300 metres to go here now, if they want to get into that second position for ranking 8th overall in the women's 4.
When I'm commentating in the tower, I always like to do a little commentator's quiz every day, and it's starting to itch. I'm going to set the first question of today's commentator quiz for you online, ladies and gentlemen. If they're individual neutral athletes, why is their abbreviation not INA? There's a very good reason why it's not INA. Why is it AIN, and what does that stand for? Anyone who thinks they're in with a chance of that, there will be a prize. People always doubt this, but there really is a prize if you answer this and any other question that comes to my mind in the course of the day. paul.castle@web.de is the place to send the answers. Last year people joined in. I was delighted to give the prize. But the prize here goes to Poland, who have increased their lead now to bags of clear water. They're making it look ridiculously easy, and it isn't, but just a stroke or 2 from the line, Poland takes European ranking number 7.
Great race here between Croatia and individual neutral athletes. Croatia really tried to come back at AIN, which I can't wait to see what the prize is, Paul. I'm very excited to hear about this. But AIN there, individual neutral athletes, just holding on to that second position ahead of Croatia. So there we have it, official results. Poland taking first position in final B, or 7th ranking overall. Individual neutral athletes in that second place, and Croatia in third. So only 2 more final B to go. We're going to be moving up the course to a very quick race. This time it is the men's quad, and we have 6 boats here. Lane 1 we have Belgium, lane 2 Spain, lane 3 Italy, lane 4 individual neutral athletes, lane 5 Switzerland, lane 6 Lithuania. At 500 metres, individual neutral athletes leading this one out ahead of Belgium, Switzerland, Italy in 4th, followed by Lithuania and Spain.
So, jetzt in diesem Rennen gibt es ein bisschen mehr Deutsch. Belgien ist am Start mit Spanien gewesen, zusammen mit Italien und den individuellen neutralen Athleten. Das waren die 2 Mittelbahnen.
Dann kommt die Schweiz auf Bahn 5, relativ nah an der Tribüne, relativ nah dann zu den Kuhglocken, die gestern unüberhörbar waren. Talwil, Grasshoppers, Richterswil und Zug werden auch heute die Kuhglocken läuten lassen, wie auch immer. Litauen komplettiert das Sechsbootfeld im B-Finale, Männer Doppelvierer.
Now, these rowers had 2 races yesterday because they came through the heats, and then they also came through the semi-finals. So this is race number 3 for them this weekend. Yesterday was very hot. It was 29, 30 degrees. So their recovery would have been even more important compared to those who only had that 1 race yesterday. At halfway, things still the same. It was individual neutral athletes went through ahead of Belgium and Switzerland. But as you can see from this drone shot, Belgium are on the very right-hand side there in lane 1, certainly challenging individual neutral athletes here. The cowbells for Switzerland are already ringing from the grandstand. They're in that 3rd position. They're also very much in contention. It's very close here now. Italy just behind them in that 4th position, followed by Lithuania and Spain. This is going to be close, Paul.
Yes, as one would expect and hope of quad sculls. B final, A final, doesn't matter. It's going to be another cracker, I think. Belgium, Spain, Italy, the individual neutral athletes, Switzerland and Lithuania still all in with a chance. And we're not that far from the finish. We're coming rapidly towards the last 250 and they're pretty well all abreast.
Yes, and Italy starting to make a push here now. We have one rower who raced last year at the World Under-19s in the single scull, Matteo Miglioli in the bow seat. We have 15-year-old Tessie as well in the 3 seat, and they're certainly making a push here now as things start to change. So they've moved up into 3rd position, right up alongside Belgium. I still think they have something else in them here. So at the moment, individual neutral athletes from Belgium and Italy, but Italy really starting to challenge.
Ja, wie Sie aus dem Englischen entnehmen konnten, sieht es nicht so toll aus für die Schweiz im Moment. Fröndrich, Bodmer, Jodil und Bisang, Musiker an Bord, Klavier und Posaunen, Talente. Aber das reicht im Moment nicht für die ganz große Musik kurz vor der Ziellinie. Neben ihnen, neben den Schweizern, die AIN, die Neutralen und Italien mit einem fulminanten Sport, sowie Belgien.
Here we go, final B of the men's quadruple sculls. Individual neutral athletes here holding off the challenge. What a great comeback here from Switzerland as well. But Belgium over the far side as well, putting on a challenge for AIN. But it is individual neutral athletes going to take the win, looking like it is Belgium. But then between Switzerland and Italy, let's wait for official results, followed in by Spain and Lithuania. What a finish there by Switzerland. They really came out of nowhere to challenge here. But individual neutral athletes, what a great race they had, winning from that first 500 metres and holding off all the challenges that were coming from every side of them. Official results a little bit slower to come in when the races are that little bit closer, but they will be with us in any moment. But again, these rowers, these young rowers, it was their 3rd race of the weekend, and when conditions are hot like this, it is quite hard. But here we have it, individual neutral athletes taking the win in final B, so that's ranking 7th overall. Belgium in 2nd, Italy 3rd, Switzerland in 4th, followed by Spain and Lithuania.
What a great start to the day. We've had C and B finals, just one B final still to come. Then a little break, as my colleague said, and then it's A final time. But the B finals are shaping up brilliantly. Let's see what happens in the women's quadruple sculls. Lithuania, they're on the right-hand side of your video shots. Spain next to them. Greece has the centre lane. It's a 5-boat field. Italy and then Serbia closest to us on the grandstand side when they get here.
And here we have the first times of the race at 500 metres. Greece leading this one out. They were the fastest of these boats through the heats. We had 11 entries starting off, 2 heats, and they were the fastest of these crews through the heats. Italy then in that 2nd position. We can see that, like the Italian junior scullers, they have such a big sprint in them at the finish. So let's see if they can emulate what the men just did. Serbia then in that 3rd position, followed by Spain and Lithuania.
Yeah, my word. This is, I think, going to shape up for yet another great one. Greece threw down that very strong early challenge. Can they keep that up? That's the big question for me. Certainly, the stroke woman, Stella Karayotti, knows all about keeping up the pressure all the way. Won a silver in this event last year. Will be sad to be in the B final, but she's got another junior year to come. This is a young crew, the Greeks, 2 born in 2010, 2 in 2009, and Greece, another of those countries that's had an enormous resurgence of its rowing at elite level, but particularly I think at junior level, thanks not least of course to the Italian coach Giovanni Postiglione, who's done great work in Greece over the last now several years, and one crew after another. Very impressive indeed. Let's see what happens over the second half of this course.
Yes, that halfway there, a little bit of a change. Greece still leading it out from Italy, but Spain have overtaken Serbia into that third position, followed by Lithuania. A lot of new rowers here in these boats, bar maybe I think 2 have raced last year internationally in the Spanish boat that are really starting to come in the 3-seat. Mikel Aguro Moreno raced in these championships, so the European under-19s last year. She was in the women's 8 winning a bronze medal, and she was 5th in the women's 4. So having moved from sweep rowing over to sculling here, and they are starting to put on that bit of a pressure. We've seen in the bow seat for Lithuania, Alsov Sekut, we saw her in the junior women's solo at the Beach Prince in Turkey last year. So great to see lots of these rowers trying out the coastal rowing as well.
Looking at Italy and Greece, though, I mean, Greece, yes, looked very impressive, but somehow I had the feeling Italy's still got somewhere to go. And I'm not sure that Greece has. I can't see 6th gear yet. Can they hold on to it? Or what can the Italians pull out of the bag over the last, less than 500 now?
I think the Italians always have a 6th gear that they can go to, but I think you're right. The Greek crew look like they might be there already. So let's see what the Italians do now as we come into about 400 metres to go. At the 500 metres to go mark, it was Greece just holding off Italy just about ahead of Spain then, who are about 9 seconds back in that third position, followed by Serbia and Lithuania. So it's all about Greece and Italy here now. These two boats, both in their blue one pieces, are all in ones here, side by side, coming down towards the last 300 metres.
Yes, unusually perhaps for a quad race, this is turning really into 2 races. And there's the all-blue race, as you say, up the front, and then plenty of clear water back behind the Greek and Italian sterns to the rest of the field. And it's really going to come down to who's got the most stamina and who can keep it together the best over the last red boys. And we're now into that zone just short of the line.
Here we go. The Italians are going, but the Greek crew are certainly staying in ahead at this point here. They're having a look across, seeing if they have enough space here to hold off the Italians, who are really charging here now. We're into the final 75 metres or so. It is Greece from Italy. I'm not sure where Greece are finding this from, but they are holding off the challenge. Can Italy come back with anything else? They're still going with the rate, but it is Greece's bow ball. This is just ahead. Who's going to pull the stroke at the right time? Oh, so close here between Greece and Italy. As you said, pretty much a separate race, Paul, from the rest of the field. Here comes Spain, who were looking very strong there at the halfway mark, but just falling back slightly away from those leaders. So that is Spain coming in that third position, followed in by Serbia and Lithuania. But what a great finish there from Greece and Italy.
My word, what a way to finish the first block of racing today. No idea. That was too close for us to call, definitely. And we're bang on the finishing line here in Brandenburg. It looked to me as if in the closing stages, Greece just stayed together better. Italy, particularly the bow and 2, started to look a little ruffled. Here comes the result. Wait for it, ladies and gentlemen.
Here it is. It is Greece who pulled that stroke right at the right time to get over that finish line in first position. So ranking 7th overall. It is Greece from Italy, Spain in 3rd, then Serbia and Lithuania. So that rounds out all our C and B finals from this morning. We'll be moving on to the medal races next, but there will be a short break first. The first final A will be the men's pair. That kicks off at 11 a.m. Central Time. So we will be starting our stream, our broadcast again about 5 minutes before that race to give you all the information about the afternoon.
Now that race includes yet another Irish cruise. So before we let people go and have a cup of coffee on a Sunday morning, the Irish question. And I don't mean that in a political sense. We've talked about schools and the importance of college and the importance of those examples of the O'Donovans and so on. But in Skibbereen in particular, that World Rowing described as the powerhouse of Irish rowing a while ago in an article, one of the members said it's all down to people. Tell me more about Skibbereen. Why are they so good?
What we'll do, Paul, we're going to save that. We're going to go for a cup of coffee. I'm going to save that answer because it's a very special one. I'll give it to you after the break.
Lovely. Look forward to it all the more. Keep up the suspense. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back just short of 11 o'clock for the A finals.
Liebe Damen und Herren, es ist soweit, es ist Zeit fürs A-Finale. Ladies and gentlemen, are you happy and excited to see the A-Finals? Good job. Perfect. Ich habe eine Frage. Wo sind all die Familienangehörigen? Die Eltern, die Schwestern, die Tanten, die Brüder? So you part of the royal family. Perfect. So, in the next few minutes, we will see the first A-final of the 2026 Under-19 European Championships. So this is for some of them the first international experience. This is some chance your daughter or your son or your brother or your sister, whatever. So I expect everything from your side. Is that okay? You're doing amazing. The short question, we will have an Austrian road. Ein österreichisches Wort, everybody is drin. Wo sind die Österreicher? Sehr gut. Da waren wir noch schwanger, oder? Die Schweizer, da drüben sind welche. Wo sind die Schweizer Fans? We had some Danish fans yesterday from Denmark. Well, this is disappointing. You don't want to be like Denmark.
Hello and welcome back to the 2026 European Rowing Under-19 Championships. Coming to you live from Brandenburg in Germany. It is a finals day. We are gearing up for the first of Final A. We'll see who our medalists are very, very soon. It is about 25 degrees here now on BHC Regatta course just outside Brandenburg. We're close to Berlin here and we are about to crown our top athletes in European Under-19 rowing. My name is Niamh Hayes and I am joined today on the live stream commentary with Paul Castle. Welcome, Paul. Welcome back.
Yes, welcome back, and welcome back online or for the first time if you're listening in now because you happen to know someone in an A-Final. We've got the first of those down now on the start, the men's pairs. Willkommen, beziehungsweise willkommen zurück. Und wenn Sie dann Fans von deutschsprachigen Teams sind, jetzt habe ich ein bisschen mehr Arbeit auf Deutsch, denn in den A-Finalen haben sowohl Schweizer wie auch Deutsche und Österreicher Boote sich, wenn nicht en masse, zumindest in beeindruckender Zahl dann qualifiziert. Und das erste Rennen allerdings ohne deutschsprachige Beteiligung, im A-Finale Männer Zweier.
We have been treated to some really exciting racing between yesterday and today. We went through all the heats yesterday. We had semi-finals in the afternoon, and this morning we've already seen our B and C finals for rankings from 7 all the way down to 18, but now it is all about those A finals. Those medals are up for grabs. So the afternoon we're going to run through for the next couple of hours. We will have 10 final A's. There'll be a short break and then we'll be back with the final 4 then in the afternoon. But these athletes that are gearing up here this afternoon, you know, they are some of the top athletes, the emerging talent from many countries across Europe. We've seen over 400 athletes across the 2 days, 32 nations competing across 14 boat classes. And that first boat class that will be getting going in the next maybe just over 3 minutes or so, it will be the Under-19 men's pair. Paul, have you been surprised with the level of racing that we've seen already today, and we haven't even reached the medal finals yet?
Well, I think surprise would be the wrong word because I knew there was a lot of talent here. Delighted, and at sometimes struggling to survive cardiologically. Some very close runs in, beta blocker stuff. Bad for my blood pressure. Great to enjoy. So not really a surprise, but a pleasant confirmation of the kind of talent here on the course. Perhaps a word now about the start. If you don't watch this kind of event very often, how does this work? Well, the boys and girls in green shirts who are lying down with their hands in the water have a particularly important role here because there are no pneumatic shoes that come out of the water here and hold the bows of the boat so that they're all level. They each have a little earphone in their ear, obviously, and the aligneur, the person who lines them up, whose hut is opposite that big sign saying start that you can see, is telling lane 2 a couple of centimetres back, lane 3 a couple of centimetres forward, and so on, until he or she is completely satisfied as a member of the jury that they're all perfectly aligned down at the start. So a big thank you to, there we go, a fine shot of our volunteers wearing hats appropriately in the green shirts. They and 100 others put in great amount of work here in Brandenburg.
We're seeing a beautiful shot here of the Beatsy Regatta course here in Brandenburg, a natural lake which has a rich history in lots of different water sports. We'll chat about that throughout the afternoon. But here in the first final A, the first medal final of the day, it is the under-19 men's pair. So what you will see is two rowers in the boat. They have one oar each. So this is sweep rowing as opposed to sculling rowing, where they would have two oars each. And if we run through the start list here, lane one, so that's the far side of your screen, the ones that are hiding behind all the other crews. We have Ireland in the bow seat, Evan O'Byrne and Matthias Kogan in the stroke seat. Lane two, individual neutral athletes Dimitri Yankin and Daniel Kulazevic. In lane three, Romania, we have Radu Andrei Nuskru and Dimitru Christian Pascari. Lane four, Greece, Georgios Kiotis and Apostolos Stravos Alexiou. In lane 5, Hungary, Martin Mezzosi and Samu Mackay. And then lane 6, closest to us in the red all-in-ones, we have in the bow seat Hassan Ali Sisik and Effie Akara. So 6 crews lining up. 3 sets of medals up for grabs, and a great mix of returning rowers and medalists from the last few seasons at under 19 level. But also we're seeing lots of new faces, new emerging talent here, and it's a great showcase of what Europe's junior rower scene is like. And it is, from what we've seen already over the last few weeks, last few days, it's been amazing. So here we go, the start of the under 19 men's pair final A.
So what happened just now? Well, there was an acoustic signal at the start. The traffic lights on each of those pontoons with the volunteers on them went from red to green. There's no way you can miss the start, and they've all gone herring off. It's the race plan time, turning that into action on the water. Some with a slightly slower start, some faster. Each will have their own plan, but also have to react to what the others are doing over the next 1900 metres.
Exactly. So 2,000 metres is the race course here. Everyone has to do it. And with the men's pair, we started with 12 entries yesterday, which means there was 2 heats. And so we have the top 6 here, the top 6 crews. Out of these crews through the heats, Greece definitely looking like one of the favourites. They were the fastest out of these 6 crews through the heats. Then it was quite close between Romania and Hungary. Individual neutral athletes, Ireland, they were all within kind of a second and a half of each other. And Turkey then another half a second down or so. So this is going to be very close. We saw some really close racing in the semi-finals and particularly the final Bs this morning. But as it gets into these medal finals now, things start to really heat up and really come down to the last few metres of a race.
Yes, I'm looking forward to some very exciting runs in to the line. Meine Damen und Herren, kein deutschsprachiges Boot in diesem Rennen, aber kurze Erklärung, wenn wir nachher von den Bahnen reden. Bahn 1 und 2, die sind auf der rechten Seite von Ihrem Bildschirm im Moment in diesem Rennen. Irland und die individuellen neutralen Athleten. Und dann die Mittelbahnen, das sind 3 und 4. Und wenn wir von den Innenbahnen oder Tribünenseite reden, das sind die Bahnen 5 und 6 auf der linken Seite von Ihrem Bild auf solchen Drohnenaufnahmen.
So we're seeing here as we come up to 500 metres, Romania there leading this one out. They had a very strong start. They always do in these races. Individual neutral athletes then who are on the right hand side of them here on our screen. They're currently sitting in that second position, followed by Hungary, Turkey, Ireland and Greece. Now, as Paul mentioned at the start, you may be in 4th, 5th or 6th position right now, but that doesn't mean race is over. They all have their individual race plans. And it's really important not to get caught up in what's kind of happening around you and kind of stick to that plan, isn't it, Paul?
Yes, the only place you don't want to end up is behind the umpire's launch. That's normally bad news, but that's most unlikely in this A final. Romania have, as one might have expected on their performance so far, both here and in the past, thrown down an early challenge and are trying to build that lead. The individual neutral athletes in the lane next to them on their right-hand side, their stroke side, are not letting them break away, though. There's a good shot of the Greek lineup, Kiotis and Alexiou, and they're obviously trying to keep a close eye on what their rivals are doing. That's easier if you're on one of the 2 middle lanes, like the Greeks here. You can look to both left and right, but keep the concentration, desperately important, in your own boat as well.
Absolutely, very, very important. Individual neutral athletes now. You can see already just like a slight push coming up alongside Romania. The Romanian crew there featuring Radu Andrei Enescu in the bow seat, winning a gold medal at these European Under-19 Championships last year. He was in the men's 4 after coming over to the pair. Now, we also saw him at the World Under-19s where he finished 8th or 2nd in final B in the 4 as well. So lots of changes between different boat classes, but it's still them in the lead at the halfway mark, followed in very closely by individual neutral athletes. Again, a returning member from last year's international scene in the bow seat, Dimitri Yankin, raced at the European Under-23s, finishing 6th in the 4. So quite a few rowers from the 4 coming over to the pair. Ireland then on that right hand side, Emma Byrne of St Michael's Rowing Club, Matthias Cogan stroking there for Skibbereen Rowing Club. This is actually their 3rd season racing together, albeit in different boats. They've been in a Coxed 4, they were in a quad last year, and now in a pair. And it's, you know, a lot of these rowers, it's their last season as junior rowers. And I know the quote that they're saying is, for this one, it's their last one, fast one, is what they want to do. So I'm sure we're going to see a fast finish out of them. But look at this, it's individual neutral athletes now who put on that push around that halfway mark and have got themselves ahead of Romania now.
Well, I didn't even get to first one, worst one, so there we go. Romania have come here in force, a huge squad. And I mean that both in terms of numbers, but also in terms of physique. Very big, strong, long levers. That's classic Romanian athlete stuff. And then getting them to put in all those hours and hours of hard work that bring them to this kind of championship. But the individual neutral athletes, one lane to their stroke side, are not letting the Romanians break away at all. This looks to be shaping up for a real humdinger all the last 500 metres.
It certainly will be. We also know the Turkish crews there, they all have strong finishes from what we've seen over the last 2 days of racing. Sisik and Kara there in that Turkish crew racing last year in the men's 4, finishing 7th at the Worlds. At the moment, they are trailing in that 6th position, but I'm sure we'll start to see that little bit of a push. But with 500 to go here now, Romania is still holding off any challenge from individual neutral athletes. Then it is back to Greece in that 3rd position, followed by Turkey, Ireland and Hungary now in that 6th position.
Im Moment sieht es nach Medaillen für Griechenland, Rumänien und die individuellen neutralen Athleten aus. Die Frage ist, wer kriegt welche Farbe? Und auch plötzlich die Türkei wieder aufgewacht und sprintet jetzt ebenfalls, will unbedingt ein Wörtchen mitreden.
First lot of medals up for grabs. It is individual neutral athletes on the right hand side of your screen there. They are in lane 2 after pushing themselves into the lead ahead of Romania. Just about, can Romania come back? Looks like they nearly have reached their max. Greece are trying to go here now, but look at this from the Turkish crew here on the closest side to the grandstand in that red boat. They're really trying to go for it here. This is brilliant. That bronze medal, who is it going to go to? But that gold medal in the men's pair, looking like it's going to go to individual neutral athletes, followed by Romania, and then it is the crew from Greece who hold off that amazing challenge from Turkey, followed in by Hungary in that 5th position, Ireland then in that 6th. Well done there to all crews. First final A of the day. Romania so strong throughout that whole race, but individual neutral athletes timed it perfectly there. They had enough left in the tank to just get ahead of Romania, taking that gold medal, celebrating there as we can see on our screen. Here we have official results. That gold medal, we'll see them on the podium a little later on. Individual neutral athletes, Romania taking the silver, bronze to Greece.
Yes, and talking of victory ceremonies, it's the usual format here. We have another final for you before we then move on to the first of the medal ceremonies, and that will be the one for the men's pairs that we've just been seeing. That also lengthens up the gap between races. This next race is off at 11:10. After that we get to 13-minute intervals. Wenn Sie sich für Siegerehrungen interessieren, die kriegen Sie auch hier im Livestream zu genießen. Wir hoffen natürlich auf ein paar Medaillen für deutschsprachige Mannschaften.
Format bleibt wie eigentlich international üblich. Nach diesem nächsten Rennen, also nach dem Frauenzweier, gibt es das erste Mal eine Siegerehrung für den Männerzweier von soeben. Und so in diesem rotierenden Form gehen wir dann weiter. Allerdings werden die Abstände zwischen den Rennen etwas länger, entsprechend dann 13 Minuten. Aber zuerst mal um 11:10 Uhr geht es weiter mit diesmal einem Boot aus Österreich dabei im A-Finale Frauenzweier.
So let's go up to the start line for the second final A of the day. This time it is the turn of the under-19 women's pair. So we are seeing lane 6 closest to us here on screen. So if we go over to the far side in lane 1, it is the crew from Lithuania. We have Astru Kavaliaskait and Gabia Stasayet. We have Austria in lane 2, Ella Nader and Esther Schroberl. Italy then in lane 3, Carolina Casani and Letizia Maturano. Lane 4 then, Romania, we have Marina Ariana Balint and Jessica Popiscu. France next to them in lane 5, Lena Hofland and Lilia Bouchiki. And then individual and neutral athletes who I'm sure I'm not sure if they know that the males won there, the men's pair, but that will give them a good boost. It is Maria Shoda in the bow seat and Eva Apakina in the stroke seat. So we'll be getting going within the next less than a minute now to the start of the women's pair.
Ja, guten Morgen. Unter anderem nach Linz und Wien, die Fans der Wikinger und der WRK Donau-Athletinnen. Ella Nader im Bug hier für Österreich. Silbermedaille letztes Jahr im Vierer, also in Polen bei dieser Meisterschaft 25. Esther Schöbel, Bronze in eben genau diesem Boot. Frauenzweier. Wir sind sehr gespannt, wie das hier läuft. Harte Konkurrenz, vor allem zu ihrem Linken von Cassani und Maturana aus Italien. Litauen will sicherlich auch dann ein Wörtchen mitreden. Rumänien, Frankreich und die soeben bei den Männern erfolgreichen individuellen neutralen Athleten sind hier am Start.
Here we go, the start of the women's pair. Lots more medals up for grabs here now. We're seeing an early showing from lane 5. That is the French crew on the left-hand side of your screen. They're the second in from the left-hand side. So again, you know, they'll all have a different race plan. Some will be aiming to go off hard and fast, get themselves into a lead, but it's about can they sustain it. So at the moment, early showing from France. Romania inside them on the right-hand side, just trailing slightly, but they're definitely one of the favourites here. Having come through the heats, we had 11 entries yesterday morning, starting off in the women's pair, 2 heats, and we have the fastest, or top 6 here now. Romania, the fastest out of these crews, followed in by Italy. We're very close to them as well. They were in opposite heats, but very similar times. And then another one to watch, Austria as well, had a very good time. So they're just coming up towards that first 500 metre mark. But yes, still France looking like they have an early lead, and Austria in lane 2 in second.
Ja, meine Damen und Herren, wenn Sie die Österreicherinnen suchen, die sind auf diesen Drohnenaufnahmen das zweite Boot im Bild von rechts auf Ihrem Bildschirm. Und Ella Nader im Bug, also die Person vor der Kamera, und dann Esther Schöbel, die auf Schlag sitzt und eben einen Takt dann vorgibt. Das sind die Österreicherinnen aus Linz und Wien auf Ihrem Bild da gut zu sehen und gut dabei, wie es aussieht. Im Moment aber Frankreich in Führung.
So here they come up to that 500 metre mark. We're seeing 4 of these crews having returning members from the European or World Under-19s last year in different crews. And then the French and individual neutral athlete crews are new. They haven't raced before on the international scene. In this category, the Lithuanian crew, they finished 6th in this boat class last year. So they were also in Final A, finishing 6th at the moment. They are currently in that 6th position again. But France here now, a new crew. They are leading it out. They went off hard and fast at the start, and let's see if they can keep it up. Austria then in that second position. They raced in the 4 and the pair last year at the World Under-19s. But yeah, they're looking strong here now, and I think starting to make a little bit of a push. But look at this from Romania as well. They're starting to go in lane 4.
Bienvenue mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes maintenant au final A des femmes de
Nous sommes avons la France en tête. Si vous êtes fan de l'Union sportive de Riangy ou de Montez Aviron, Lina Hoffland ainsi que Lilia Buccichi en tête au moment, mais ça reste une bagarre vraiment très très serrée avec surtout les Roumaniennes. Vous voyez maintenant dans l'eau notre photo, le film du drone. Les Français sont deuxième à gauche et maintenant toujours en tête.
That was a very brave start from France, but look at this from Romania now. They're after pushing themselves into the lead here. They finished fourth at the World Under-19s last year in the four. So after making the transition over to the pair, and they timed that lovely. They were reserved at the start, held back. They were in sixth position for quite a bit, and now they have moved themselves into the lead. We also have the gold medalists from the women's four from the Europeans last year. They're in the Italian boat. They're the second in from the right on that beautiful drone shot here now, and they're also starting to push now. So I'm not sure if it was, I think France just had to be brave. They're a new crew and they had to be brave from the start to try and get into the mix.
Ja, give it a go. Nothing to lose and plenty to win. Who knows? Österreich, wo ist Österreich? Wir warten auf die nächste Drohnenaufnahme. Nicht ganz in der Lage mitzugehen mit vor allem der fulminanten Attacke der Rumäninnen. Frankreich weiterhin gut im Bilde und gut unterwegs Richtung Medaille. Was kann Österreich auf der zweiten Streckenhälfte mal aus dem Sack dann rausholen? Das wissen wir in den nächsten paar Minuten.
Things really starting to change now as they went through that halfway mark. So Romania now in a solid lead, really starting to open up a bit of a gap. They're ahead of Italy in that second position there at the right hand side of them. France trailing back slightly now. Looks like Austria in lane 2 have started to move up. They look to be in third position now, ahead of France, followed in by individual neutral athletes and Lithuania. But this is great rowing here from Romania here in the middle of our screen, but Italy still very much within touching distance of them.
Oui, malheureusement pour les Françaises, après une attaque vraiment fulminante, très courageuse au début, maintenant ils commencent à payer le prix un peu et laissent les Rouméniens passer. Les Françaises, je crois, au moment en troisième, même quatrième place pour l'instant. Mais on a toujours à peu près 500 Meter à ramer. Die letzten 500 Meter sind angebrochen. Was können Ella Nadel und Esther Schöbel jetzt herzaubern?
Here we go through the 1500 metre mark. Great race here between Romania and Italy. Romania is still holding on to the lead. Look at these, looking so strong here, looking really like they're keeping something in the tank and going to see off, or hopefully see off, a challenge from Italy. But we know the Italians are aggressive. We know they always have somewhere to go. No matter what rate they do down the course, they always find something at the end. So Romania now just focusing on that power. Italy now really starting to up that rate. You can see it.
Ja, gute Nachrichten für die österreichischen Fans. Dritte Position nach 1500 Meter, das würde reichen für den Podiumsplatz. Aber jetzt wird's richtig heiß. Die Rumäninnen wollen davon ziehen. Können sie das? Schaffen sie das? Was machen die Italienerinnen jetzt über die letzten 250 Meter?
Here we come in almost to the final 250 metres to go. It is Romania from Italy, Austria overtaking France. They're back the field a little bit. So Austria in that bronze medal position. Italy with their rate are still coming. They're still holding on to that aggression. Romania still staying that little bit more reserved, keeping it long, focusing on that power. They can see Italy coming with every stroke. Here they come. Italy are flying past them now. Look at this. Can Italy sustain it? They still have about 25 strokes to pull here. It looks like they certainly can. Romania certainly have room to move with their rate, but they're not using it. They're keeping it slightly more reserved. But this is brilliant from the Italians.
Fantastische Leistung der Italienerinnen, ziehen an den Rumäninnen vorbei. Aber ja, Linz und Wien an dritter Position. Es heißt wieder eine Medaille für diese bereits medaillengekrönten österreichischen Athletinnen. Wir freuen uns, mit euch die online zu hören und jubeln.
That was a masterclass in having a race plan and sticking with it. Italy held back. They knew at what point they needed to go, and they overtook Romania, who were looking so strong down the whole course. Brilliant racing there by the Italians and Romanians, but it is the Italian crew going to be claiming that gold medal in the under-19 women's pair. Silver to Romania, and we'll just wait for official results to come through to us, but it is bronze medal to Austria. France then finishing back in fourth, which was brilliant. Such a brave start from them, followed in by Lithuania in fifth and individual neutral athletes in sixth. Incredible racing we've been already treated to here in the first two final A's. So what we're seeing now is the victory ceremony for the first final A, which was just a little while ago. That was the men's pair. So Paul, can you talk us through what we're seeing on screen here?
Well, these young ladies and I hope men in the course of the afternoon practiced this all very carefully yesterday afternoon for hours and hours. This just doesn't just happen. Medal ceremonies require preparation, and all our colleagues put in a lot of work here. The one more difficult bit to control is sometimes the athletes, because they didn't practice yesterday afternoon. They were out on the water. We have the Romanians, we have in the middle the gold medalists, the individual neutral athletes, and to their right-hand side the bronze medalists from Greece. Always that same order, and the medals are presented by one person. We'll get round to them in a moment, and they're normally accompanied by a second VIP, for example from the sponsors, with a gift. So let's see what the gift is here in Brandenburg. Perhaps a word about the anthems. Individual neutral athletes, this is going to be different. There isn't a national anthem, obviously for them. We'll hear the FISA anthem in their honour later on, and particularly in the next race we'll hear the Italian one for the women's pairs, but this time don't be surprised, ladies and gentlemen, just the short FISA anthem. There go the medals. Who's presenting these? Tell us all about it, Niamh.
So here we have the medal presenters. We have Axel Mueller, who is a member of the Youth Commission from World Rowing. So he's presenting the medals, but also we are getting gifts. Can you make out what it is? I know you mentioned mosquito spray would have been very useful, but it looks to be something a little different.
Katharina von Kodelic jedenfalls übergibt jetzt die Preise. Vielen älteren Ruderfans in Deutschland mal bekannt, und endlose Rollen hat sie im Sport jetzt inne. Sie ist Präsidentin von diesem und Chefin von jener und sehr aktiv halt im Sport. Die Rumäninnen sind jetzt dran.
So here we have silver medalists Romania. Again, another very brave performance from them in the bow seat. Radu Andreescu and Dumitru Cristian Pascari stroke them. So this time I believe there's new presenters.
So that was Katharina von Kodelic, well known to many German rowers and very active in sport, particularly in Hamburg and in the coastal Rowing Commission, and here as the accompanying VIP. And now we come to the gold medal. Applause, very sporting, love that, from the two crews that they beat to this race. Axel Müller, member of the Youth Commission of World Rowing. He's had an international career as a coach in Israel, very active with Spain as well, and here he is handing over the first gold medals of these championships.
And here we have Dmitry Yankin in the bow seat, Daniel Kudlasiewicz in the stroke seat. And as Paul mentioned, it will be the FISA anthem that will be played for any individual neutral athletes who win medals here today.
Very curious to see what these gifts are. Looks like a bottle of orange juice, but surely not. No, anyway, something. Here they are, turning now towards the flags, which are down to their right, as in the opening ceremony. Great opening ceremony here, by the way, on Friday evening. Really well done. Full credit to Brandenburg. Yeah, nice short one. The World Rowing, the FISA anthem there that's played for the neutral athletes. Some countries have very long national anthems, but FISA have kept their anthem short. Now, everyone getting together for photos by the official site photographer Detlef Seib and his many colleagues, not least, of course, from Greece and the Romanian rowing press here in strength as well.
So great to see all the celebrations happening, and we'll be bringing you all the action from all the victory ceremonies from all of these medal racing as they get together there and celebrate. But we are back up to the start line. This time it is final A of the under-19 men's 4. 6 boats. We have lane 1 Switzerland, lane 2 France, lane 3 Romania, lane 4 Germany, lane 5 Italy, lane 6 individual neutral athletes. They're just after taking off the last 30 seconds or so, so we'll bring you updates very, very soon. But all eyes will be on, once again, the Romanian crew, who were the fastest through the heats yesterday. We had 10 entries starting off in the men's 4, 2 heats, and it was the Romanians that were blistering fast. We always see the Romanians are so strong here at all the under-19 championships. So can they make it to the podium again? That is the question.
Etwa 2 Kilometer von uns entfernt soeben gestartet. Die Schweiz auf der Bahn 1, das ist rechts in ihrem Bild bei den Drohnenaufnahmen. Die Franzosen sind neben ihnen auf der 2. Rumänien und Deutschland auf den 2 Mittelbahnen. Italien und dann auf der Tribünenseite die individuellen, neutralen Athleten. Jetzt unterwegs im Männervierer.
Beautiful shots there of BEC Regatta course here. Certainly a little bit fresher today from what you can see there on screen, but it's still very, very flat. Temperatures are a little bit down. It was about 28, 29, 30 degrees yesterday, where it's more in the low to mid 20s today with a bit of cloud cover, so I'm sure that is welcome by the athletes here. As we look at our drone shot, looking like lane 4, which is that German crew there, just ahead, Romania alongside them, but the French here, the second boat in from the right hand side, looking very strong. Another crew, we saw France in the last race as well in the women's pair, going off very hard from the start, so it looks like they're taking a similar tactic here. So through 500 metres, France taking that first position, followed by Germany, Romania, Italy in fourth, Switzerland and individual neutral athletes.
Ja, 2 von den Deutschen sind so tapfer. Es sind nicht nur ein A-Finale heute bestreiten, sondern nachher auch im Mixed Achter dann nochmal unterwegs sind. Jan Kohlbach von Böhlberg-Nelson zusammen mit seinem Clubkollegen Niklas Brell steigen gleich wieder ins nächste Boot. 2 A-Finale an einem Tag. Hut ab. Wo ist Deutschland? Wo ist die Schweiz? Nach 500 Metern sah es ganz gut aus für Deutschland. Zweite Position nach diesem sehr schnellen Start der Franzosen. Die Schweiz etwas zurück, aber sicherlich bald angefeuert, diese Mannschaft, die komplett vom Basler Ruderclub kommt. Alle 4 Athleten rudern auf dem Rhein und auf der Strecke, zwischen den 2 Schleusen oberhalb von Basel. Alle aus einem Club für die Schweiz unterwegs. Die deutsche Mannschaft gemischt, Hansa Hamburg, ARV Hanseat und eben die 2 von Böhlberg-Nelson. Mal sehen, was die 1000-Meter-Marke dann sagt.
I'm very excited to hear the crowds here. You know, there's a German crew within medal contention here at the moment. They are after taking the lead here, looks like from the drone shot, ahead of France down in that second position. We'll get the times now as they move through that halfway mark. So Germany now leading it out, followed in by France. Romania hanging back in third, but we know that the Romanians are going to be keeping something in the tank. But this is very, very strong here from Germany as they start to overtake everyone.
Ja, gute Nachrichten, wenn Sie jetzt zugeschaltet sind aus Hamburg oder sonst wo diese Mannschaft aus der Ferne anfeuern wollen. Die Deutschen führen das Feld mal an und nach 1000 Metern hatten sie sogar mehr als eine Sekunde Vorsprung vor den Franzosen. Das heißt, sie haben sie überholt zwischen 500 und 1000 Metern. Für die Schweiz sieht es im Moment gar nicht so gut aus. Die haben, glaube ich, Probleme da mitzuhalten mit diesem im Moment fulminanten Tempo vor ihnen.
They are blistering it down towards us here. They're coming up towards the 1500 metre mark shortly. We do have 2 medalists from last year at the European Under-19s in this boat class. That is the 3 and the stroke seat in the French boat. They won a bronze medal at the moment. They are in silver medal position, but Romania here looking strong as well. They're currently in third, but let's see if they can push. Very strong here between Germany and France. They're looking quite similar as they move down within their final 500 metres. The only other returning rower we're seeing from last year is Hermann in the bow seat of Switzerland. He also was in the men's 4, finishing 9th overall. So already he's going to do much better. We're looking for rankings 1st to 6th here in the final A. So as they go through that final 500 metre mark, it is Germany still leading. They're holding off France, who are holding off Italy now, who are going to go with that aggressive finish, it looks like.
Une médaille pour la France, absolument possible. Voici une performance vraiment magnifique, impressionnante par les jeunes Français dans le couloir numéro 2, maintenant en deuxième position, et une lutte très très serrée avec les Allemands qui sont toujours en tête après 200 mètres, avec toujours 200 mètres à ramer. L'Italie commence à attaquer également. Die Deutschen, können sie die Franzosen auf Distanz halten? Wie geht es zwischen Rumänien und Italien aus? Es bleibt spannend.
Look at the Italians coming once again, but it is Germany. It is all about Germany here. They're still within the reach of that gold medal. They're holding off France, but the Italians, can the Italians come and take that silver medal from Romania, who are now down to 4th? But it is all about Germany here, who win the gold medal in the men's 4, looking like it is Italy getting the silver ahead of France, followed by Romania. What are the Italians doing? Their finishes are incredible.
Oh là là, une médaille en tout cas pour la France, et c'est le jury qui doit décider. J'avais l'impression que c'est la bronze pour la France, mais on verra bien. Auf alle Fälle Gold für Deutschland vor Italien und Frankreich. Ganz, ganz tolle Schlussphase und dieser Superspurt von den Italienern. Wirklich beeindruckend.
Here we have it, the official results. Gold medal going the way of Germany. Silver to Italy. What a sprint from them. It is France getting the bronze medal. Romania, unfortunate to miss out. They're in that 4th position, followed in by Switzerland and individual neutral athletes. But what a finish to the men's 4. And I can't wait to see Germany up on at the victory ceremony a little later on. But we are going to the victory ceremony here now of the women's pair, which was the second last race that we saw on our screen. So we're going to be seeing the Austrians, the Romanians and the Italians.
And the Italian national anthem has a lot of fans around the world. It goes on, and you think it's finished, and then it restarts. But joking apart, here they come. Great performance in that late surge by the Italians. Cassani and Martorana richly deserved gold medals. We'll be seeing them get. Who's presenting the medals this time? Well, Dusan Maciejek, European rowing board member from Czechia. Rowed in the 88 Olympics for what was then former Czechoslovakia. Back then in Barcelona in 92, again made 2 Olympic appearances for the Czech team. And he's joined by a member of the regional parliament here, Britta Kornmesser. So that's the official duo here that'll be presenting medals and those mystery prizes that we still need to identify.
We do. We need to find out what they are. There's always a question mark over what the local gifts are that are given. But here on the right-hand side of our screen, we are seeing the bronze medalists, Austria, stroked there by Esther Schroberl, and in the bow seat, Ella Nader. Great pairing coming together out of the 4 and the pair last year and put together this year to win that bronze medal. It was a great race. The Romanians then on the left-hand side winning the silver medal, stroked there by Jessica Popescu and Marina Ariana Balint in the bow seat. They came out of the 4 from last year. Over to the pair. Just missing out on a medal at the World Under-19s. Paul, you're looking closely to the screen here. It's definitely some sort of juice, I would say. Or perhaps an oil. I know they're famous for asparagus, I believe, around here. That's what they grow in the fields.
asparagus shampoo, perhaps. I've no idea. Anyway, we'll find out for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's serious stuff. They're not. It's definitely not a panda, though. We've spotted that.
And gold medals. What an incredible finish. We need to find out what the Italian under-19 rowers are doing to prepare for those finishes that we're seeing across the board. Incredible gold medal, incredible win here by Carolina Cassani in the bow seat. Letizia Martorana. They're really doing a close-up shot there now for you, Paul, to try and figure it out. Figure out what those gifts are. But all about Italy here now. Coming out of that bronze medal winning crew, that 4 from last year at the World Under-19s, into the pair this year. They also won a gold medal last year in the 4, so it's not their first time at the victory ceremony at the European Under-19 Championships, but different boat class. So that's pretty cool to have a gold medal in 2 boat classes at an Under-19 level.
Yeah, the 2 young ladies, both from the same club, the Lario club, returning for further medals at international level. And I suspect we'll be seeing a bit more of Carolina Cassani and Letizia Martorana. And great to see that. Already their first medals back in 2024. It just goes on and on. Italy is doing something very, very right in junior rowing, must be said. And we haven't found out what yet exactly. They're a little cagey on that, understandably. Manch eine Träne wird auch in Wien und Linz getrocknet. Die Nationalhymne von Italien. Lots of Italians joining in the chorus there on the grandstand. That's great. Clapping and applause. All very sportsmanlike. And it's been a great crowd here, I must say. And they've still got plenty of entertainment to come. What's up next, Niamh?
Plenty of entertainment for sure. Next up, we're going to be moving back up to the start line. And this time it is the Under-19 Women's 4. We can see them here lining up over on the far side. In lane 1, we have individual neutral athletes. Lane 2, we have Serbia. Lane 3, Italy. Lane 4, Romania. Lane 5, Greece. Lane 6, Germany. We had 9 entries starting off yesterday, 2 heats. Fastest through the heats here, the Romanian crew once again. They'll be the ones to watch, and definitely the ones with the most experience here out of all these crews. But as we are seeing, like, the Italians are incredibly strong, so they're going to be ones to watch for sure in this as well.
So eben gestartet, jetzt A-Finale im Frauenvierer. Diesmal auch wieder mit deutscher Beteiligung. Links im Bilde, wenn wir die Drohnenaufnahmen haben, ganz links auf der Bahn 6. Neben der Tribüne dann nachher Deutschland. Pia Kleine-Mühlhoff, Sophia Reinicke, Jule Lettau und Helena Christina Rosetto sind jetzt unterwegs im Frauenvierer.
So here from our drone shot, we are seeing lane 2, Serbia, with that explosive start, leading it out, including Danica Vercheli in the 2-seat, who is just 14 years old. So they're off to a nice start. Then in lane 4, it is the Romanians, but over on in lane 6 on the left-hand side of your screen there, the German crew, 2 of whom we'll also see in the mixed 8 a little later on. They look very strong here now. So Serbia definitely took off fastest, but here Germany and Romania already starting to move.
Gegen wen fahren dann die Deutschen? Also die individuellen neutralen Athleten sind ganz auf der anderen Seite auf der Bahn 1. Serbien 2. Italien und Rumänien. Rumänien die zwei sehr beeindruckenden, schnellsten Qualifikanten für dieses A-Finale im Frauenvierer auf den Mittelbahnen. Dann Griechenland und dann, wie gesagt, auf der Innenbahn Deutschland. Wie sieht es jetzt aus? Alle sind gut weggekommen. Da ist eine schöne Aufnahme von den Deutschen. Sieht gut im Moment aus. Da ist viel Umf da beim Einsetzen. Sehr gute Arbeit zusammen. Die müssen nachher zwei davon jedenfalls umspringen und schnell zum Achte laufen für den Mixed Achte. Im Moment sieht Deutschland aus wie, ja, mit zum Führungsduo gehörend. Hervorragend.
As they move through 500 meters, and now it is Romania in the lead here. No real surprise, they were fastest through the heats yesterday. Germany currently in that second position, followed by Serbia in third. Then we have Greece, Italy and individual neutral athletes. Romania there, stroked by Denisa Mihaela Vasilika, a name we've seen time and time again here in under-19s. This is her third season competing. She is a medalist from even 2 years ago at these championships in the double. She's now in the four here. She's won multiple medals and represented Romania, as have all four throughout the years, so lots of experience from that boat. Everyone else pretty much is new and unknown to us, but yes, looking all about Romania and Germany at the moment. But in lane 2, Serbia certainly still holding on to within that top 3.
Yeah, and the Romanians all won medals last year and all in different boat categories, which gives one a feel for the strength and depth of the Romanian squad. We were talking about rowing with brothers and sisters. Well, in the Italian crew, Ariana Marconcini, her sister, won gold last year. They're not actually in the same boat, but she's obviously got a heavy mantle to assume. Italy's going to have to put in one of their massive surges, though, if they want to close up on Romania. And Germany's still looking very good at this stage as well.
Yeah, as we can see there, the Italians are the second in from the right-hand side, so they're just trailing in that fourth position. But that's not to say they're not going to get into the medals from what we've seen in the last 2 races. But Romania are certainly holding on to a lovely lead now as they pass that island and pass that halfway mark. They are looking very strong, but as are the Germans, who are just about staying ahead of Serbia here now. But we haven't mentioned much about Greece. Look at them. We have 2 15-year-olds in the bow and the 2 seat. They're currently in that 4th position behind Italy, but Romania now just surging into that lead. So Romania ahead of Germany, ahead of Serbia, and Greece very much within touching distance of a medal as well.
Schöne Drohnenaufnahme da, auch von den Deutschen ganz links. Es sah zwischendurch mal leicht haarig aus mit dem Steuern, fast an der Bojenlinie mit den Steuerbordriemen. Das wäre schade gewesen. Die haben es jetzt wieder hingekriegt. Da sind sie jetzt von der Seite. Im Moment an 2. Position. Rumänien führt das Feld an. Haben die Deutschen auf der Bahn 1 den Rest des Feldes im Blick? Das ist gar nicht so einfach, wenn 5 Boote alle zu seinem Rechten dann liegen. Die müssen auf alle Fälle gucken, dass sie die Griechen jetzt auf Distanz halten. Und das sieht schön flüssig aus. Schöne Studie da. 2 Ruderinnen auf der gleichen Seite hintereinander im Boot. Das ist einfach so, dass sie das Maximale aus der Kraftverteilung im Boot haben. Das Optimale, wenn 2 zusammensitzen. Einfach der Motorenraum rudert auf der gleichen Seite. Das gibt's mal.
Here coming up to 1500 meter mark, so 500 to go. It is still Romania. I know we're getting a lot of shots of the German crew, but they're the local crew, of course. Here we're in Brandenburg in Germany, but it is Romania still in the lead. Look at this from Greece, though. Greece are looking very strong and look to be right up alongside and pushing up and challenging Germany now. Serbia still very much there as well. They look to be in 2nd or 3rd position. We're just getting the times in to us. So Romania in the lead, Serbia still in that 2nd position, just holding off, and it is Germany and Greece stroke for stroke here.
Oh my word, this is going to be another close run for the medals. Wunderbares Rennen. Können die Deutschen mithalten? Die haben sich überholen lassen, überraschen lassen von den Mannschaften zu ihren Rechten. Die Griechinnen greifen nochmal an. Italien, was haben sie noch übrig? Können sie das wiederholen, was die Männer jetzt gerade gemacht haben? Rumänien führt aber weiterhin das Feld souverän an.
Romania here coming into their final 150 metres, still holding off any challenge that is happening at the moment. It is looking like Germany are really going off course here. Or no, it is Greece coming over to Germany's lane. Both of them actually going very close to each other. I haven't seen much of that before, Paul.
Oh no, that's desperately disappointing. Greece veered to the left, Germany to the right. The umpire got his white flag out and was waving at them. The Greeks are now in the same lane as the Germans. Doesn't happen very often. Let's give credit though to Romania for steering clear of trouble. Who's going to come in second behind them? We'll know that in a moment. The Greeks recovering terribly well. Let's see what the jury has to say about all of that. Serbia delighted with silver.
Yes, indeed. What a finish to the race here. Now we'll have to wait and see what happens with that, but it is all about the Romanians. They had the flag ready to go. They are flying it proudly in the air, celebrating that gold medal that they are just after winning here now. So official results, Romania taking that gold medal, Serbia holding off all those challenges they were getting to take the silver medal, and looking like Greece taking that bronze. We're just waiting. We're looking at our window here at the jury just to make sure that that was all above board. Greece coming in over into Germany's lane. Yes, there is a white flag.
The white flag's finally gone up. Nothing is finished until the white flag goes up from the umpire's launch. We're now safe and sound. Bronze for Greece. There'll be much relief in that boat after those steering difficulties. My word.
So next up, we're going to bring you all the action from the victory ceremony of the men's four. What a great race. And there's going to be a lot of celebrations happening here for the medalists. We have France, we have Italy, and we have Germany making their way to that victory ceremony stage. Here are the medals, here are the gifts.
Yes, the medals. Well, they'll be presented by Neville Tunser, a very British man who, Swiss though, speaks wonderful French and pretty good German. And Neville Tunser, former president of the Swiss Rowing Federation, now in the European Rowing Board. He's accompanied by Walter Paschen, who is chairman of the City Assembly here in Brandenburg. So Neville Tunser to hand over the medals to the crews in the men's four.
So getting the bronze medals now in a moment on the right hand side of your screen. It is the crew from France. Some experience coming from last year's pair and four. We also had a birthday in the two-seat. Gabin Fantino at birth, turning 18 on Friday, 2 days ago. But here they are. So in the bow seat, Marc Bonin. We have Gabin Fantino in the two-seat, Francois Sambach in the three-seat, and Balthazar Mazugi. Now, I should have got you to pronounce those names because you can speak French, Paul.
Well, views on that differ. Is it French? It's Franglais anyway. Bonin, Fantino, Stambach. Very good German name from Strasbourg, as one would expect. Masugi, that's the lineup there for France, but I probably got half of those wrong as well. So there you go.
So they are getting those special medals and special gifts. As we move on to the silver medalists on the left-hand side of our screen, the Italians. What a finish from them. Incredible, aggressive finish. They just rate, they just keep upping the rate, upping it, and they can sustain it. In the bow seat, Matteo Lala, Diego Caruso. In the two-seat, Leonardo Iacovacchi and Brando Dallaval in the stroke seat.
Yeah, Italy have come here with a huge squad, done a lot of good work, spread across clubs all up and down the country, and 4 different clubs represented here on the podium for Italy and this silver medal. Jetzt wird's aber vor allem, glaube ich, für das Heimpublikum. Ob online oder hier live dabei, dann so richtig schön Hannes Herting, Anori Laurin, Benz, Tom Wildmeier und Christopher Tom Würden sind jetzt dran. Herting und Tom Würden vom TSV Ottendorf, Benz von der Ruder RGM 72 in München und Tom Wildmeier vom SC Magdeburg. Nicht allzu weit von zu Hause entfernt. Hoffe also die ganze Familie. Feldmeier zumindest ist hier, aber ich tippe die Benzis, Hertings und Tom Würdens ebenfalls. Jetzt gibt's Gold für Deutschland und dann die deutsche Nationalhymne.
Here we have the winners of the men's for Germany. Lots of support here for this young crew. We'll see a couple of them in the mixed 8 a little later on this afternoon.
Neville Tanzer da mit den silbernen Haaren. Ehemaliger Präsident des Schweizerischen Ruderverbands. Wohnt in der französischsprachigen Schweiz, spricht aber auch hervorragend Deutsch. Ein Briter, das gibt's auch in der Schweiz, habe ich gehört. Er überreicht jetzt die Medaillen. Nicht allerdings als ehemaliger Präsident, sondern als jetziges Mitglied vom European Rowing Board, also von dem Gremium, das hier alles jetzt die Übersicht hat über das europäische kompetitive Rudern insgesamt. Und da kommt Walter Paschen, er ist der Vorsitzende hier vom Stadtrat von der City Assembly, wie es auf Englisch auf der Protokollliste heißt, hier in Brandenburg. Freut sich sicher über eine deutsche Goldmedaille hier am heimatlichen Beetssee. Vielleicht nicht die letzte heute, wir werden mal sehen. Jedenfalls weitere deutsche Medaillen, da würde ich wetten, wenn ich dürfte, darf ich nicht.
So let's hear it for the German national anthem.
So, wunderschön, die deutsche Nationalhymne. Und eine Entschuldigung, ein X-Facher von mir. Wie schlimm ist das dann? Ich habe die falschen Namen vorgelesen im deutschen Team. Wo gibt's denn das? Wir kommen nachher zu den Kollegen. Vielleicht auch eine Medaille. Aber zuerst mal war es Jan Kohlbach, der Bugmann, Hendrik Müller, Johann Ivanov und Niklas Brehl natürlich im Vierer. Meine Entschuldigung geht in Richtung aller Familien, auch natürlich an Bölberg-Nelson sowie an Hansa, Hamburg und AFV Hanseat. Ich hoffe, es kommt nicht noch vor. Aber glauben Sie mir, es war ein langes, heißes Wochenende hier. Soll einem Kommentator ab und zu mal passieren. Bitte um Entschuldigung, keine Hate-Mails schreiben. Das können wir gar nicht gebrauchen. Pardon.
So let's move on to the next final A of the day. This time it is under 19 men's quadruple sculls. Lane 1 we have Croatia, lane 2 Denmark, lane 3 Germany, lane 4 Poland, lane 5 Czechia and lane 6 Romania. At 500 meters it is Croatia leading this one out ahead of Denmark and Germany, but things already, as you can see on screen, are changing. This was at 500 meters, Poland in 4th, Czechia in 5th and Romania in 6th. Lovely close-up shot here of Germany in the middle of the field. They were the fastest of these crews through the semi-finals yesterday afternoon. They had 2 races yesterday, the heat and the semi-final, and here they are now leading it out from lane 3.
Und jetzt auf Ihrem Bild sehen Sie die Männer, die ich vorher irrtümlicherweise und dummerweise vorgelesen habe bei der Medaillenzeremonie. Aber wer weiß, vielleicht muss ich es nachher vorlesen. Hannes Herting, Anne-Henri Benz, Tom Feldmeier und Christopher Tomwürden. Die sind im deutschen Vierer und das sind eben München, Ottendorf und Magdeburg. Eine schöne Aufnahme von Ihnen hier im Doppelvierer gegen Kroatien, gegen Dänemark, gegen Polen, Tschechien und Rumänien.
Great to see a new crew put together here. They haven't raced before on the international scene. That is the German crew, and here they are leading it out because a lot of the other boats have a lot of experience. At halfway, they are leading Czechia in that second position. We have two of the silver medalists from the 8 at the last year's Under-19 World Championships in that Czechia boat. They're currently in a second position. Then it is Poland in that bronze medal position. A good place to be at this point. We have one international rower from last year in the stroke seat, Zapolowski, who finished 12th in the double at the World Under-19s. Croatia then in 4th, followed by Denmark and Romania.
Ja, vielleicht muss ich die Namen jetzt doch richtig vorlesen. Wer weiß, im Moment sieht es hervorragend aus für Deutschland. Das sind sie wieder. Jetzt Seitenaufnahme. Und man hat das Gefühl, da ginge noch was, wenn es müsste. Aber im Moment jetzt die Drohnenaufnahme. Dritter Boot von rechts. Das dritte Boot ist das deutsche Boot. Im Moment in Führung, aber Boote dahinter überlappen immer noch mit den Deutschen. Es kann alles Mögliche passieren jetzt über die letzten 500 Meter.
Denmark, who were trailing back in 5th, are ones to watch here. Now they're on the right-hand side of Germany, second in from the right-hand side as you're looking at your screen. It's very close here between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th positions. At the moment, still all about Germany for that gold medal as it stands. But we're starting to see a push here from the rest of the crews. Poland in 2nd position after overtaking Czechia. Denmark after moving up into 4th, but they are within touching distance of the medals as well here. Croatia then in 5th, followed by Romania.
Sieht weiterhin gut aus für Deutschland. Wir sind jetzt bald an den roten Bojen. Die letzten 250 Meter sind im Griff. Weiter die Deutschen werden die roten Bojen als Erste erreichen. Dänemark kommt immer schneller auf. Polen weiterhin stark dabei. Was hat Tschechien noch im Tank? Das ist das Führungsquartett kurz vor dem Ziel.
There is a big challenge happening here. Germany still holding them off. Can they hold it? But look at this between Poland and Denmark. They're starting to pull away slightly from Czechia and Romania. Back to Croatia here. But that silver and bronze medal, it could go either way. Can Germany hold them off? They certainly are right now. They're into their final 10 strokes or so. Gold medal in sight here in the men's quadruple sculls. It is going the way of Germany. Another gold medal to Germany. Poland going to claim that silver medal, and Denmark in bronze. Another great race here at the European Rowing Under-19 Championships.
Heieieiei, als ob ich das gewusst hätte. Hahaha. Mein Fehler von vorhin war vielleicht doch nicht so schlimm, denn genau die 4 falsch vorgelesenen vorhin haben jetzt doch die Goldmedaille gewonnen im Doppelvierer für Deutschland, 2. Polen und Bronze geht nach Dänemark. Tolles Rennen.
There we have it, official results of final A of the men's quadruple sculls. Gold medal going to Germany, silver to Poland, and Denmark there with a brilliant finish to claim the bronze medal. Czechia in 4th, Romania in 5th, and Croatia then in 6th position. A lot of happy roars out there on the water. So those medalists will be making their way over to the pontoon just in front of the grandstand shortly to claim their medals. But it's all about the women's 4 now as we shortly move on to the victory ceremony for them.
Yes, victory ceremonies take a lot of organising. You have to be in exactly the right crew order from bow to stroke, and there's a lot of people involved behind the scenes, and one doesn't always see on, certainly not on TV shots, perhaps not Olympic levels of background organisation, but staff all over the place, not least, of course, from the European Rowing Board, making sure that these medal ceremonies are not only fun and remain in positive memory from that side, but also dignified. That's part of the story. Here come the medal bearers for the victory ceremony for the women's 4.
So we'll see the crews from Greece, Serbia and Romania here in the women's 4. Started yesterday morning with 9 entries. We had 2 heats. We ended up with our top 6 crews, and these are our top 3, our medalists here. Bronze medal going the way of Greece. Once they get set in position now, we'll start to see all the crews.
And the presenters, this time it's the president herself, the president of the European Rowing Federation, Asunción Loriente from Spain. And she will be handing over the medals, and her gift presenter accompanying her is Michel Müller, who is mayor of the city of Brandenburg. Michel Müller accompanying her. He's, if you like, the junior mayor. There's a senior mayor as well, but he was at the opening ceremony. So, Asunción Loriente, first of all, bronze medal to Greece.
So here we have 2 15-year-olds in the bow seat, Desponia Ermenidou, as well as the 2-seat Alpida Artaki, both 15. So many years of under-19 rowing ahead of them. In the 3-seat then Anastasia Papadimitriou, and stroking that boat, Rafaela Varlopoulou.
They'll all be back next year, potentially. That's pretty scary, isn't it, for anyone who wants to take it on with the Greeks. No, wonderful. Great credit to the Greek squad in bringing on young athletes so well, so early. Lovely drone shot there behind the scenes. There he is, the mayor, Michel Müller, handing over the presents to the Greeks. Always have to be careful with the word gift when Germans are listening. Gift means poison in German. Present, I will say.
And here we have silver medalist Serbia. We mentioned 2 15-year-olds in the Greek boat, but there's a 14-year-old in this boat. Making us sound very old here. She won't be 15 until November. So many years of rowing ahead of her. In the bow seat, Anja Tovovic. 14-year-old Danica. In the 2-seat, Simona Vertelk. In the 3-seat, and Tara Visaki stroking that crew. Great race them by Serbia in the women's 4. And what a strong showing here from the gold medalists from Romania. So much experience in this boat. As you mentioned, Paul, earlier, all medalists in different boat classes last year. And they are back for some more. Denisa Mihaela Vasilika in the stroke seat. So much experience. We've seen her over the last few years at under 19 level. In the 3-seat, Anka Andrea Kulijuk. With Alexandra Daria Karkun in the 2-seat, and Anna Maria Bordank in the bow seat. This, I think, will be potentially their last year junior under 19, going by their birthdays.
Fair enough, though. They've collected enough medals. Give someone else a chance. Absolutely. No, we saw them on the water already on Friday and thought that's a crew that's moving really well. And they proved it in the final, at the crucial moment. There goes Asunción Loriente, a wonderful name for the European rowing president, handing over the medals there. And here come the presents from the mayor. And then we'll be hearing a national anthem that we've heard an awful lot at senior level. What do I mean, an awful lot? Frequently, very frequently. Romania, success over years, not just flashes in the pan like 1 or 2 countries, but year after year at all levels, highly successful, particularly in the women's sweep programme.
Congratulations there to Greece, Serbia and gold medalist Romania in the women's 4. We are back to racing though, back to the action, and this time it is the under-19 women's quadruple sculls who are already underway. Lane 1 we have Germany, lane 2 Czechia, lane 3 Romania, lane 4 the reigning world and European champions Poland. We have Switzerland in lane 5, Ukraine in lane 6. Of course, Poland have to be the ones to watch in this race.
Ja, die Polinnen sicher Favoritinnen. Aber was können die Deutschen, was können die Schweizerinnen? Wir werden es mal sehen. Deutschland ist auf der Bahn 1, also ganz rechts auf dem Bildschirm bei den Drohnenaufnahmen und fast ganz links auf der Bahn 5, zweite von links, also die Schweiz ebenfalls unterwegs. Wer ist ebenfalls dabei in diesem A-Finale Frauen-Doppelvierer? Tschechien auf der Bahn 2. Die 2 Mittelbahnen, die 2 schnellsten Boote bislang, Rumänien und eben die amtierenden Weltmeisterinnen aus Polen. Und wenn ich sage amtierend, es ist die ganze Mannschaft, die wieder da ist. Die Schweiz dann aus Wädenswil, Genève, Solothurn und Cham auf der Bahn 5. Und dann ganz links auf den Drohnenbildern hier, wie jetzt aus der Luft, die Ukraine.
Here we go past to the 500 metres, and this is a brave start here from the Germans in lane 1, leading it out here as they head down towards that halfway mark. Czechia then in second position, followed in by Romania. Poland then in lane 4, currently in that 4th position, followed by Switzerland and Ukraine. Germany, they weren't actually too far off the times yesterday, so I'm not surprised that they're in this position, but I do think their coaches had a word with them that they had to go off hard here if they were going to try and beat the reigning world and European champions, the exact crew from last year that we saw winning the gold medal in the Polish boat, and they've 3 of them were raced the year before as well, so lots of experience. But the German crew, we only have 1 returning member from last year's crew, Elena Schwelz-Weistal in the 3 seat. She finished 4th, so just outside the medals at the World Under-19s last year in this boat class.
Schöne Aufnahme vom deutschen Boot auf der Bahn 1. Theoretisch haben sie nur ein ganzes Wochenende zusammen trainiert, man würde es aber nicht wissen. Klappt hervorragend, harmoniert sofort. Meier Mehrbach im Bug vom LFV Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. Maiki van Beek auf 2 vom RC Mülheim. Bernd Kastler, Ruderverein. Das hat Elena Schweistal als einziger wieder im Doppelvierer seit dem 4. Platz letztes Jahr. Und Aufschlag, Friederike Amort aus Lübeck von der Lübecker RG gibt den Takt vor. Bei der Schweiz-Mannschaft haben wir Lilly Eggenschwiller aus Wädenswil, Leora Kamp vom Société Nautique Genève, Anouk Lütti vom Solothurner Ruderclub und Tanja Brändli vom Ruderclub Cham. Im Moment sieht es da auf den Luftaufnahmen aus, als ob Fanning und vielleicht erwartungsgemäß Polen in Führung wäre, aber die Deutschen gehen hervorragend mit und Tschechien ebenso. 1000 Meter, es gibt noch viel Spannung.
Over halfway now done, less than 1,000 metres to go here now. Germany still holding off the reigning champions Poland. They were 3rd going through that halfway mark, but it looks like they were pushing Czechia for that 2nd position. Can they try and row through Germany as well? We'll have to wait and see. Romania then in that 4th position. We have some returning members. It's their 3rd season together in that Romanian boat, so a lot of experience there as well. And Daria Elena in the stroke seat, it's her birthday tomorrow, she'll be turning 17, so that would be a lovely way to celebrate if she was up as part of the victory ceremony a little later on. Currently outside the medals, but look at this, Germany still holding off a challenge from Poland, and then really, really close between Czechia just ahead of Romania.
Es bleibt spannend. Medaillenchancen, jedenfalls für Deutschland, definitiv noch intakt. Die Schweizerinnen hätten etwas mehr Arbeit, wollten sie dann nachher auf dem Podium dann stehen. Aber möglich ist noch alles. Im Doppelvierer bleibt es oft sehr eng. Und hier im A-Finale ist das absolut nichts Ungewöhnliches. Im Gegenteil, das Rennen ist noch weit, weit offen. Und wir haben jetzt etwa 400 Meter bis ins Ziel. Die Kuhglocken sind hier wieder los, aber das wird, glaube ich, nicht mehr ganz reichen. Fantastische Leistung von den Polinnen, tiefe Schlagzahl, sehr kräftig, sehr lang, sehr schön. Aber dahinter ein Trio aus Booten. Die Medaillen sind da noch zu haben, die letzten Meter bis ins Ziel.
What a race here in the women's quadruple sculls. It is Poland, it is Germany, it is Czechia who are making a big move here. Romania still in touching distance here now. Who is going to win the gold medal? It was in Germany's hands all the way down, but now they're moving down into third, potentially even fourth position. It is Poland who have the lead, but Czechia are coming with every single stroke. Romania trying to get back in. They're currently in that bronze medal position, but gold going the way of the reigning champions, Poland. Then it is looking like Czechia taking the silver, Romania with the bronze. Let's wait for official results, and it looks like Germany unlucky to miss out.
Oh, weia. Zumindest von unserer Warte aus sah es aus, ob sie dann Vierter wurden. Nach einem wirklich couragierten Rennen. Ganz toll. Ein Wochenende zusammen trainiert. Sie haben alles versucht. Hut ab an die deutsche Mannschaft. Meerbach, Van Beek, Schweißtal und Amort. Aber ich glaube, es hätte nicht sollen sein. Polen, klar, die Goldmedaille. Dann Tschechien und dann ganz knapp Rumänien. Ja, jetzt kommt es ganz offiziell. Und schauen Sie mal, meine Damen und Herren, das sind ja minimale Abstände. Weniger als eine Sekunde.
Here we had official results. Gold going the way of Poland, holding on to the gold medal for the second year in a row. Czechia in that silver medal position. That was very brave out of them at the finish. Romania in bronze, and unfortunately Germany unlucky to miss out on a medal. They're finishing fourth position. Still excellent work from a new crew. It is Switzerland then finishing in that fifth position, followed by Ukraine. But we are going back to the victory ceremony. This time it is the men's quadruple sculls.
Ja, wieder Freude für die deutschen Fans hier vor Ort. Und ich hoffe auch für jene, die mir online noch zuhören. Es gibt noch weitere Rennen, meine Damen und Herren. Bleiben Sie also da. Und da weht wieder die deutsche Fahne mitten auf dem Podium. Und das heißt Goldmedaille. Kommen wir gleich dazu. Wer präsentiert jetzt diesmal? Wer überreicht? Wer gibt Präsente? Eva Santo vom European Rowing Board aus Ungarn. Sie überreicht die Medaillen zuerst mal hier an Dänemark und begleitet wird sie von unserem Co-Präsidenten vom Organisationskomitee, das tolle Arbeit geleistet hat hier in Brandenburg, von Steffen Christgau.
Here we have bronze medalist Denmark, who had that superb finish, pretty much coming out of nowhere to claim a medal here in the men's quadruple sculls. In the bow seat there, Oscar Munk, Abhenus, we have Andreas Bork, Christiansen in the 2-seat, Oscar Nielsen in the 3-seat, Otto Karulf in the stroke seat. 3 of them rowing last year at the World Under-19s in the double or the quad. Coming together now to win the bronze medal. Then it is Poland, who clearly are strong in the sculling fields in under-19 rowing. A new crew, again, we only saw one of these racing last year out of the double, both at the European and World Under-19s. That is stroke man Alan Zapalowski, but everyone else is new in the bow seat. Adam Stansky, Thomas Kroll in the 2-seat, and Karol Zaivono in the 3-seat.
Ganz glücklicher polnischer Gesichter da. Medaillen von Eva Santo vom Europäischen Rudergremium. Und jetzt kommt eben Steffen Christgau als Co-Präsident. Wir sehen seine Co-Präsidentin nachher bei einer späteren Siegerehrung. Überreicht die Präsente, die Geschenke an die Athleten. Und dann kommen wir zu den Deutschen. Und diesmal haben die Namen jetzt, die richtigen Namen habe ich jetzt auf meiner Liste. Hannes Herting, der Bugmann. Dann Anore Laurin Benz, Tom Feldmeier und Christopher Tom Würden.
München, Ottendorf und Magdeburg, die Städte, die hier vertreten sind, die Vereine da, die Fans sind begeistert. Und vielen Dank, es hat noch keiner, glaube ich, sich beschwert über mein Fauxpas von vorhin. Aber es war vielleicht auch gleichzeitig Prophezeiung, wer weiß. Aber nein, Spaß beiseite, wenn man einmal einen Shitstorm ausgelöst hat durch eine Fehlbemerkung, die eigentlich damals keine war in Glasgow, da ist man immer ein bisschen nervös, wenn man einen Fehler macht. Aber die scharfzüngige britische Fotografin, die mich damals angepeilt hat mit ihren Kommentaren auf Facebook, ist zum Glück hier, glaube ich, nicht dabei. Steht auch kein Deutsch. Aha. Medaillen und Präsente. Und dann kommen wir zu der deutschen Nationalhymne. Nicht zum ersten Mal heute und vielleicht nicht zum letzten Mal. Wer weiß, wir werden sehen.
All about Germany here, collecting their gold medals, winners of the men's quadruple sculls. And here we're going to be hearing the German national anthem once again. Great celebrations here for the victorious German quad with their gold medals. And as they finish celebrating, we're going to be moving up to the start line. They're probably underway already. The next final aid is the men's double sculls. We have 4 more final A's to go before a short break, and then we have a final block of 4 final A's to come. So lots of action. So here we go, the men's double sculls. Lane 1 Estonia, lane 2 Italy, lane 3 Slovenia, lane 4 Turkey, lane 5 Germany, lane 6 France. They're not too far away from that first 500 metres. The ones to watch here, well, it was close between them in the semi-finals. Turkey, the fastest out of these, followed in by Slovenia, then Italy, Germany, Estonia and France. But as we're seeing, things can change. This is their 3rd race of the weekend, so let's see whether the experience can stand to them here today.
Es geht weiter mit dem nächsten A-Finale, ebenfalls mit deutscher Beteiligung. Wir sind jetzt bei den Männer-Doppelzweien. Estland auf der Bahn 1, also rechts auf den Luftaufnahmen. Italien neben ihnen. Slowenien und die Türkei haben die 2 Mittelbahnen. Dann kommt auf der Bahn 5 Deutschland, das sind Jan Bornemann und Aaron Schäfer aus Mainz und Bernkastel. Und dann auf der Bahn 6, also am nächsten, dann zum Zielturm Frankreich. Männer Doppelzweier.
We have a nice mix of experienced rowers and new emerging talent here. It is the Italians in lane 2 looking like they are leading out the pack here at the moment. We do have a medalist in the boat there, Laia Bressan, stroking them. He won a bronze medal at the European Under-19s last year in the quad. Went on to win a silver at the World Under-19s also in the quad. They're currently leading out. It is Slovenia then in that second position, followed in over the far side on the left hand side of your screen. France looking strong here now as well, currently going through in 3rd. Turkey then holding on to a 4th, followed by Estonia and Germany.
Ja, die Deutschen sind knapp letztes Jahr an der Qualifikation für die Weltmeisterschaft vorbeigeschrammt. Hat nicht ganz gereicht. Sind dann zum Baltic Cup gefahren. Das ist auch ein sehr schöner Wettkampf, wie der Name schon suggeriert, von Ostsee-Anrainerstaaten primär. Und Jan Bornemann vom Mainzer RV und Aaron Schäfer, Bernkasseler RV. Jetzt internationale Erfahrung bereits also gesammelt. Und jetzt hier unterwegs. Eine Frage ist reingekommen, wieso sehen wir kurz vor der Ziellinie so viele Schwalben? Es ist ja kein Fußball. Ja, es gibt eine wunderschöne Schwalbenkolonie hier in dem Vordach des neuen zusätzlich angebauten Turms an der Ziellinie. Schwalben überall und ihre Aerobatik lässt die Drohne alt aussehen. Ich glaube, wir müssen die Schwalben in Zukunft mit Kameras ausstatten. Da gibt es hervorragende Aufnahmen. Die sind den ganzen Tag unterwegs. Sehr viel Natur hier am BC. Die Schwalben sind davon eine tolle Zeuge.
As they go through that halfway mark, the Italians still leading this one out. There on our screen we can see in the bow Edoardo Mascella finishing fourth at the Worlds last year in a double, so it's a new pairing, but they both have experience together from the international scene last year. Slovenia then in that second position. They are a new crew, followed in by Estonia. They're currently in third. They're stroked by Rico Kopkia, who raced in the quad last year, making his way over to the double. Then Turkey, who were the fastest out of these boats through the semi-final, currently in that fourth position, but I'm sure we'll start to see them a challenge for a medal very, very soon. France then in that fifth, followed by Germany.
Ja, keine guten Nachrichten. Followed by Germany, das ist natürlich schlecht, wenn Sie Fan sind. Aber wir haben noch 800 Meter oder so bis zur Ziellinie. Italien, die Kombination vom Weltsilbermedaillengewinner Bressan zusammen mit einem Kollegen Moschella haben das Thema vorgelegt, das Tempo vorgelegt, zusammen mit Slowenien und der Türkei bislang. Deutschland konnte noch nicht ganz mithalten, aber wie gesagt, wir haben noch einiges vor uns. Da sind sie ja gerade gewesen auf dem Bild und da sind sie Zweite von links jetzt von der Luftaufnahme. Zweite von rechts, das ist Italien in Führung.
Coming in to the last 500 now, we know Italy can do a strong finish, but having led from the very start, let's see if they still have enough in the tank to hold off any challenges that might come their way. They're certainly in a very good position at the moment. To the right hand side though, Estonia really starting to move up, look like they pushed themselves into second position here ahead of Slovenia at the other side of Italy. So they're at the moment your top three. Turkey then still in that fourth, followed by Germany and France. So Germany after moving up a place into that fifth position, but we're into about 300, less than 350 to go. The Estonians are really starting to challenge here now. They're very much within touching distance of the Italians. Have the Italians gone too hard and too fast all the way down the course?
Ja, es bleibt spannend. Wir sind jetzt bei den roten Bojen angelangt. Wir sind kurz vor dem Ziel. Es wird jetzt laut und lauter auf der Tribüne. Die Deutschen greifen auf der Bahn 2, noch bei Bahn 5, nochmal kräftig an. Italien weiterhin in Führung. Die letzten Schläge jetzt Richtung Ziel.
The Italians are just holding it together. They're finding something from somewhere. They're holding off the challenge from Estonia. Slovenia trying to get back in, but look at this here from Germany in lane 5. Where have they come from? They're moving up through everyone else. They've outrode Turkey, but coming in to take the gold medals in the men's double sculls, it is going to be Italy. Oh my goodness, Germany potentially with that silver medal. Where did that come from? Followed in, we'll have to see, but it actually looked like Slovenia there outrode Estonia. Paul, oh my goodness.
Ach, du liebe Zeit, es wird anstrengend. Es sieht nach Silber für Deutschland aus, von unserer Warte aus. Wir müssen aber natürlich die offiziellen Ergebnisse von der Zeitnahme abwarten. Klar war, Italien Gold, wir meinten Deutschland Silber, Slowenien Bronze, das sehen wir dann gleich. Es ist jetzt offiziell bestätigt. Tatsächlich wunderbare Nachrichten für die deutschen Fans.
It is official. Well, we knew it already. The Italians held on all the way from start to finish to claim the gold medal. But what a race from the Germans, who came from 6th position with 500 to go. They were in 5th and they came and claimed the silver medal. Incredible stuff there from the German crew. And then Slovenia taking that bronze. Estonia, who had worked so hard, had been in 2nd for quite a bit of that race. They were unlucky to miss out. Turkey then back in 5th, followed by France in 6th. So we're seeing another gold medal go the way Italy. Italy's aggressive junior style of rowing is really standing to them here. I'm not sure. I didn't know if it was going to be sustainable all the way down the course, but it worked out perfectly for them. But Germany there were the really impressive crew for me.
Es gibt wieder Medaillen. Und meine Kolleginnen Anne Büßen und Valerie Högeli oben im Turm haben viel Arbeit zu leisten heute zusammen mit Silvio Donner als Techniker da oben. Die müssen alles intakt halten mit den Medaillenzeremonien. Patrick Rambaud überreicht hier die Medaillen. Das ist Vizepräsident von European Rowing, langjähriger Chef der Schiedsrichterkommission aus Belgien. Begleitet wird er vom Vizebürgermeister, wie heißt es richtig auf Deutsch hier in Brandenburg? Ich weiß nicht, Deputy Mayor heißt es auf unserer Protokollliste. Alexandra Adel, also Bürgermeisterin Alexandra, ist dabei zusammen mit Patrick Rambaud aus Belgien. Und die Medaillen, die gibt es eben das erste Mal für die drittplatzierten Rumäninnen.
So here we have victory ceremony of the women's quadruple sculls. We are seeing Romania, Czechia and Poland here on the stage. Germany, who had been winning all the way in this race, unlucky to not be up here. They finished 4th in the end. We started yesterday morning with 11 entries. We had 2 heats and we whittled it down to the top 6. And here we have the fastest of those. So in bronze medal position, Romania.
Did you notice that wonderful pun, though, by the Polish fan with a skull and crossbones up there? Oh, wonderful. I wish I could do the same in reverse in Polish. The quadruple skulls. I like that anyway. Nice one, Poland. Thank you for that. But try and keep the flag out of the camera so we can see what's going on.
So in the Romanian boat there, Iona Gabriela Cristescu. In the bow seat, Francesca Ulia Stregar. In the 2 seat, Sonia Theodor Bita. In the 3 seat, and Daria Elena Maximuk in the stroke seat. Getting their medals, getting their gifts. Quite tall athletes there in the Romanian boat. Next up then we have Czechia picking up the silver medals. They're all medalists from the Worlds last year. They were 2nd in this category. Sorry, 2 of them were 2nd in this boat class last year. We have Anita Shrukova in the bow seat, Tea Vesesnikova in the 2 seat, Diana Lankoki in the 3 seat, and Terezi Sikankova in the stroke seat. And then it's going to be all about the reigning World and European Championship champions from last year. They're back for more, to pick up more silverware this year. Back for the gold medals. It is the crew from Poland. It's not something you see a lot at under 19 level, where they come back, a whole crew come back together and win again. So incredible race in there from the Polish crew. Great celebrations there from the stands. Marcelina Skudlarsik in the bow seat, Zuzana Krolikovic in the 2 seat, Anna Solarska in the 3 seat, and Zuana Kaja in the stroke seat. Many of them racing since 2024, so 3rd season at this under 19 level. That experience has certainly stood to them today.
And it must be more fun handing over medals than being head of the umpiring commission, surely. I think Patrick Romvo's richly deserved this task now as European Rowing Vice President. He's clearly enjoying it. You can see the smile on his face. Wonderful. Time now for our first up today, the Polish national anthem.
Congratulations there to Poland winning the women's quadruple sculls, Czechia in second, Romania in third. Moving on to some of the bigger and faster boats now. It is the final A of the under-19 men's 8. 6 boats, Germany in lane 1, Croatia lane 2, Austria lane 3, Czechia lane 4, Italy lane 5, and Ukraine lane 6. Here we have lane 4, looking like a good start there from Czechia. Croatian lane 2. They're the early leaders at this stage, but lots can change here in the 8s.
Der Männerachter ist unterwegs. Es ist Achterzeit, würde ein bestimmter deutscher Kommentator sagen. Deutschland auf der Bahn 1, Kroatien, Österreich sicher mit Favoriten hier. Tschechien, Italien und Ukraine. Und im Moment sieht es aus wie eine Führung für die Bronzemedaillengewinner vom letzten Jahr, Österreich.
Now, there were 6 entries in the men's 8. So we saw them racing yesterday in the preliminary race. It wasn't a heat. They just had to go out there. It was mandatory to do it. And it was Austria that won that. That's not to say because some of them could have been keeping some energy in reserve. It was Austria from Czechia, from Croatia yesterday. But as they go through that 500 metres, it is Czechia leading this one out, looking very strong at this stage in the race. Then Croatia in second, followed by Austria, Italy in fourth, Germany and Ukraine. I wonder if the Italian 8 has a strong finish like we've seen in the other boat classes.
Ja, da hat man kurz mal die Steuerfrau vom Kroatien, achte da Marietta Slugan, ja gesehen, da ist ja, und kommt jetzt die deutsche Mannschaft, die deutsche Mannschaft sieht man da Elias Lukowiak, der Steuermann, der nachher im Mixed Achter nochmal alles im Griff hat. Die Tschechen sind aber super schnell hier auf der Bahn 4. Sehr solide Leistung da. Nur eine, die zurückkommt, und das ist die Steuerfrau Marketa Borisova. Bereits Erfahrung gesammelt international und Medaillen. Eine junge, unerfahrene Mannschaft, verhältnismäßig, aber sehr gut im Moment in Führung. Die Tschechei.
Great shots here of the crew from Czechia. We saw the Cox here, Marketa Bruskova, finishing 5th last year at these championships in the 8, but went on to win a silver medal at the World Under-19s here, so lots of experience. And that's the thing with these boats, they have the addition of having a Cox here now as well, who's going to make sure that they stay in lane. They also act as a coach out there on the water as well, you know, calling the demands, telling them when to go, when to focus on power, when to focus on speed. And it is Czechia now at the halfway mark, still leading this one out. Croatia then holding on to that second position against some returning members from last year's European and World Championships. And Austria, who have 5 rowers who won a bronze medal plus the Cox at these championships last year in the 8, returning. They're currently in that bronze medal position again this year.
Ja, es ist manchmal von diesen Seitenaufnahmen in diesem Wirrwarr der Körper und der Riemen manchmal schwer zu sehen, was genau los ist. Klar ist aber, dass Tschechien in Führung weiter hat. Das Tschechien-Boot sieht sehr gut aus. Können die Österreicher mit 5 Mitgliedern vom Bronzemann-Boot vom letzten Jahr wieder eine Medaille holen? Wir werden es mal sehen. Wir haben da, das sieht man im Hintergrund, 1500 Meter, noch 500 Meter, ein Viertel des Rennens noch vor uns, entscheidet über alles.
Into the final 500 metres now of this fast and furious race. It is still Czechia there, the 4th boat in from the right hand side, still leading this one out, but it is the Italians with that fierce sprint. They are coming, looking like they're moving themselves into potentially second position, silver medal in their hands at the moment. It is Croatia still very much there as well with them. This is going to be a super finish, as well as Austria. So at the moment, silver and bronze medal very much up for contention, but I'm not sure if there's going to be any catching Czechia at this point.
Oh la la, es wird wieder eng für die 2 deutschsprachigen Mannschaften. Österreich unter wesentlich mehr Druck, als sie, glaube ich, erwartet haben. Und Deutschland noch nicht ganz vorne dabei. Ganz vorne, das sehen Sie jetzt unten links im Bild. Das sind die Tschechen auf Goldkurs. Aber noch ist dahinter alles offen.
What a sprint finish here for everyone on site and for everyone at home. It is Czechia still in that lead. The Italians are coming with that fierce sprint. Can they get ahead of Croatia in lane 2? Austria starting to move up here now as well. But that gold medal in the men's 8 going the way of Czechia. It is Italy, wow, taking that silver medal and looking like Austria taking that bronze medal, out of Croatia's hands, it looks like. And then we have Ukraine, Germany over in 5th, and Ukraine then in that 6th position.
Hilfe, ich brauche eine höhere Beta-Blocke-Dosierung. Ganz klar, und da steht eine schon im Boot auf. Da freuen sich ganz besonders die Tschechen über die Goldmedaille. Italien Zweiter. Und so wie wir es gesehen haben hier von unserer Warte, ja, es ist jetzt bestätigt. Österreich gewinnt wie letztes Jahr wieder Bronze. Die Deutschen Fünfter.
There we have official results. Gold going the way of Czechia. They won it out from the start. The Italians with that aggressive finish again, taking the silver medal. Austria in 3rd. Croatia, who were coming between 2nd and 3rd all the way down. Unlucky to miss out there. There's always one unfortunate who misses out. That's just the way it is. And then we had Germany from Ukraine. So that was the first of 3 8 races that we're going to have this afternoon. We'll have the women's in a little while, and of course the mixed 8 then after that. But back to victory ceremonies now, and this is the turn of the men's double sculls.
Jetzt gibt es wieder Medaillen und wieder eine für Deutschland. Also Männer Doppelzweier. Ein schöner Moment. Wer übergibt was? Morten Hansen aus Dänemark, Mitglied vom European Rowing Board. Das ist der Medaillenmann hier im Männer-Doppelzweier. Und begleitet wird er von Guido Sachs. Wer ist Guido Sachs? Guido Sachs ist der Direktor, der Chef von der Mittelbrandenburgischen Sparkasse Brandenburg, einem unserer Sponsoren. Ganz, ganz herzlichen Dank. Nicht nur an die Mittelbrandenburgische Sparkasse, sondern insgesamt an alle Sponsoren und auch an die öffentliche Hand, die hier vieles ermöglicht hat. Stadt, Bund und Land natürlich auch. Die Medaillen.
Here we have Slovenia, Germany and Italy picking up their medals for the men's double sculls. Bronze medal going to Slovenia. Marko Kosmak in the bow seat. Sweet Cobbler in the stroke seat. Both new to international rowing this year. Quite tall athletes. And looks like they'll have potentially another year at under 19 level. Here come the gifts. The presents, is it, Paul? I meant to say. Presents rather than gifts. So that is Slovenia picking up the first medal of these championships. And second silver medal to Germany.
Ja, jetzt gibt es eine Silbermedaille für Deutschland. Jetzt muss ich die richtigen Namen vorlesen, das wäre nicht schlecht. Oder der Buchmann im Doppelzweier, Jan Bornemann vom Mainzer RV, jawohl. Und Aaron Schäfer, sein Schlagmann, Bernd Kastler Ruderverein. Das sind die zwei, die jetzt ihre Medaillen bekommen. Aus den Händen von Morten Juel Hansen aus Dänemark, European Rowing Board Mitglied. Und ebenfalls vom Chef, eben, wie gesagt, von der Mittelbrandenburgischen Sparkasse Brandenburg, Guido Sachs, überreicht die begleitende Präsente. Irgendwas in einer Flasche. Sicher alkoholfrei. Vielleicht gut für die Haare, wir wissen es noch nicht. Müssen wir noch rauskriegen.
Another new combination there for Germany, picking up the silver medals. And here we have the Italians ready to jump, winning that gold medal. Their second year back racing under 19 international level. Eduardo Mascella from Miserio in the bow seat. He raced in this boat class last year at the World Under 19s, just outside the medals, finishing 4th. And then Ilya Brenzan picking up a bronze medal last year in the quad. I'm sure he'll be very happy with his goal this year in the men's double sculls. He also won a silver at the World Under 19s in the quad last year. So making that transition over to the double sculls. And picking up a gold medal. These were another crew that we saw with that big aggressive style of rowing. Big sprint finishes. And here we are going to hear the Italian national anthem once again. I wonder will we hear that Italian national anthem many more times today. Congratulations there to all crews. Picking up medals there in the men's double sculls. Slovenia with the bronze, Germany with the silver, and Italy with the gold as we move back up with a beautiful shot of the start line of the women's double sculls. 2 races to go before a short break, and then we'll be back with the 4 final races. But it is the turn of the women's double sculls. Lane 1 we have Turkey, lane 2 Germany, lane 3 individual neutral athletes, lane 4 Greece, lane 5 Poland, lane 6 France.
Es geht weiter und jetzt sind die Frauen dran. Doppelzweier A-Finale. Die Türkei auf der Bahn 1 neben ihnen, dann auch vom AFV Hanseat und Lübecker RG Kaya Wölk und Greta Amott für Deutschland. Die Mittelbahnen, die gehören den individuellen neutralen Athleten sowie den Griechen oder Griechinnen, soll ich besser sagen, Polen auf der Bahn 5 und Frankreich auf der tribünenseitigen Bahn 6.
Here we go, the start of the women's double sculls. Going by yesterday's semi-finals, it is individual neutral athletes who are one of the favourites here. Greece were second fastest, followed in by Germany, but things could very much change. Good start here from lane 3, individual neutral athletes, but things very much change after these initial few strokes. It's all about just getting the boat up to speed, and then it's just following the race plan. The Polish crew, they raced as this exact combination last year at the European Under-19s, finishing just just outside the medals in 4th position. They went on to finish 6th at the World Under-19s. They're in lane 5 at the moment, so certainly not ruling them out at all to be up there at the victory ceremonies a little later on. But crews now just coming up towards that 500 metre mark. It is individual neutral athletes still leading it out, and then quite close then either side of them between Greece, Germany and Poland.
Dieses Rennen jetzt gut unterwegs im Frauen-Doppelzweier, unter anderem, wie gesagt, mit deutscher Beteiligung. Wie machen sich die Deutschen bislang? Man sieht es ja auf der Luftaufnahme, ist es das zweite Boot von rechts. Da sind sie im Moment natürlich da, schwer auseinanderzuhalten, die Positionen. Aber jetzt sieht man es ja wesentlich besser. Deutschland, ja, also weiterhin mit im Führungsquartett, kann man sagen. Aber die Nase vorn haben die AIN-Athleten, die Neutralen, neben ihnen. Und Griechenland ebenfalls auf der anderen Mittelbahn schnell unterwegs. Polen macht sich ebenfalls in dieser frühen Phase des Rennens hervorragend.
Coming up to 500 metres now. Still the crew from individual neutral athletes leading this one out. Stroke there by Alexandra Grigorieva, a silver medalist from the European Under-23s last year in this boat class. So she's already done a step up in the Under-23s, back now down to the Under-19. So leading it out at 500 metres. The German crew now in that second position. Again, another medalist from the World Under-19s there, Greta Morton, the stroke seat, winning a bronze medal in this boat class, currently in that second position. Then Greece looking like they're in with a chance of a bronze right now, but still very early stages. Frederiki Nanti, again racing last year, so lots of experience. She raced at the Under-23s in the single boat, and at the Worlds in a quad. In a double now this year, it is now Poland in 4th from Turkey and France.
Ja, das sind sie wieder, die Deutschen. Alles offen für sie, würde ich meinen. Die Bugfrau Kaja Wirk. Sie ist wahrscheinlich diejenige, die da dann entsprechend ansagt, wenn sie einen Zwischenspurt anlegen werden. Normalerweise die Bugfrau schaute nach links, um zu sehen, was machen die AIN, die Neutralen und die Griechinnen neben uns. Deutschland in dem gelben Boot gut zu erkennen. Und da voll dabei und eventuell auf Medaillenkurs noch vom ARV Hanseat und von der Lübecker RG. Greta Amor, die Schlagfrau, die gibt den Takt an, hat letztes Jahr Bronze in eben dieser Bootsgattung gewonnen bei der Europameisterschaften der Junioren. Vielleicht eine Wiederholungstat dann heute, das wäre doch schön. Jetzt von der Seite ohne nationale Farben, das ist es genau, und das ziehen sie voll durch, die Blätter, die Boote, ihre Trainingsanzüge, auch ihre Renntrikots, alles neutral gefärbt, grau oder weiß. Und die führen das Feld mal an. Alexandra Grigorieva, die Schlagfrau da, Silbermedaillengewinnerin letztes Jahr in U23. Hier strebt sie eine Medaille U19 an.
Coming up towards that halfway mark now, just passing it. Slight change here, individual neutral athletes still leading it out. You can see the big strong finish that they have at the end of the stroke, keeping it long and steady and powerful. Germany still in that silver medal position at the moment, ahead of Greece, very close between the two of them. Poland now after moving up into 4th position, then followed by France, who have also moved up from Turkey, now back in 6th position. Still enough of the course to go here for things to change, but individual neutral athletes looking very strong here at this point in the race. The Germans, though, they have a big support here from the stands here, so they'll be starting to hear the shouts now within the next few hundred metres, so that can always give them a little pep as well.
Ja, ich hoffe, dass die Drohnenwackelaufnahmen nicht daran liegen, dass die Schwalben jetzt unsere Drohne attackieren. Aber Spaß beiseite. Björn Lötsch, der Trainer der Deutschen. Was hat er für einen Rennplan mit den zwei Athletinnen ausgemacht? Wir wissen es nicht, aber wir werden mal sehen, was sie noch aufs Wasser bringen. Es sah nach 1000 Metern ganz gut aus für Deutschland an zweiter Position. Ganz knapp vor den Griechinnen da. Bald wissen wir mehr nach 1500 Metern.
Here we are seeing things quite close here between Germany and Greece. Number 2 is Germany. Greece is number 4. Poland is number 5 here. So you can see just how close the bow balls are to each other. But individual neutral athletes, they're just pulling away by themselves, still looking very strong into the last 450 meters. Individual neutral athletes going through in that first position. Then it is Germany holding on to that second. They have over a second and a half of a lead ahead of Greece, who are just holding off the challenge from Poland. But Poland could find something here now into the last 350 meters. France and Turkey then back in 5th and 6th. But this is super racing, like so confident, and such a strong lead here in the final for individual neutral athletes.
Hier wird es immer lauter auf der Tribüne und diese Lautstärke brauchen die Deutschen, denn sie sind ganz weit weg auf der anderen Seite vom BC. Aber weiterhin auf Medaillenkurs, das wäre doch ein Ding. Klare Führung, aber Richtung Gold für die individuellen neutralen Athletinnen. Die Tribüne nochmal mehr Beifall. Es sieht im Moment nach Silber aus für Deutschland. Das wäre fantastisch.
What an incredibly strong finish here by individual neutral athletes. Anastasia Borokseva in the bow seat, Alexandra Grigorieva in the stroke seat. Silver medalist from the European Under-23s last year in this bow class. Very confident rowing from them as they come in to take their final few strokes. But look at this, between Germany, we have Greece and we have Poland, all side by side, but gold medal going the way of individual neutral athletes. Can Germany hold off? Looks like they can. Heads are nearly down here. They hold off the challenge to claim that silver medal, and Greece holding off the experience of the Polish crew to take the bronze.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch,
Tolle Leistung da von Kaya und Greta da in dem deutschen Boot. Silbermedaille ist dafür die reichlich verdiente Belohnung. Wir kommen aber zuerst mal zu einer anderen Medaillenzeremonie und das ist jener jetzt für den Männer-Achter.
There we have it, the official results of the women's double sculls. Individual neutral athletes winning the gold, silver to Germany, bronze to Greece, Poland in 4th position, followed in by France in 5th, Turkey in 6th. And now we move on to one of the more interesting victory ceremonies, because there's a lot of people have to come up here to get their medals and their presents. It is the turn of the under-19 men's 8.
Just imagine what would happen one day if someone miscounted and there weren't 27 medals available at the crucial moment. Wer übergibt jetzt diesmal? Wieder Dusan Macecek, den hatten wir bereits aus Tschechien, European Rowing Board Mitglied und zweifacher Olympiateilnahme in Seoul und Barcelona, genau, musste ich kurz überlegen, 88 und 92. Ulrika Hartmann, von ihr hatten wir das schon, das ist die Dame, die unser OK hier co-präsidiert, und sie überreicht diesmal die Präsente, diese kleinen Flaschen, an die großen Athleten. Ulrika Hartmann, Co-Präsidium zusammen mit Steffen Kriskau, den wir vorhin gesehen haben. Und ich muss es nochmal sagen, hervorragende Arbeit haben sie geleistet. Das OK und natürlich das ganze Umfeld drumherum, nicht zuletzt auch die öffentliche Hand.
So here we're seeing bronze medalists. Austria, Croatia had been coming second and third, kind of all the way down, and unlucky to miss out on a medal, but it was a great finish by Austria to claim that bronze medal. 5 rowers and the cocks also won the bronze here last year at the European Under-19s as well at these championships. So they're back for more this year.
Okay, ich muss die österreichischen Namen vorlesen. Ist ja alles nur fair. Das sind Jonathan Klaric, Leon Jacinski, Janis Glanschnik, Ben Eckschlager, Nazari Tchaikovsky, Andreas Bertognoli, Tobias Fletsburger, Paul Oberbauer und die Steuerfrau Lisa Florek. Genau, die haben jetzt die Bronzemedaillen bekommen und kriegen jetzt von Ulrike Hartmann, haben wir ja da gerade rechts im Bild gesehen, auch ebenfalls die Präsente überreicht.
Silver medalist then going to Italy. We won't hear the national anthem this time, but it is another set of medals going to Italy. their under-19 squad, who have been so strong here at these championships. We even saw them competing in, I think, all the spares races as well yesterday. They brought a big squad with them. In the bow seat, we have Vincenzo Gallo, we have Alessandro Leonardi in the 2-seat, Giovanni Di Dio Bonacor in the 3-seat, Umberto Thomas in the 4, Lorenzo Soncin in the 5-seat, Pietro Gozzi, who raced last year in the 8th, finishing 5th at the Worlds, Pietro Gozzi in the 6th seat, Matteo Carboncini, stroked by Christian Bausano, and in her 4th season coxing at these international regattas, Morgana Maroni, winning gold last year with the 8th.
And on the rowing trivia front, if you want a fascinating piece of information, Mattia Carboncini, whose name sounds like a rather nice pasta dish, in fact is the son of Lorenzo Carboncini, who won silver in the Italian 4 in Sydney. So the generations continue. Wonderful. Another family connection. One of several in the Italian squad, as we'll hear later on if the women get up on the rostrum.
I love all your facts, Paul. They're very good. We'll have to do another quiz soon for the viewers. But it is all about the gold medalists here now. Cecchia, incredible race from them, winning from start to finish. And the medal presenter, Dusan Mahacek, very happy to be giving out them gold medals to Cecchia. Just one returning member from last year's crew, and that is the Cox, Marketa Borsova, finishing 5th last year at the Europeans, but winning a silver medal at the World Under-19s. She's joined by Jakub Visek in the bow seat, Vit Kowalski in the 2-seat, Adam Mecha, Miroslav Strand, Ulrich Koronek, Wojciech Mistini, Matek Vavrik, stroked by Jan Slany. And here we have the national anthem of Czechia. There we have it, the medalists, the victory ceremony of the men's 8. Well done there to all crews picking up medals. As we move on to the 5th last race, but the final one before we take a short break. Now we go up to the under-19 women's 8, who will be on the course and started their race. We have 4 entries this time. Lane 1, Germany, there on the right hand side of your screen. Lane 2, Romania. Lane 3, Italy. Lane 4, Czechia. It is Romania now with that early lead.
Frauenachter ist unterwegs und auch wieder ein deutsches Boot hier im Rennen. Harte Arbeit werden sie allerdings leisten müssen, anhand zumindest vom Bahnverteilungsrennen, das wir gestern erleben durften, das sogenannte Preliminary Race. Und das entscheidet über die Bahn Zuteilung. Die schnellsten Boote in der Mitte, das sind Rumänien und Italien, Deutschland. Und die Tschechinnen waren etwas langsamer als die zwei, sind entsprechend auf den Außenbahnen. Deutschland ganz rechts auf ihrem schönen Drohnenbild da und man sieht, Rumänien hat gleich die Führung übernommen.
Romania showing off that experience that they have from last year. There was 4 of the members winning a bronze medal at the World Under-19s last year and also claiming silver at the European Under-19s, and they are showing that experience here now today in this race with 500 metres done. Romania leading this one out. Italy, who are a new combination of a crew, they're currently in that second position, so looking good for them right now at this point in time. It is Germany then, who we can see on the right hand side of your screen there. They're currently in third position, followed in by Czechia.
Ja, die deutsche Steuerfrau Hanne Sievert schaute mal rüber, ganz weit zu 3 Bahnen entfernt. Was machen die Tschechinnen, sagte ihr Gesicht. Und dann hat sie der Mannschaft irgendetwas gesagt bei 750 Metern als Antwort auf einen tschechischen Zwischenspurt. Die deutsche Mannschaft, Schlagfrau auf der Steuerbordseite, also umgekehrt geriggert, wie so eigentlich klassisch konventionell dann wäre, gibt einfach am besten den Takt vor. Charlotte Paulat hier im deutschen Achte. Das ist nur ein Mitglied vom Vorjahr, hat es Maria Pesch auf 3. 5. wurde sie letztes Jahr. Sie kann schlimmsten Fall dieses Jahr 4. werden, sind nur 4 Achte dabei. Aber vielleicht springt eine Medaille dabei raus.
As they pass the island there in the background, they are at halfway in Romania. Again, just showing off that experience, looking very calm right now as they lead out this women's 8. There was just 4 entries in this race. We saw them racing in the preliminary yesterday. It was a mandatory race for lanes. It was Romania who won that out, followed in by Italy, and looks like it's the same right now. So Romania leading it out 5 seconds ahead of Italy, then Germany 6 seconds back, followed in by Czechia.
5 Sekunden Vorsprung für die Rumänen nach 1000 Metern. Das sind Welten. Unglaublich. 4 Mitglieder von ihrem Bronzeboot vom letzten Jahr sitzen hier wieder im Achter. Und die rumänische Dominanz des Frauen-Riemenrudens kann man, glaube ich, zu Recht sagen. Sie geht offensichtlich weiter. Was haben die Italienerinnen anzubieten, das sehen wir. Aber zuerst mal die Deutschen von der Seite. Es sieht schon flüssig aus, die sind konzentriert und zusammen. Die Köpfe sind noch hoch, noch sitzt die Nachtenmüdigkeit nicht so arg und lastet auf ihren Schultern. Aber 4. Position. Das Rennen war, wie ich voraus gesagt habe, hart bislang für die Deutschen.
Coming into the final 600 metres or so here of the women's 8. Final A, lots of medals up for grabs here again, but look at the lead here from the crew from Romania, just absolutely dominating here. We're going to see a couple of them racing again later on after the break in the mixed 8. Some of them silver medalists from these championships last year. Theodore Sandu in the bow seat, Carolina Panuta in the 2 seat, Mariana Casu in the 6 seat. 2 of those were in the 8, and then Patuna was in the quad. But they put this really strong crew together, and they are absolutely dominating with less than 500 to go now. Italy are holding on to silver medal position. A couple of them we're going to see in the mixed 8 as well later on. Can they hold off the challenge from the other 2 crews here? We have Germany and Czechia at the moment. Germany still in that bronze medal position.
Ja, man könnte philosophieren, was ist passiert im DRV-Frauen-Riemenbereich. Letzte Mal Weltmeisterin 2003 in Mailand, kann das sein? Da hängt ein Poster hier oben im 2. Stock von dem Sieg. Diese Athletinnen waren noch gar nicht auf der Welt, ihre großen Geschwister waren noch nicht auf der Welt. Naja, mal sehen. Was schön, Hauptsache im Moment dabei, ein voller Achter. Das ist schön. Die Rumäninnen, aber weiterhin ganz, ganz dominant, souverän in Führung.
What a beautiful sight here. Romania clearly in that winning position. But here we have Italy, we have Czechia, we have Germany. Are Germany going to miss out on a medal here again? At the moment it looks like it. But it's all about the Romanians as they come in to take the final few strokes in final A of the women's 8. They are going to be up on the victory ceremony podium a little later on to claim the gold medals. silver. Very brave rowing here by Italy. Again, very fast and aggressive. And yes, it is going to be bronze medal to Czechia. And the Romanian flag's already flying again. I love that they're prepared and have them ready to go, celebrating that gold medal win. Italy taking the silver. There we have it, official results. Czechia with the bronze. And Germany, unlucky to miss out, finishing in a strong 4th position. That was the final race for now. We still have 4 final A's to come. Starting at 2 p.m. Central European time, we have the men's single scull, the women's single scull, and our mixed boats. Then we have the mixed double sculls, followed by the mixed 8. So the break is to give those rowers a little bit of a break, because some of them have only raced in the last couple of hours, and we'll see them back in those mixed boats. So a little break to give them some recovery time. But we still have a couple of victory ceremonies to bring you before we do take that break. And it will be the turn of the under-19 women's double sculls this time.
Noch 2 Siegerehrungen, dann gibt es eine kleine Pause, nicht zuletzt, um den Leuten im Mixed Achter und Mixed Doppel 2 eine kurze Verschnaufpause zu gewähren. Da geht es um 14 Uhr mit dem nächsten Rennen los. Aber zuerst mal bleiben Sie bei uns für 2 Siegerehrungen. Jetzt haben wir jene für die Frauen Doppelzweier. Hier übergibt Neville Tanzer wieder die Medaillen, Mitglied des European Rowing Board, begleitet diesmal von einer Person, die wir noch nicht gesehen haben heute, Sina Burmeister, jawohl, vom DRV, einer der Chairpersons, Chairpeople, jedenfalls mit so Vorsitzender und so bezahlt halt. Vom DRV, Sina Burmeister ist dabei und übergibt die Geschenke.
So our medalists from the women's double sculls. We have individual neutral athletes, Germany and Greece. Bronze medal going the way of Greece. On the right hand side of your screen, Marina Adam in the bow seat. Federiki, Amelia Natani in the stroke seat. We saw her last year in the quad at the World Under-19s, finishing 6th. She was also in the European Under-23s, finishing 5th in the women's single scull. So a new combination here, and they're picking up that lovely bronze medal.
Und jetzt kommen wir zu den Deutschen. Silbermedaille, jawohl, für Kaya Wölk und Greta Amort. Überreicht von Neville Tanzer, ehemaligen Chef des Schweizerischen Ruderverbands. Leider keine Medaille bislang für die Schweiz heute, kommt aber vielleicht noch, sehen wir dann. Nach 14 Uhr noch eine Chance für die Schweiz, der ist er. Neville Tanzer, Troncé, wie sie zu ihm sagen, in der französischsprachigen Schweiz, wer wohnt. Wölk und Amort. Die Athletin vom AFV Hanseat und von der Lübecker RG. Bronze letztes Jahr für Amort, jetzt Silber vor Heimpublikum.
Lots of happy people in the crowd there for Germany picking up their silver medals. And then what a dominating performance here from the crew, from individual neutral athletes, winning that gold medal. Very strong performance. They won out through the semi-final rounds yesterday and then took a commanding and dominating lead in the women's double scull. Anastasia Borovtseva in the bow seat, Alexandra Grigorieva, who's a medalist from the under-23 Europeans last year in this boat class as well. She has a under-19 medal to add to her collection now. And once again, as Paul explained a little earlier on, the national anthem for these individual neutral athletes, it is the FISA anthem is played to represent these individual neutral athletes.
Im Namen der Neutralität, nicht nur farblich, wie vorhin erwähnt, sondern auch musikalisch, gibt es hier natürlich keine Nationalhymne, sondern lediglich jene. Die FISA Anthem, also das offizielle Lied von World Rowing, mit deren Fahne entsprechend gehisst. Das ist ja World Rowing auf Goldposition Deutschland und Griechenland. Und das Lied ist kurz. Der Fahnenhisser oder Hisserin muss schnelle Arbeit leisten und trotzdem würdig bleiben. Das war eine der vielen Herausforderungen gestern bei der Probe für die Siegerehrung. Aber alles gut gegangen, wunderbar, sehr elegant gehisst, die Fieserfahne.
Congratulations there to all medal winners. Greece picking up the bronze, Germany the silver, and individual neutral athletes with their very, very strong performance winning the gold medal.
So that reminds me of today's first quiz question. We've just seen the international neutral athletes again. If they're individual neutral athletes, why is their abbreviation AIN? That's the quiz question number one. And not INA, which would be individual neutral athletes. Why is it AIN? There's a very good reason for that. And what does AIN stand for if it's not individual neutral athletes? That's sort of question 1.5. And then there's a second quiz question. Why is Galley Flash Rowing Club called Galley Flash Rowing Club? If you know the answer to those two questions, there's a lovely prize to be had. Paul.castle as in the building, at web as in worldwide, .de as in Deutschland. Send your answers in, and the lucky fairy who decides everything, by the way, so there's no discussion, and this is not a World Rowing official draw. This is a personal commitment by the man behind that email address. You may win that prize, as someone has done this year from last year. So there you go.
Can we find out what the prizes are? Okay, I've just been told off microphone what the prize is, and it's a very nice one. So get your entries in if anyone is wondering what Galley Flash Rowing Club is. It is my rowing club, a coastal club in Ireland. Not too many people will have heard of it, but it is. It's a pretty cool name.
They have now. The whole of Europe has now heard of Galley Flash. How many listeners have we got? We can check how many thousands of people have heard of Galley Flash Rowing Club, thanks to that little, well, repeated attempt to advertise it. We'll have to see. We'll check out the listener numbers shortly.
So as Paul checks out the numbers of our viewers, what we are waiting for now is those medal winners from the women's 8. You can see them on the pontoon. They're starting to make their way in. They just had to make sure there was enough boat space for them as the women's doubles continue their celebrations. They'll be heading down now to row their boats away from the pontoon and back into the loading area, and then the 8s will make their way up to collect their medals. Already the crew from Czechia are down hugging each other, celebrating their bronze medal. And then we're just waiting for Italy and Romania to make their way to the victory ceremony area. I'm looking around, but I actually can't see them.
Jakobine Ravensbergen hier aus den Niederlanden, Mitglied des European Rowing Board, schreit rüber, kommt, es gibt noch eine Medaillenzeremonie. Sie will auch Medaillen überreichen, das macht sie nämlich bei dieser Zeremonie. Umso mehr will sie, dass die Athletinnen jetzt kommen.
Beautiful shots here of the countryside of Brandenburg. We have BC Regatta Course. That's where we are. We're on a natural lake here in Brandenburg, which is about 70 kilometers west of Berlin. A beautiful part of Germany. We've got very lucky with the weather. Bit of a heat wave going on this weekend. I believe there was a lot of rain last week. There was a canoeing championship. A lot of rain, whereas they've had flash warm conditions here this weekend. for these championships and a beautiful location to be in.
Indeed it is, and if you've done a bit of German history, Brandenburg, Potsdam, Berlin, all this kind of stuff, it's here, it's real. Lots of water, which I always love. Cities built on water, Stockholm, Brandenburg, you name them, wonderful. But yes, the canoeists got a bit wet. My favourite Swiss canoeist put on her Instagram account as she crossed the finishing line, she had to get a hanky out to wipe her nose. It was that wet and cold, and they've left us not only good infrastructure, but the sunshine as well. Thank you, canoeists, our friends.
So we're just seeing the bronze medalists from the women's A, Czechia, making their way to the victory ceremony. Looks like they'll be the only ones collecting their medals right now. Romania and Italy do have some rowers who are going to be taking part in the mixed 8, which isn't too far away now at this point. So I think they wanted to get in a bit of a recovery time before they head back out on the water. So yes, we have the 8s to look forward to, the mixed 8 and the mixed double sculls to look forward to a little later, as well as the men's single sculls and the women's single sculls. So 4 more medal finals to come. They'll be kicking off from 2 p.m. local time here. And we're just seeing, coming into our view now, we're seeing some of the medalists from the Italian women's 8. Perhaps the ones that aren't going to be taking part in the mixed 8, it looks like, and the Romanians are here too. So they all went into a different loading spot, it looks like. But here they come. Victory ceremony for the under-19 women's 8. Dominating performance by Romania in this one.
Yes, we'll be playing this one a little bit by ear because one or two athletes understandably have decided to set their priority in preparing for the mixed 8 or the mixed doubles, depending on the case afterwards. So not every single athlete who we saw in the race will be present here at the medal ceremony. But there are enough medals to go round, that's for sure, and enough from each country to have a good medal ceremony. That was the main thing we're keen to. And we may see the others on the podium after the mixed 8s, who knows? Just wait for them to walk on. Who's giving the medals this time? As I said, Jacomina Ravensbergen aus den Niederlanden. Jawohl, sie überreicht jetzt die Medaillen als Mitglied vom European Rowing Board und begleitet wird sie von Robert Zenz. Er ebenfalls eine der sogenannten Chairpersons des DRV, des Deutschen Ruderverbandes, zusammen mit Sina Burmeister, die wir vorhin gesehen haben. Und ganz komplett ist das Siegerfeld ja nicht, das Podestfeld, weil verständlicherweise einige Athletinnen es vorgezogen haben, sich dann zuerst mal zu ihrer Mannschaft für die Mixed-Achter nachher zu begeben und sich darauf so vorzubereiten und nicht hier in der Sonne zu stehen und eine Medaille überreicht zu bekommen. Sie werden es nachher natürlich dann trotzdem bekommen. Jacomina Ravensbergen aus den Niederlanden und Robert Zenz aus Deutschland, die Honorationen in dieser Zeremonie.
And there we have it, the victory ceremony for the under-19 women's 8. Just coming into position there, we have crews from Czechia, Italy and Romania. So many rowers again, even without everyone here. I think we might be missing a Cox perhaps from Romania. We'll see from Italy and the Italian crew. I think a few of those are racing as well in the mixed 8. The bronze medals up first on the right hand side of our screen to the crew from Czechia. 2 of them returning from last year's championships. They were in the women's 4, so it's a new combination. We have Barbara Volhova in the bow seat, Adela Latilova, Ingrid Bauer, Emma Lepirova, Aliska Nemkova, Anna Chechova, Stella Albrechtova, stroked by Katerina Sedlakovova, and the Cox Daniela Hendrikova. None of these racing again, so we have the whole crew here to pick up their bronze medals.
Schöne Bilder da von glücklichen Gesichten im brandenburgischen Sonnenschein. Die Tschechinnen haben es, glaube ich, komplett geschafft, diese Siegerehrung. Sehr schön, da ist Robert Zenz, der mit zum vorgesehenen Turnaround im DRV dann beiträgt. Wir sind gespannt. Ich hoffe, es geht aufwärts wieder nach einer etwas, ja kann man sagen, welligen Zeit, würde man vielleicht auf dem Wasser dann sagen.
And here we have the Italian crew picking up their silver medal. In the bow seat, Aurora Toffanello, Eva Gagetti, Aurora Garosa. The Italian version of my name, Neve Araldi. We have Camilla Trombetta, Bianca Bancora, Annette de Vicenzi, Victoria Pillar, and coxed by Roy Rabba.
My word, poor man. Just imagine that job. But anyway, well done, Roy. He's got a nice hat on and he kept them on course. More family trivia from the Italian squad here. There's lots, in fact, of family connections to this crew. I'll spare you most of the details. But the father of the five-woman Camilla Trombetta, Mattia, rode for the Italian squad in the 96 Olympics in Atlanta. And he was a spare in Sydney in 2000. So again, continuing the tradition. The others, the Stern 3, have brothers and sisters who have already won medals at this level. So great to see that. Continuing the family tradition as well.
Great to see so many families involved. I always find the Italians, it's just passed down through the generations. But here we have the gold medalists, Romania. Incredibly dominating performance by them. In the bow seat, Teodora Sandu, Carolina Panuta, Elena Bianca Nitu, Mea Renata Bumbak, Elena Denisa Baku, happy birthday to her for Friday, she turned 18. Mariana Kasu in the sixth seat. Anja Gabriela Kazaku, stroked by Madalina Dimitria Rasakuk, and cox there by 13-year-old Sara Maria Vasca, our youngest competitor here this weekend. So much experience in this boat. A lot of them raced either the European or the World Under-19s last year, and some of them the year before as well. And so we are going to be hearing the Romanian national anthem now shortly. There we have it, the Romanian national anthem, and that was the victory ceremony for the Under-19 Women's 8. Great celebrations all around Romania, Italy and Czechia picking up those gold, silver and bronze medalists. So as we mentioned, there is a short break now, but the action is certainly not over. We still have the men's single sculls, the women's single sculls, the mixed double sculls and the mixed 8 to come. We will be taking a short break after that incredible morning of racing. Paul, do you want to tell them what time we'll be back?
Yes, we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Well, go on air slightly before 2 o'clock, but the next race is at 2 o'clock, and it's the final of the men's single sculls. 4 races to complete this great weekend of rowing here in Brandenburg. Look forward to having you back. Take the opportunity for a break. We certainly will do, and are thankful for it. Also, meine Damen und Herren, wenn Sie online zuhören und zum Beispiel sich für den Männer-Einer nachher interessieren mit der Schweiz und Deutschland, 14 Uhr geht's hier weiter. Wir machen eine kurze Pause. Das gibt unter anderem auch den Teilnehmern der 2 letzten Rennen des heutigen Tages, Mixed Doppelzweier und Mixed Achter, auch etwas mehr Verschnaufpause. Wir sind on air wieder so ab ungefähr 5 vor 2. Das nächste Rennen eben um 14 Uhr.
Zwei weitergehen mit dem letzten Halbfinale. to see you again on the grandstand because in 10 minutes time, it's time to race the A-final in men's and women's single sculls. And after a very short while, we will see the mixed double sculls and the mixed eight. So get ready because in 10 minutes time, we will resume racing. And very excited to see 4 more medal decisions. Sehr gut für all diejenigen, die bereits auf dem Weg langsam zurück sind zwischen nur noch ein kleines bisschen Zeit ist es, aber dann nehmen wir Platz oder besser keinen Platz. Sicher bleiben gleich auf den Beinen, denn uns erwarten noch 2 A-Finals und einer der Junioren und Junioren sowie dann der A-Finals im Mixed und Zweier und im Mixed After. In 9 Minuten geht es los und dann sind wir gespannt, was uns erwartet und uns, glaube ich, nochmal möglich sein könnte, vielleicht die deutsche Nationalhymne zu hören. Wir müssen auch an unsere Schweizer Freunde denken, denn auch sie haben in den beiden A-Finals des Einlass jeweils einen Sportler bzw. Sportlerin dabei. Von daher eine Zeit in Kürze von 2 Jahren gesagt, in 9 Minuten. Ladies and gentlemen, are you back after the lunch break? We'll get that sorted. Give me a second. So, are you excited to see the A-finals in the single sculls? Well, Valerie, that sounded like a technical issue. Had another plan than you talking to our audience directly
Welcome back to the 2026 European Rowing Under 19 Championships. We have the last block of racing to come here, coming to you live from Brandenburg in Germany, not too far from Berlin. We're here at the BEC Regatta course and we're gearing up for the final 4 races of the day. 4 final A's to come. We'll be kicking off very shortly with the under 19 men's single sculls. We'll have the women's single sculls, then the mixed double sculls, and rounding out with the mixed 8. We'll also have the victory ceremonies from all 4 of those races. So there is your schedule on screen. It is a beautiful day here in Brandenburg. Temperature is not too hot. They're in the mid-20s, but there is a nice breeze out there, which is keeping everyone a little bit cooler than they were yesterday. And we're seeing all these single scullers now coming in to the start line. My name is Niamh Hayes and I'm joined once again by Paul Castle. Paul, did you have a nice break?
Yes, and much need, I think. And I'm delighted to see that there were lots of people going to the catering stands. We've got a good crop of caterers here offering quite a range of goods, and it's good to see them getting plenty of custom in that break. Willkommen zurück, meine Damen und Herren, und vielen Dank, dass Sie Ihren Sonntagnachmittag mit uns beginnen. Wir sind circa eine Dreiviertelstunde bei Ihnen, also das letzte Rennen 14:37 Uhr, dann die letzten Siegerehrungen. Danach gibt es hier vor Ort dann so die Schlusszeremonie, Fahnenübergabe an die Kroaten, die nächstes Jahr in Zagreb Gastgeber sind von dieser Junioren-Europameisterschaft. Schönen Blick jetzt auf Ihren Bildschirm auf den Start. Die Starthilfen mit den Händen im Wasser halten die Boote ja fest. Und wen sehen wir da? Also am nächsten zur Kamera hier und nachher also links auf den Luftaufnahmen zu sehen, Oskar Müller aus Deutschland vom Ruderverein Wandsbek. Kam dorthin über das Schülerrudern und über Zufälle mehr oder weniger in den Einer. Jetzt ist er hier am Start. Wer ist sonst noch dabei im Einer? Ungarn auf der anderen Seite auf der Bahn 1, also nachher rechts im Bild. Die Schweiz mit Remy Christ ebenfalls am Start. Norwegen und Griechenland, Pinch und Muselimis, die 2 schnellsten Qualifikanten für dieses A-Finale auf den Mittelbahnen. Entsprechend Driesen aus Belgien und wie gesagt, da ist er ja wieder im Vordergrund. Oskar Müller aus Deutschland.
Over 400 athletes here this weekend in Brandenburg, 32 nations, 14 boat classes. We're down to the final 4 of those boat classes. We've already handed out medals in 10 boat classes from the men's pair, the pairs, the 4s, the quads, the doubles and the 8s. And now we're down to the final 4 races of these championships. And what a championships it has been. Accumulation of a lot of work over the years for these athletes, and yes, they're still just emerging off the blocks, emerging talent here, but our attention now goes to the men's single sculls. They're about to get underway very, very soon. In lane 1, we have Barnabas Boton de Coupe. In lane 2, Remy Christ of Switzerland. Lane 3, Raphael Pinch of Norway. In lane 4, Jason Muslimas of Greece. Lane 5, Sepp Driesen of Belgium. And lane 6, Oscar Müller of Germany. This is going to be some final. These rowers have come through the heats yesterday morning. They raced in the semi-final yesterday afternoon, and here they are now, the top 6 men's single scullers in Europe. Some experience, but also we're seeing new names, particularly Sepp Driesen of Belgium, first time competing at European level.
Noch steht die Ampel unten links auf Rot eingeblendet da, aber das sieht auch jeder Sportler am Ende von diesen Startbrücken, auf denen die Freiwilligen in ihren grünen Hemden liegen. Und wenn das auf grün schaltet, ertönt auch entsprechend ein Signal, akustisch und visuell, dann keine Möglichkeit, den Start zu verpassen. Fehlstarts sind theoretisch möglich. Bislang Holzklopfen hatten wir noch gar keinen. Jetzt sind sie wieder unterwegs. Finale Männer Einer.
First few strokes pulled here by the 6 single scullers in the under-19 men's single sculls. The fourth last race of the day. Hungary, Switzerland, Norway, Greece, Belgium and Germany. Early showing here from Muslimas of Greece. Going by the semi-final times yesterday, Pinch of Norway is certainly one to keep an eye on. He's in lane 3. Belgium's Driesen as well. He was second fastest, but not much separating any of them through the semi-finals. But there is 5 rowers who have a lot of experience from last year's season, even some medalists who we'll talk about throughout the race here. So I'm sure that will stand to them now as they start to make their way down towards that first 500-meter mark.
Alle Boote gut gestartet, das ist immer erfreulich und weiterhin wunderbare Bedingungen hier. Der See bleibt flach das ganze Wochenende. Die Sonne ist jetzt ein bisschen weg hinter den Wolken, das tut sicherlich auch gut. Die deutsche Nationalhymne haben wir zweimal gehört heute. Eine weitere Medaillensammlung gab es auch, Silber und Bronze. Also was kommt noch hinzu? Das ist die Frage an diesem Wochenende für die Fans des DRV. Kann Oskar Müller eine Medaille gewinnen, nachdem er letztes Jahr im Doppelvierer Gold gewann, und zwar auf der Weltbühne. Was gibt es dann hier europäisch? Und was kann Remy Christ letztes Jahr B-Finale im Doppelzweier gewonnen? Was kann er jetzt für die Schweiz im Einer herzaubern? Das sehen wir bald.
Muslimas there of Greece just about still holding on to the lead. Medalist from last year, he won a silver at the World Under-19s last year in the men's double sculls. He won a gold at these championships in also the men's double sculls, so he's after transferring over to the single. We also saw him at the World Under-23s in both the double and the quad, and at beach sprints in Turkey last year as well, so a multiple talented athlete. Just about holding on to the lead here, but there is a challenge coming from lane 2. That is Remy Christ of Switzerland, another rower that we saw last year at the World Under-19s in the men's double as well, finishing 7th. And then Belgium's Sepp Driesen, again his first international regatta, but doing super at the moment, coming in that bronze medal position. Very closely followed by Pinch of Norway, followed by Germany and Hungary.
Remy Christ aus der Schweiz, wie gesagt, 7. letztes Jahr im Doppelzweier, jetzt ist er im Einer unterwegs. Kommt aus einer der ganz, ganz wenigen echt zweisprachigen Städten der Schweiz, und zwar aus Biel. Der ist in dem deutschsprachigen Motorclub da, dem Seeclub, wo zum Beispiel die Familie Bersey eine wunderbare tragende Säule des Vereinslebens und auch des Coachings darstellt. Jetzt die junge Generation mit der Lina da sehr aktiv. Es gibt auch einen französischen sprachigen Club in Biel, also Bien, Etoile Bien und Seeclub Biel. Remy Christ, der gerne in seine Freizeit fischen geht, angeln, vielleicht im Bielersee, sehen wir dann noch. Wer fischt jetzt hier nach einer Medaille? Wie sah es nach 500 Metern aus? Führung für den Griechen. Und ja, auf dem Papier müsste man erwarten, dass Yason Muslimis aus Griechenland beste Chancen auf eine Medaille hat. Da ist er ja im Bild.
Muslimas taking a little look over his right shoulder there to see what the challenge is like coming from his right hand side in lane 2. Remy Christ there staying very much with him here now, but on his outside as well, Driesen of Belgium. They're your top 3 at the moment. They're coming up, passing that island, passing that halfway mark. Still Greece in the lead. Did he go off too hard though? It's hard to tell, but we'll see now in the second half of this race. Then it is Driesen in that second position, just ahead of Christ of Switzerland. And then as they head down into the final half of their race, it is Pinch of Norway in that 4th position, Müller of Germany, who is a gold medalist from the World Under-19s last year from the quad. And then we have Barnabas Koop in 6th position, not one to write off just yet. He's a silver medalist from the European Under-19s last year, came 4th at the World Under-19s. So again, a lot of experience, a lot of medals between these young rowers, but at the moment still all about Greece here.
Ja, der Grieche führt das Feld weiterhin an, aber wegziehen kann er es ganz sicher nicht. Und dafür sorgt vor allen Dingen der Belgier auf der Bahn neben ihm, Sepp Driesen, ganz kräftige Schläge und sah gestern in der Qualifikation bereits beeindruckend aus. Da ist er jetzt wieder, sieht man von der Seite. Lange Hebelfunktion, schaut ganz leicht über seine rechte Schulter, aber da spürt er den Griechen die ganze Zeit. Er kann sowieso dessen Wasser sehen hinter
dem Heck vom gelben Boot und da im weißen Boot zweiter von links. Das ist das Führungsduo Richtung Medaillen unterwegs. Was passiert dahinter? Das ist die große Frage. Kann die Schweiz, Deutschland vielleicht oder eben Silbermedaillengewinner vom letzten Jahr, der Ungar, jetzt mal ein Zeichen setzen?
Muslimas there, when we saw the close-up, was still looking pretty steady. Looks like he has a bit to go. If he wants, he can up his rate. Whereas Pinch on the right-hand side of him already, after shortening up quite a bit as they go into the final 500 metres. Still Greece in that gold medal position. Pinch now moving into that silver medal position ahead of Driesen of Belgium. Christoph of Switzerland still there, still within touching distance, followed in by Germany and Hungary. So let's see if Muslimas has the endurance in him to keep it going and to up it a little bit, because there's certainly a challenge coming from either side, from Norway and Belgium.
Ja, der Grieche führt bis 1500 Meter unangefochten, aber einige Rennen heute haben sich über die letzten paar Meter entschieden. Werden wir sehen, was hier passiert. Wer gibt als erste Gas in dieser Zone der roten Bojen? Die letzten 250 Meter sind jetzt angesagt. Und Griechenland, Norwegen, Belgien jetzt weniger, aber Norwegen immer stärker. Der Schweizer ebenfalls jetzt auf Medaillenkurs, angefeuert von den Kuhglocken auf der Tribüne.
Here comes Pinch of Norway. He's on Muslimas' right-hand side here. He has it down to about quarter of a length. Muslimas just about still holding on to that gold medal. It is in his hands. If he can just hold on, Pinch of Norway then in that silver medal position, and then great race between Remy Christ of Switzerland, Driesen of Belgium, but taking home the gold medal, winning from start to finish. What a great race there by Greece, taking that gold medal. Silver going the way of Norway, Raphael Pinch, but who is going to get that bronze medal between Belgium and Switzerland? Waiting for the official results to come into us here in the Finnish Tower. What a great race there. Very impressive by Muslimas. Kept enough in the tank just to hold off any challenge. And it is Remy Christ of Switzerland to take the bronze medal.
Jubel, Trubel und Heiterkeit in Biel daheim und sicher auch hier auf der Tribüne. Bronze für die Schweiz, die erste Schweizer Medaille dieser Junioren-Europameisterschaft. Aber Gold, klare Sache, für Griechenland, Silber dann für Norwegen.
So congratulations there to all our winners, medal winners in the men's single sculls. The victory ceremony for them will be coming up after another race. But well done there. Greece winning the gold medal, Norway silver, and Switzerland the bronze. But we're moving back up to the start line, the start of the next race. We have 3 more to go, and it is the turn of the women's single sculls. They'll be getting going in just over a minute's time. In lane 1, representing individual neutral athletes, we have Victoria Halaskok. In lane 2 for Switzerland, Olivia Lunig. We have Alizi Ribalzi of Italy in lane 3. Helena Tipetanzel, great name, from Germany, the 15-year-old who has impressed us so much this weekend. Tatiana Cherkasova, individual neutral athletes 1. And then we have Pasalina Moratadou of Greece, a name that we see time and time again. A multiple medalist last year at under 19 and under 23 level. So who is going to win the medals this time?
Ja, gute Frage. Wieder Chancen für die Schweiz und für Deutschland. Jetzt im Frauen-Einer geht auch gleich los. Da sitzen sie schon bereits am Start dieser leichten Anspannung. Wir haben 2 AIN-Vertreterinnen hier, 2 Individual Neutral Athletes am Start auf den Bahnen 1 und 5. Wer sitzt dazwischen? Die Schweiz. Da drüben sieht man ja gerade noch so das Rote. Das ist Olivia Leunig für die Schweiz, dann Alice Rebolzi aus Italien und auf der anderen Mittelbahn sitzt Helena Tibi-Tanzel aus Deutschland. Ganz, ganz jung und ganz, ganz schnell war bislang das Motto. Schauen, was heute dann geht. Das Feld wird komplettiert, da ist sie von der Dame im Vordergrund. Das ist Pascalina Moratidou aus Griechenland, bereits sehr erfolgreich im Doppelzweier und sogar Gold bereits aus U23. Hier fährt sie wieder U19. So, die sind jetzt nach vorne gekommen. Die Blätter sind im Wasser, die Ampel noch rot, jetzt auf grün
Und los geht's.
Here we go, the start of the under-19 women's single sculls. 6 rowers looking for 3 medals who will be at the victory ceremony a little later on. Aggressive start here from the Italian Rabalzi. We're seeing the aggressive style from the Italian squad here all weekend, particularly today in the finals. But great start there by Olivia Lunig of Switzerland. She was one of the faster scullers out of this six lot from yesterday's semi-final. But the fastest was 15-year-old Helena Tibetanzel, so she's certainly one to watch. She is in lane 4, just trailing at this very, very early stage. Again, on paper, going by past results, it should be Greece up there, Morturado, multiple medalist, but let's see how she does up against the younger rowers now this year.
Ja, Helena Tibetanzel muss man nochmal vor Augen führen. Geburtstag 15. Juli, geboren 2010. Das heißt, sie wird in diesem Juli erst 16 und fährt jetzt schon auf Top-Niveau im A-Finale des Einers. Und man wird dann irgendwann ganz alt als Kommentator, wenn man nicht aufpasst. Und man weiß, dass dieser Tag gekommen ist, wenn man zum ersten Mal bewusst ein Rennen kommentiert mit dem Kind von einem Athleten oder Athletin, deren Rennen man auch schon kommentiert hat. Und heute ist mir das passiert. Mutti Tibetanzel, Leichtgewicht, ihrer Zeit sehr erfolgreich für Deutschland. Helena Tibetanzel, jetzt unterwegs. Frankfurter Germania, jawohl. Und Olivia Leunig für die Schweiz, ebenfalls gut dabei. Aus Küsnacht.
Here we go, coming up towards that first 500 meters. Just with the angle of the drone, we're trying to figure out who is in that first position. Rabalzi of Italy, after her aggressive start, she is looking good at the moment after coming out of the quad last year at the World Under-19s, finishing 8th position or second in Final B. She took off at the start and is just holding off the challenge here at the moment. Next to her on the right-hand side, Olivia Lunig of Switzerland. Again, someone we've seen over the last 2 seasons. She was in the double last year, finishing 9th at the World Under-19s, 8th at the Europeans in the solo. We also saw her in the 4 the previous year, so she's one who has plenty of racing experience, but yet it is Rabalzi of Italy, followed in by Tibetanzel of Germany in that second position at that 500 metre mark. So much more of the course to go, though. They still have a long race to go. In that third position then, Mortadu of Greece, followed in by Cherkasova, individual neutral athlete. Lunig of Switzerland, followed in by Halaskok of individual neutral athletes.
Ja, da sieht man es von oben, wie knapp das eigentlich an der Spitze des Feldes ist. Aber das Boot 3 von rechts, das ist das italienische Boot und führt das Feld weiterhin an. Ribolzi, die Alicia Ribolzi, sie rudert auf diesem wunderschönen Ruderrevier Cogeno, wo die Schweiz ihre Elite-Trials jedes Jahr oder fast jedes Jahr durchführt. Tolles Wasser und das genießt sie auch hier am BC. Also weiterhin wunderbare Bedingungen, flaches Wasser und sie kann ihr Ding voll durchziehen. Da, schöne Aufnahme von Ribolzi, von der Italienerin. Im Hintergrund Olivia Leunig war vorhin auf 5. Position nach 500 Metern. Wir schauen dann, wie es bei 1000 Metern aussieht.
Rabalzi of Italy still holding the lead just about here ahead of Greece over on the left-hand side of your screen. Rabalzi, there's still quite a bit of the race to go here now, so we'll see if she's going to be able to hang on to that aggressive style that she has gone from the start really with, but she does have that experience from last year. When you're in that position though, when you're leading, it's hard not to kind of panic, so she just has to continue to follow her race plan mentally and let it translate to the water here, and looking good for her so far at the moment. As you can see on the left hand side, Tibetanzel of Germany, but it is still Greece, Mortadu over on the far side. She's still holding on to that silver medal position ahead of then it is Cherkasova in 4th.
Es blieb weiterhin sehr knapp, auch nach 1000 Metern, aber Helena Tibetanzel durchaus intakte Chancen. Sehr schön gemacht. Italien führte nach 1000 Metern und jetzt sind sie auf der zweiten Streckenhälfte unterwegs. Was wird da passieren? So viele Rennen an diesem wunderschönen Europameisterschaftswochenende wurden über die letzten 500 Meter entschieden. Es kommt also sicher noch einiges.
Challenge here on the outside from Mortadu from Greece. She is a multiple gold medalist from last year's season at the World Under-23s. the World Under-19s and the European Under-23s in the women's double, a gold medal at all of those. And at this championship, the European Under-19, she was second in the quad. So for the first time, she is in the women's single, and it's certainly suiting her. She's still looking very strong over on the far side here. It is still Ribalzi of Italy holding on to that lead. Turkisova of individual neutral athletes, another young athlete, just 16 years old. She's very much there as well within contention of a medal at this point.
Ja, Bugball Nummer 6 im Bild vorhin. Jetzt sieht man es noch besser. Ganz links im Bild, das ist das griechische Boot. Und Pascalina Moratido, die sich etwas zurückhielt, hatte man den Eindruck, über die ersten 500 Meter, kommt jetzt immer stärker auf. Eine individuelle, neutrale Athletin, Cherkasova, auf der Bahn neben mir, geht am besten mit. Italien weiterhin auch bestens dabei.
This is a great shot because it shows just how close it is between all of these four athletes. Ribalzi of Italy still powering it on, holding on to that lead. She has about 400 metres to go. All she needs to do is hang on. We know they rate high, but we know they certainly have places to go as well. She'll get more out of herself for sure. But it is Turkisova in lane 5 who I have my eye on. She's off the screen right now at the moment, but she's moving into that second position, and there's going to be a big challenge from her. We can see the individual neutral athletes have very strong, powerful strokes, and that's going to stand to her here. Maybe she has more to give or more to go rather than Ribalzi of Italy.
Jetzt wird es sehr, sehr schwer für die Schweizerin. Letztes Jahr 8., also im B-Finale. Dieses Jahr sieht es nach 5. oder gar 6. Aber im A-Finale aus. Dafür Helene Tibi-Tanzel für Deutschland. Sieht im Moment durchaus nach einer Medaille aus. Aber wer weiß, wir sind in der letzten heißen Zone der roten Bojen. Jetzt geht's um alles.
What brave rowing here from Alizi Ribalzi of Italy. She's led it from the start, took off at an aggressive pace and has held it, and she is holding off the challenge from Turkisova of individual neutral athletes, who's now in a solid second position. And then a great challenge back here by Helena Tibidanzel herself and Moratadu of Greece, battling it out for that bronze medal. But it is all about Alizi Ribalzi of Italy as she comes in to take the gold medal in the under-19 women's single sculls. It's going to be silver to Turkisova of individual neutral athletes. To our eye up here, potentially Germany missing out on a medal there, but let's wait for the official results to come in. But what a great race there from the women's single sculls.
Ja, wir warten die offiziellen Ergebnisse ab. So wie wir es gesehen haben, ganz inoffiziell, sah es nach dem 4. Platz für Helene Tibi-Tanzel aus, knapp hinter Griechenland. Die Jury braucht einen Moment. Es war ein knapper Einlauf. Einer von vielen an diesem wunderschönen Ruderwochenende in Brandenburg. Herzschlag, Spurt zur Ziellinie. Klar war aber Gold für Italien, Silber für die schnellere der zwei AINs. Und jawohl, jetzt ist es bestätigt. Deutschland unglücklicher, aber tapferer Vierter hinter Griechenland.
There we have it, official results. Gold medal going the way of Italy, Alizi Ribalzi. Then individual neutral athletes. Great second half of the race there from Tatiana Turkisova. And then bronze medal going the way of Pascalina Moratadu, holding off the challenge there from the young athlete Helena Tibidanzel, who I'm sure will have many, many years ahead of her in rowing. She's impressed us very much this weekend. But we will be moving on to the victory ceremony from the men's single sculls next.
Ja, es geht weiter. Es gibt wieder Medaillen. Und zwar diesmal für Griechenland, Norwegen und die Schweiz. Überreichen wird die Medaillen Patrick Rombaud wieder, ehemaliger Chef der Jury, langjähriger Schiedsrichterkommissionsleiter, jetzt Vizepräsident von European Rowing. Und wer läuft da mit? Der Mann der gelben Boote, Helmut Empacher von der Bootswerft Empacher. Der gehört auch zu unseren Sponsoren hier. Herzlichen Dank, Firma Empacher. Die Medaillen.
This was a very stacked field. We knew it when they were lining up on the start line in the men's single sculls. The medals could have gone anyway. There was so much experience out there on the water from the last season or two. We only had one new rower, Sepp Driesen of Belgium, who had a great race all the way down with Norway and Switzerland. Unlucky to miss out on a medal, but it's all about Switzerland now, who are picking up the bronze medal, that is Remy Christ. We saw him last year at the World Under-19s in the double sculls, finishing 7th, and here he is at the European Under-19s in the single, winning a bronze medal.
Ja, Trainerin Howald und Team können erhobenen Hauptes die Heimreise antreten. Eine Medaille in Brandenburg, und zwar dank Remy Christ, dem jungen Mann von C-Club Biel. Hervorragend. Jetzt Norwegen, die Silbermedaille.
Silver medal now going the way of Raphael Pinched of Norway. Again, someone we saw last year, finishing 5th in this boat class last year at the Europeans, went on to the Worlds, finishing 6th at under-19 level, and now he has come up onto the podium for himself, claiming that a silver medal. Again, himself, Switzerland and Belgium, they had a great race all the way down. And I believe, Paul, you found out what the gift or the present is.
Yes, I'm afraid I was miles off with asparagus shampoo. It's a ginger shot, a fully legal, alcohol-free, no problem with the doping commission, anything like that. Ginger shot, delicious and very good for one's health.
Excellent. Yes, we're going for the health here this year at the European Rowing Under-19 Championships. But gold medal here, it is all about Ihsan Musalimas, who won his race from start to finish. An incredibly brave race. You know, he's a multi-talented rower. We saw him at the Beach Prince last year in Turkey. He raced at the World Under-19s and Under-23s. He's raced in the quad, in the double, and won a gold medal at the European Under-19s last year in the double. And now he has a single to add to his collection. Lovely to see the celebrations between all 3 rowers here. And for the first time today, I believe, we are going to hear the Greek national anthem. There we have it, the national anthem of Greece. So well done there to all our medal winners, Switzerland, Norway and Greece. We have 2 more races to go. We have 3 more victory ceremonies. We'll be heading back on the course shortly. Well, that will then be followed by the victory ceremony of the women's single sculls, the race that we just saw. But right now we go up to the start line, second last race of the European Rowing Under-19 Championships, and now it is the mixed double sculls. So the first of 2 mixed races here today, and here we have our start list. Lane 1 we have Germany, lane 2 Romania, lane 3 Italy, lane 4 Hungary and lane 5 Moldova.
Mixed racing, yes, en vogue, up and coming. And saw it at elite level. Here we are at under-19. It's, an experiment. Let's see how this works out. Who's got the best combination? Does one put the woman at stroke or at bow? How will it work in the 8? How does one distribute the weights and the sometimes different approaches to training, the physique? Who does the coaching? Another of those big questions. Here we go, the mixed double sculls. Looking forward to some fun here. Im gemischten Doppelzweier sitzt auf der Bahn 1, das sieht man, den roten Streifen im Hintergrund, gerade gestartet. Das deutsche Boot mit Anori Laurin Benz von der RG 72, also aus München, auf Bug. Und seine Schlagfrau heißt Elena Schweißtal vom Bergkastler RV. Rumänien ebenfalls unterwegs, Italien, Ungarn und Moldawien.
Well, here we go, the start of the mixed double race. As you said, Paul, an interesting experiment that people have really taken to. I think we saw it at senior level as well last year. Ireland doing very well in it. at the World Championships. But it is all about Germany, Romania, Italy, Hungary and Moldova. All of these rowers, everyone that's out here has rowed already this weekend in different categories. They're all coming from lots of different categories, some from sculling, some from sweeping, as they make their way into the double scull here now today. And at the start line we saw, as you mentioned, would they have the male or the female in the stroke seat or bow seat, and it looks to be mixed across the different boats. We'll get some close-up shots here now, so we'll see if any boat, if their tactics pay off today. Like, the conditions are still very, very flat, very light breeze, so I'm not sure the weight distribution would matter a huge amount when it comes to that today, but we'll certainly see once we get an update from them once they head up towards that 500 metre mark.
Yeah, and a lot of these crews have had not much opportunity to practice in this boat because they've been, focusing on their main boat, in inverted commas. The Italians, yes, they've done it the other way around. They've got the bow woman as opposed to bow as a stroke woman. So perhaps that'll pay off for them. Fiamme Gialli, I promised to come back to them. Wonderful. The Yellow Flame Club. Roberto Romani, that bow woman in Italy, comes from there. It's officially the sport club of the finance police, or the officials who make sure you're paying your taxes and so on. And a polysportive club, very much so. Over 30 different sports you can do, including coastal rowing. And rowing joined that large collection in 1953, so a long tradition there. And something brand new added on to years of tradition can be a very successful mix. And here we are in the mixed double sculls. Let's see what happens.
Well, we'll see what happens after 500 metres. It is Germany leading this one out, followed in by Romania, Hungary in that third position, followed by Italy and Moldova. We've called them out throughout all the races. Italy, we know, no matter if they're in fourth or fifth or sixth position, we know that they have really strong finishes, and both of these rowers have been out on the water multiple times across the weekend. Romani in the bow seat and Bresson in the stroke seat, coming out of the women's quad and men's double to make up this mixed double sculls. They're currently in that fourth position, but I can see them moving up the ranks now as we move down the course.
Ja, im Moment sieht's gut aus für Deutschland. Könnte eine Medaille geben, könnte sogar Gold sein. Aber noch ist die Ziellinie weit, weit entfernt von Benz und Schweißtal. Schweißtal als Schlagfrau gibt den Takt an. Benz muss da mitgehen, so gut er kann. Der Mann aus München und die Frau aus Bernkastel hatten nicht große Möglichkeiten, wie alle Teams hier. Alle Mixed Teams kaum Gelegenheit, wirklich groß sich auf dieses Rennen vorzubereiten. Man hat ja ein Fokusboot und dann noch Mix dazu, weil eben vorgeschrieben ist, dass nur Athleten teilnehmen dürfen und Athletinnen, die bereits in einem anderen Boot teilnehmen. Also man kann nicht noch zusätzliche Athleten bringen und ein Mixed Crew dann vollpacken, sondern es müssen Leute, die ohnehin hier wären, dann teilnehmen. Und die Deutschen machen ihre Sache ganz gut. Die führten nach 500 Metern und waren absolut unter den ersten drei, auch nach 1000 Metern.
At halfway, it was Italy who overtook Hungary there to move into that third position. And if we see an overhead shot, I do think they're after pushing in towards Romania and Germany even more since then. So at the moment, Germany, Romania, Italy in the medal contention places. Hungary and Moldova just slightly behind here now as they go into the second half of the race. About 750 metres to go here. Yes, you can see here Italy, the third boat, or the middle lane here now, seem to be just about putting their bow ball ahead of Romania, and Germany still very much there. This is going to be a great race all the way down to the finish now, but at the moment Italy looking very strong.
Yeah, Italy looking to be picking up yet another medal. But I'm glad to say that overall we've had a great spread of medals. And that speaks for the health of European junior rowing. So certainly some stronger nations, sure, with larger squads, but we've heard a whole range of different anthems, and that is very good news. And behind those anthems as well, the silvers and bronzes, well distributed across Europe. Wonderful. That's how we like it. Let's see how the medals get distributed in this race. Still looking very good for Italy. Germany having one or two problems there, almost catching a crab, losing it a little bit. Coordination is difficult when you've had no chance really to practice together.
Absolutely, and they're all coming off the back of racing as well multiple times this weekend. So, you can see how that is impacting. A lot of crews are tired going into this race, but not Italy. They're looking very strong now as they move into the lead here now. Romani and Bresson leading this one out here at the moment with less than 500 metres to go. Romania then holding on to that second position, Lupu and Masimuk. Germany now in that third position. Can Moldova come back at them though, I wonder?
I always imagine the Italian food tent as piles of pasta the previous evening, giving you the kind of power that, as you say, takes you through a double programme. I mean, these guys and girls have already been racing. Good heavens, today, and here they are again. Italien will's noch mal wissen. Und nochmal, meine Damen und Herren, die waren bereits unterwegs heute bei der Wärme über 2000 Meter und machen es noch einmal freiwillig im Gemischten. Was können die Deutschen? Bronzemedaille liegt noch drin, würde ich sagen, für Benz und Schweißtal. Romani und Bressan aus Italien unterwegs Richtung Gold. Dahinter ist das Boot, das zwischen ihnen und Deutschland liegt, Rumänien. Und jetzt ist der Kampf entbrannt. Es ist entweder Moldova oder Deutschland. Deutschland hat im Moment die Oberhand und beste Chancen auf Bronzen. Die letzten Schläge.
It is Italy who are coming in to be crowned champions of the under-19 mixed double sculls. How they look so fresh, I'm unsure. It is Romania coming in to take the silver, and looking like it was Germany who just pipped the line there, or stayed just ahead of Moldova to take the bronze medal. We'll wait for official results, but incredible fresh racing from Italy after having raced already today. It just goes to show that whatever they're doing in their under-19 programme is standing to them. They're so sharp throughout the whole race. There we have it. Italy taking the gold medal. Romania will be getting the silver shortly, and Germany taking the bronze.
Jawohl, Bronze für Deutschland, noch eine Medaille, so schön. Italien Gold, klare Sache. Rumänien, sehr schöne Silbermedaille. Und dann Deutschland Gold. Wir kommen zur nächsten Siegerehrung, und das ist die für den Frauen-Einer. Und ja, da schauen wir mal. Wer übergibt die Medaillen? Morten Juel Hansen ist wieder dran für Dänemark, Mitglied des European Rowing Board. Diesmal begleitet von Matthias Pietschmann von der wunderbaren Organisation Lebenshilfe Brandenburg. Die Lebenshilfe bekanntlich setzt sich enorm ein für Menschen mit geistiger Behinderung vor allen Dingen. Und die Lebenshilfe hier in Brandenburg ein Partner dieser Veranstaltung. Schöne Geschichte, schöne Sache. Matthias Pietschmann, dessen Chef, überreicht die Präsente. Und wir wissen jetzt, was diese Flaschen sind. Ingwer-Shots, das ist die Antwort. Nicht Spargel-Shampoo, wie ich fälschlicherweise vermutet habe heute Morgen. Alles legal, dopingfrei und natürlich auch alkoholfrei.
Here we have it, the victory ceremony of the under-19 women's single sculls. Great racing again here by these athletes. Lots of them returning from last year's season. A couple of new faces as well. A lot of young rowers here. But at the moment it's all about Greece, individual neutral athlete, and Italy claiming the medals here. This time they are going to be presented by Morten Juel Hansen, European Rowing Board member. And that bronze medal going the way of multiple medalists. Pashalina, more Atado, 3 gold medals from last year's season at the European Rowing Under 23s, the World Under 19s and World Under 23s in the women's double sculls. So she has moved over into the single this year and winning a bronze medal. She was in the quad last year as well at the European Under-19s, winning a silver medal. So another international medal, 5th international medal for her, which is just incredible at Under-19 level. Silver medal then going the way of Tatiana Cherkasova, individual neutral athlete, just 16 years old. She had an incredibly strong second half of her race. They really focus on that length and power. All the crews representing individual neutral athletes and leaving enough in the tank at the end to claim that silver medal. And of course, the gold medal once again going to Italy. This time it is Alize Rabalzi, who came out of the quad last year from the World Under-19s, where she finished 8th. And now taking a gold medal in the women's single sculls. She is certainly looking very happy, very emotional here as she collects her medal. Just making sure that it's on the right way. That's very important. And once again, today we're going to be hearing the Italian national anthem as they all go off and enjoy their ginger shots very soon. There we have it, the national anthem once again from Italy. Well done there to Italy, individual neutral athlete, and Greece claiming the medals of the under-19 women's single sculls. And we are shortly moving up to the final race of the day, final race of the championships. It is the under-19 mixed eights. In lane 1, we have Germany. Lane 2, Italy. Lane 3, Romania. And that is it. 3 entries.
Ja, das letzte Rennen des Tages, das letzte Rennen dieses wunderschönen Ruderwochenendes ist unterwegs mit Deutschland wieder im gemischten Achter. Männlicher Steuer Mann und weiblicher Schlag Frau. Italien macht es genau umgekehrt. Männlicher Schlag und weibliche Steuer Frau. Und Rumänien zweimal weiblich. Also ja, 3 Methoden, um den Ton anzugeben. Wir werden mal sehen, was passiert. Deutschland, Italien und Rumänien. Da sind die Deutschen. Lang und stark und kräftig, und dafür, dass sie ganz, ganz wenig Zeit hatten, bislang sich überhaupt vorzubereiten auf dieses Rennen, sieht es auf der rechten Bahn da hervorragend aus.
So 3 boats on the course, and a huge advantage already to Germany here now as they pass down the 500-metre mark, the final race of the championships. It is Germany on the right-hand side of your screen, Italy in that middle lane, and Romania on the left-hand side. All of these rowers have raced already in different boat classes, some of them out of the pairs and the fours, but we also have some scullers as well within the mixed. But yeah, this is an incredible race to be able to see 4 women, 4 men and their cocks coming down the water here, coming down the course, but Germany already in these early stages with such a big lead.
Yeah, because in a sense, of course, the 8s were the first mixed crews, weren't they? From when the rule changed and you were allowed to have opposite sex coxing to rowing, which is quite a while ago. I suppose that kind of led the way in a sense, but now this is fully This is 50-50 stuff. Wonderful. Germany still in the lead. Hervorragend. Ja, die Deutschen rechts im Bild und verschwinden bald unter dem Bildrand, weil so viel schneller sind sie im Moment als Rumänien in Italien. Wer hätte das gedacht? Man muss sich vorstellen, man ist schon heute einmal gefahren und findet sich dann schnell zusammen mit Leuten, die vielleicht ganz anders rudern. Und das wäre eine wunderschöne Wiedergutmachung für Carla Sayons und Caitlin Morton, die enttäuscht waren, im B-Finale im Zweier zu sitzen für Deutschland. Jetzt im Achter Richtung Gold unterwegs. Das wäre toll, wenn sie sich das zum Schluss dieser Veranstaltung schenken können. Die Italiener, die wollen aber was damit zu tun haben, jetzt ganz groß im Bild zu sehen. Und die Rumänen, ja, vielleicht nicht überraschend nach so vielen Rennen, im Moment an dritter Position.
3 seconds separated Germany and Italy at the 500 meters, but it's definitely going to be less here now as the Italians attack through the water once again with that aggressive style, and with every stroke starting to move up alongside Germany. You can see the rate difference here when they're side by side. Italy just aggressive with their catches, aggressive through the water, and here they have it down to about 1.5 seconds. Germany going a little bit slower with the rate. They do look that little bit more tired compared to the Italians. Their endurance base must be something phenomenal to be able to keep up this rate and to look so fresh. We're then looking at the Romanians here on our screen. They're currently in that 3rd position.
Ja, ungewöhnliches Gefühl für die Rumänen an dritter Position zu liegen in einem Achterrennen hinter Deutschland und Italien. Das kommt nicht alle Tage vor, vor allem wenn Frauen im Boot sitzen. Aber ja, vielleicht sind die rumänischen Männer nicht ganz so stark wie die Frauen. Wie auch immer, Deutschland, Italien, das ist ein schöner Zweikampf im Moment. Noch im Moment Vorteil Deutschland, aber wir sind so ungefähr, ja, was sind wir dann, 800 Meter und mehr vor dem Ziel. Und ja, da ist noch einiges, was da passieren kann. Da sind die Deutschen unterwegs, wie sieht man. So ungefähr 4-5 Sitze Vorteil. Und die Steuerfrau von Italien wird sagen können, dass sie dann so Sitz für Sitz dann gegen Deutschland dann angreifen möchte. Die deutsche der deutsche Steuermann Elias Lukavai, er will noch ein paar Sitze im italienischen Boot. Und so geht's parallel Richtung Ziel.
We're into the final 500. You could see from the aerial shot just how close the Italians have come within the touching distance of Germany here now. But Germany starting to respond wherever they're finding it. They are trying their best to stay ahead. There is a gold medal up for grabs if they can hold on. They have opened up the lead ever so slightly compared to the 1,000 meter time. So they're holding off the challenge from Italy. Can Italy find something else in their tank? Let's wait and see as they come into the final 300 meters. But certainly Germany now, once again, here they go. They had somewhere to go. They were rating that little bit lower all the way down, and now they're starting to up it and starting to move from Italy.
Ja, Deutschland genießt natürlich auch viel Unterstützung hier auf der Tribüne, aber italienische Fans gibt es auch jede Menge hier in Brandenburg. Und das ist der Zweierkampf Richtung Ziellinie. Rumänien erstaunlicherweise ganz, ganz wenig zu melden gehabt in diesem Rennen, mehr oder weniger ab dem Start. Deutschland baut jetzt die Führung plötzlich aus. Sehr schön ausgerufen, Elias Lukavai zum finalen Spurt, und es geht Richtung Gold für Deutschland.
What a way to finish out the European Rowing Under-19 Championships with a German crew performing so strongly here, seeing off the challenge that the Italians were trying to give them there in the last 1,000 metres. But it is the Germans going to be taking that gold medal in the mixed 8, silver to Italy. Great challenge there by them, and then well done to Romania coming in that 3rd position.
Begeisterung im deutschen Boot, vor allem Elias Lukavai. So, er haut dann die Fäuste ins Wasser und genießt den Sieg. Seine Schlagfrau kippt zuerst mal um, ist jetzt wieder aufrecht. Sie wird sich freuen. Carla Sayons aus Heidelberg. Tolles Rennen da von dem deutschen Mixed Achter. Und es gibt noch eine Medaillenzeremonie. Es geht hier gleich weiter, und zwar mit den Medaillen für den Mixed Doppelzweier. Danach kommen wir dann zur Siegerehrung für den Mixed Achter. Und dann war es das von uns. Unglaublich. Wir freuen uns auf Plovdiv im August, vom 6. bis zum 9. August, U19 Weltmeisterschaft. Und wir freuen uns natürlich auf Europameisterschaft der Junioren nächstes Jahr in Zagreb. Im Moment vorgesehen im World Rowing Kalender für genau dieses Wochenende, 22. 23. Mai. Jetzt gibt es Medaillen.
A lot of happy faces, a lot of celebrations there in the German 8. But we move on to the victory ceremony of the under-19 mixed double sculls. Second last victory ceremony. This was a great race. There was 5 crews competing: Germany, Romania, Italy, Hungary and Moldova. And we're going to be seeing Germany coming up, taking the bronze medal. We'll have Romania in silver medal position. And wherever they found it, that incredible race there from the Italians to claim the gold medal.
Ja, wer überreicht jetzt diesmal die Medaillen? Eva Santo ist Mitglied des European Board. Sie gibt die Medaillen an die 3 Mannschaften und ihre Begleitung heißt Andreas Döpper. Andreas Döpper ist Mitglied des Präsidiums vom Deutschen Ruderverband. Also gute Mischung. Ungarn und Deutschland überreichen die Medaillen an Italien, Rumänien und Deutschland. Jawohl.
And here we have Germany picking up their bronze medal from Eva Stanzo, European Rowing Board member. And Ori Lauren Benz there already up on the podium a little earlier, winning a gold medal in the men's quad. Picking up another medal for himself. Joined by Elena Schwastal, who raced in the women's quad.
Ingwer Shots, flaschenweise werden die hier verteilt. Glückliche Gesichter der Bronzemedaillengewinnerinnen aus Deutschland. Jetzt sind wir bei Rumänien. Jawohl, da geht es dann gleich weiter.
Silver medals then going to Romania. Sebastian Constantin Lupu, who raced in the men's quad. And then Daria Elena Maximuk, who won a bronze medal a little earlier in the women's quad. So another medal, 2 medals going home as well for her. And it wouldn't be European Rowing Under-19 Championships without hearing the Italian national anthem once more. It is the winners of the gold medal, Roberta Romani, who was second in the final B of the women's quad earlier on, and Ilya Bresson, who won a gold medal in the men's double. So 2 gold medals. That's the best yet that we've seen at these championships. So 2 gold medals. And once again, let's hear it for the Italian national anthem.
So lots of happy Italians and other nations, of course. Good mixture right across the board. We've got one more victory ceremony for you, but before that gets underway, the crews are just landing at the moment. Get ready. This is the moment I've been waiting for all weekend to find more more about Irish rowing. And skibbereen in particular. You're not escaping me this time, Niamh. You found an excuse every time so far, but now is the moment. To what do you put down the particular success? O'Donovan's, yes, sure, and all the rest of it, to skibbereen? Or am I being unfair and simply seeing that name more often here and therefore thinking of them more than other clubs who probably deserve just as much credit? What's the story there? Irish rowing.
You've been dying to ask me this all weekend.
I have.
And I've held you off right till the end.
Very successfully.
Of course, Skibbereen are so incredibly successful, and they had 3 athletes here this weekend at the European Rowing Under-19 Championships. Another club I will give a shout out to is St. Michael's in Limerick, because they have a very strong youth programme as well, and we're often seeing a lot of those athletes. We saw Evan O'Byrne as well competing here this weekend. But with Skibbereen, I'm from West Cork, which the town I'm from isn't too far away from Skibbereen, but from what I can see, honestly, the people, it's the dedication of the coaches, the amount of time that they spend and dedicate to the crews, and it's just about hard work. There's nothing special, they'll often say there's been plenty of photos and video footage over the years of, you would think that it would be top class facilities where it's very basic, and it's just about putting in the hard work that you don't need anything fancy to be good. And that's what it is. It's the hard work, it's the dedication from not only coaches, but obviously the rowers as well. And particularly with under-19 rowers, the families come into it a huge amount and the support they get. But it's time, it's hard work, it's dedication. And honestly, I think that's the secret.
Lovely. You don't need to be fancy to be successful. I think that's great. And if that were true across all sports, I think we'd all be happier. But anyway, wonderful. So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from the expert herself. Niamh Hayes, thank you very much. It's been great commentating with you this weekend. We have another medal ceremony coming up. Meanwhile, the very last chance to win the prize in the unofficial, I hasten to add, it's not a world rowing quiz, it's a Paul Castle quiz, and a prize. AIN, the individual neutral athletes. Why are they called AIN and not INA? There's a good reason for that. And what does AIN stand for? And why is Niamh's club called Galley Flash? Where did that name come from? It conjures up all sorts of images, some of them more publicly quotable than others. The Galley Flash. And if you get those right, and you should think what they are, paul.castle, as in Edinburgh, at web.de. Send off your answers. And I have a prize in mind, but as I say, the lucky fairy decides everything. The only 2 people who aren't allowed to participate are Niamh and me. So anyone else can have a go. Look forward to your replies.
Just as we wait the final victory ceremony here at the European Rowing Under-19 Championships, it will be the mixed 8. So they're just all getting in off the water and making their way to the victory ceremony area. It has been a brilliant championships. This is my 3rd year covering the European Rowing Under-19 Championships, and just to see the talent, not only from the rowers that we've seen over the last 2 years, but it's the new faces and the new names that we're seeing who have won a lot of medals this weekend. Paul, any highlights for you from the weekend?
Well, there have been a number of very close run-ins at the line. I like the kind of races that at 1,000 metres, you think you know who's going to get the medals, and the picture changes completely by 1,500, and then ideally again before the finishing line. And there have been several of those highlights, some great performances. As you say, this very successful blend of new and more experience. All credit to the coaches for getting that to gel at the right moment. And we've been lucky with the weather, clearly. That makes a difference. Beautiful flat, calm conditions, but great organisation, I must say, and lots of really friendly volunteers.
shuttle buses that work and deserve the name shuttle bus with friendly drivers. These are little things, but after a few regattas, they start to mean more. When you're looking back now to your previous under-19 and you think about the quality of the racing, can you see any trends, any shifts, developments? What's sort of happening at European under-19 level?
What I was noticing the last couple of years, Romania were very much dominating, and they certainly still are. But I think the Italians have done something. The Italians are we always see them picking up medals. But today, just their style of rowing, or this weekend, they've really impressed me. Like, they're always strong, as we say, at European level anyway, but just the style of rowing that we saw out of the Italians was really impressive. To look so fresh there in the mixed double after racing this weekend already, just kind of an aggressive style. And even though they kind of rate a little bit higher throughout the race, they still have somewhere to go at the end, and that just goes to show the endurance that they must have in the tank to be able to sustain that. So that's been really impressive, but great to see some of the development countries as well coming through, and just the young athletes like 13, 14, 15-year-olds doing really well here has been really, really great to see. And the future of the sport is certainly bright, I think, after this weekend.
Well, that's a great way to conclude a little chat before the next medal ceremony. But I would love to see the Italian winter stamina training program. I'd like to see it, not do it, but read the training, because they're clearly, as you say, doing something about stamina that leaves them somewhere to go when they've been banging on at 36 all the way down the course. They can still go up the ramp. Time for medals, because they did it again in this event as well.
They certainly did, and you'll notice we just have 2 crews collecting medals this time. There was 3 entries in the under-19 mixed 8, and when there's 3 entries, it's just 2 sets of medals are given out. So it was Romania who came third. They won't be picking up a medal today, but it is all about the Italians with their silver medal, and of course Germany. What a way to finish out the Brandenburg Championships with a gold medal going to Germany.
Wunderbar organisiert, die deutsche Nationalhymne zum Schluss dieser Veranstaltung hervorragend gemacht. Aber Spaß beiseite, es gibt keine Bronze, weil nur 3 Boote gemeldet waren. Asunción Loriente, Präsidentin von European Rowing, übergibt die Medaillen. Und ihrer Begleitung heißt Karl-Heinz Hegenbarth. Wer ist Karl-Heinz Hegenbarth? Er ist Präsident des Landessportverbandes in Brandenburg. Und Ihnen auf Länder, aber auch städtischen und auch auf nationalen Ebene haben wir viel zu verdanken. Großartige Unterstützung, nicht zuletzt finanziell, aber auch moralische Unterstützung an die Politik, an die Behörden. Dankeschön. Nochmal vom Herzen.
So here we have the Italians picking up their silver medals from the mixed 8, and we do have a couple of the members from the women's 8 who picked up a silver medal. I would say maybe about an hour ago, 2 hours ago, I would say. So, to be that quick at the finish, to still have somewhere to go and to challenge Germany, who had been leading from the start, that was really, really impressive. Of course, all these rowers that we're seeing on the victory ceremony platform, they have all rowed 2 boat classes this weekend, at least. But yes, well done there to the Italians, coxed there by Morgana Moroni. We saw her on the podium earlier already, and this is her 4th season coxing at an international level, back since 2023 when she was at the World Under-19s, coxing the women's 8 right through the European and World Championships over the years at Under-19 and Under-23 level. And another medal now for her today. But here we go, it is the gold medalists all about Germany.
Ja, jetzt kommen wir zu der letzten Goldmedaille dieser Veranstaltung. Zuerst mal gibt es dann Ingwer-Shots, nehme ich an. Werden überreicht, jawohl. Aber jetzt kommen wir zu den Deutschen. Jawohl. Jubel, Trubel und Heiterkeit für das Heimpublikum. Wen haben wir da alles im Boot? Wer kriegt eine Medaille von Asunción Loriente? Helena Cristina Rossetto kriegt als erste ihre Medaille. Sophia Reinecke ist dann dran. Kaitlin Morton aus Stuttgart, die Wiedergutmachung vom B-Finale im Zweier. Sie wird sich freuen, zusammen mit der Schlagfrau, die wir bald sehen. Niklas Brell, Goldmedaille für ihn im Mixed Achter. Jan Kohlbach ebenfalls dabei. Und jetzt muss Loriente noch höher reichen, noch länger. Der nächste Athlet Lars Berkemeier. Kaum machbar für kleine Funktionäre. Luis Rübenstunk kriegt eine Medaille. Und ebenfalls vom Frauenzweier, jawohl, von der RG Heidelberg, Carla Sayons. Und der Mann, der das Wasser pumpte mit den Fäusten, der Steuermann Elias Lukowiak. Gold für Deutschland. Und die Nationalhymne noch einmal.
There we have it, the gold medals to the German crew. And to finish out the championships, here we have the German national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Germany. Meine Damen und Herren, die Nationalhymne von Deutschland.
There we have it, the national anthem of Germany. Congratulations there, Germany winning the gold medal, Italy the silver in the under-19 mixed 8. And that is the final victory ceremony of the 2026 European rowing under-19 championships. What a 2 days we've had here in Brandenburg, Germany. Beautiful venue, beautiful weather, great racing, superb racing. And the future of rowing is certainly bright here with these youngsters coming up through the ranks, and hopefully we'll be seeing them later on in the season at the World Under-19s and potentially even the World and European Under-23 championships as well. So I've been joined here over the weekend by Anna, Valerie, and Paul has been with me all day today. So thank you for joining in on the commentary.
It's been a pleasure and an honour. Thank you very much. And a safe journey home for you. You have the furthest journey. I've got a bit of a one ahead of me, but I don't have to fly. So Duisburg next up, right? Under 23s. We hope, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be listening in again. Jawohl, Duisburg ist dieses Jahr Gastgeber der U23. Das ist wirklich ein deutsches Jahr bei den jüngeren Athleten dieses Jahr. Und auch dort wird meine Kollegin Nive hier zu hören sein im Livestream. Und wenn Sie Pech haben, meine Damen und Herren, und vor Ort sind, ich auch in irgendeiner Funktion, das sehen wir dann. Duisburg jedenfalls wann ist das? Juli, ja genau, da freuen wir uns drauf. U23.
So thank you to everyone who has tuned in here to our live stream over the last 2 days. We hope you have enjoyed the coverage and the commentary, and hopefully we will see you all soon. This has been the 2026 European Rowing Under-19 Championships. From Paul and myself. Bye, and talk to you all soon.